data, but I'd rather talk about the American people and the people who have sacrificed for us day in and day out. And that's why here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to a very specific group of people. And those are the veterans of the United States of America. They have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. They did it. It didn't matter who the president was, what they agreed with. They came and they fought for this country day in, day out. Even if we threw shade on them, they still lived up to it. So veterans, all the American veterans, all of the families, God bless you and thank you for your service. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I hope you know we love you too, baby. But God bless you, and big shout out to any of the other public service out there, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the coaches, the nonprofits, the janitors, the garbage men, anybody helping out, making society run and giving back. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. So keep that up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Dutch! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, yeah, I got another one. We got lucky. I found one this morning. The bell was about to ring, and I found one, bro. Yeah, we in the game. Yesterday was hideous. We back, baby. We back. You got the horn. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for a glorious day. We got about 1 minute, 52 seconds remaining. Like the video and get ready. So we had data today. Like I said, it wasn't supposed to be the most important. Again, Eurozone was actually pretty bad. China did good in the morning and then they sold off. So maybe we get elements of that today. We're going to find out. But for the most part, we just got to bring this home through today, see where it closes, see if the bonds move. And then after today, just Thursday, we wake up to data. Friday, you wake up to data. And then that's going to be everything. So we will see where this takes us. Is there any possibility that Outlook could come back? There is, but it's also like there's nothing less than 30 days. So no matter what, they're going to contact the FDA. They said they're already doing that. They had an update this morning. Again, there was a conference call. I listened to like half of it. But essentially, they're going to put out a statement, and then that's it. 30 days, the FDA responds, but then they're going to have to go through a whole process. What play was it? Here. What's the one that we're holding? Folk. So Folk is the best example. It's the same story. So Folk was up here. They got a CRL. They lost, 50, 60, 70%. And then it took them about 5 months later for them to go back up once the FDA re-gave them their everything. To change your name from gray to green, like the video, does that work? I don't know if it does. Yeah, they can go to zero. They could delist, but I think they have enough money. So I think they have enough money, but it's just going to be a stupid waiting game. But it's a biotech. Like I said, I've been getting destroyed on certain plays. It's very unfortunate in the broad sense for me, but round one, fight. Let's go, baby. Name's still gray. But this is just a biotech, so we'll see here. But give it a little bit. That play is over, though. I'm still in it. That's why I said I'm going to wait. Make sure the loss makes sense when we take it for taxes. Otherwise, we get lucky. I'm holding on to it for now, yeah, but I think it's over. Like I said, tax loss season, I'll use that to balance out. We've got some share gains. Take the loss. Make sure our taxable gain is zero. And then NVIDIA, watch that one for now. And let's see if Tesla goes good. Right now, you're opening up 0.09 on SPY and NASDAQ. Dow is up only 0.3. Russell's down. VIX is down. Let's take a look at financials. BIT pop. Big pop. Remember, they had good earnings yesterday. Or unless you're talking about something else. But Big Lots, they had good earnings. They're actually down right now. CRM, they have earnings. And then Ambarella, too. Don't forget about that. Ambarella HPQ. Those are the ones that did bad. SPY is up right now. And also watch bonds. They're barely red today. They kind of want to go green, but it's literally bonds versus bull. Wow, we're above 4,500. Chattadonia. We are above 4,500. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Oh, Intel came down, though, today. Oh, yeah, I'm still in the NVIDIA. We're about to be break even on that. I'm down like $200 on it or so. So we're like right there. Tesla's coming down. HPQ. Twilio, Catalent, they got news too. Something about like devices. Apple is on the high. IEF has gone green. Okta earnings are today. I could double check if you guys want. Remind me towards like the end of the day, like 10 a.m. Once we get to like 10 a.m. or so, let's go over the earnings. Because I don't care about the earnings at this level, but there's a couple that are coming out. And then again, Ambarella, that moved big yesterday. AMD is in the red. NVIDIA, I think, is the only one in the green. Maybe Micron. And then where's GSAT? Again, GSAT's up 15 now. So that one keeps going. Again, they had the news of the Qualcomm guy. We played the Pump It Up song yesterday. So we've already pre-ordered our Pump It Up into this 4,500. Believe it or not. GSAT's still going. SPY, NVIDIA, Apple, let's see, Microsoft, Eli Lilly's running, and then VinFast again, if you're into that. Twink. So remember, Twinkies, I think they're still holding the 5% premium, though. Visa's up 0.9 and MasterCard up 1.1. On report, companies prepare to raise credit card fees. Did you guys get that? I think that came in a little later. Watch Visa and MasterCard. They're not moving. I feel like their option chains haven't opened. Ugh. These are up a lot, though. I think, yeah, both of them are like ripping, though. That's the only problem. So wait, you'll see the option chains will open on those. That's why they're not really moving. NVIDIA hit they hit almost 495. KRE's dying, though. What's ACGL? Yeah, we're down by 0.14. I mean, it's held up for 2 days, so we'll see. But that is pretty bad if it gets bad. If it like gets ugly and they start to outperform, there you go. Tesla's down 1.3. So remember, Tesla has been leading 6, 7, 8% days. They're actually leading down now 1.1. I like Nike. I like Nike a lot. I like Nike, Pepsi, Coca-Cola. Again, I'm being more patient with them, but towards next week, any of these plays with the dividend, you're going to want to keep your eye on. CRM. McDonald's is going up. I don't know when McDonald's dividends might be soon, too. Boeing is on the high as well. NVIDIA, CNBC pump. Right now, it's already leading, ironically enough. So, like, chips are still red by 1.5. Every other day where chips were green, NVIDIA would be red. But now chips are down 1.5 and NVIDIA's up just under 1. So we got a lot of back and forth. SPY, low ticker getting active. And chips getting a decent amount of red here. Still holding 45. Google on the high once again. There was good comments from the Google thing last night. So remember, we were watching that. Google was up already like 4 or 5% or something. But there were some very good comments towards what was announced there, or at least analysts liked it. Boyle on the low. Coinbase is breaking out now, 84. Coinbase just went red to green. Disney on the low, back to 84. Walmart's on the high again. A lot of value plays, I feel like. Staples are killing it. XLV, they're doing good by point. Everything's 0.3 though, or just 0.2 or 0.3. XLB. And then Meta's running up. SAP. Watch SAP. That's ironic and interesting given the German stuff today. So you had German inflation news. That was the negative of the morning, if anything. Miners are breaking out. Yeah, what was the one yesterday? Mara? That was 30%. Coin is in the green. Riot. I think MSTR yesterday was the one that did not move as much. So I think when you go and look at it now, but they all have the same exact chart. Correlation is real. SAP is making a move. Like I said, watch out for that. Meta's on the low. Meta just flipped there into the low. SMCI now into the low. So NVIDIA is the only one that's green right now. They might even go red. Monster is spreading. NVIDIA, little dive coin, big pop. It's doing good. I mean, that one candle there through 84. And then SPY trying to make its way down. I don't know. That's either SO or SQ on the high. 45.02. So the gap is at 44.97. And remember, yesterday, I don't think we filled up. We didn't fill the gap up. But high of the day right now is 45.08, or high of the last couple weeks so far. NVIDIA down 4. MSTR. That's from the top. Coinbase too. Yeah, now NVIDIA's on the low ticker. Now he's matching up. So again, most of the chip makers were just kind of clobbered there. Micron's still holding on. Qualcomm, healthcares and financials look strong. For now, I mean, now tech just went negative. SPY's break even. But if you're doing good right now, you're holding up about like 0.3. That seems to be it. Hasbro, they were talking, what's it called today? They were talking Legos. They said all the other toy makers have been kind of like fighting for sales, and then Legos are increasing. TBT, is that bond volatility? So we have been selling off the 10-year a little bit since the morning. Yeah, see, check Hasbro and Mattel, but just see if the Lego hype actually hits. Coinbase selling off now. Meant to look up. Google is now turned as well. Meta turned first. So literally, Coinbase went red to green for 2 minutes and then flipped. The company that partnered with Google, Jinko, they're looking good. Just keep an update on them. Like we were saying yesterday, the last 2 days, you'd hear so-and-so partnered with so-and-so for cloud or AI. Just see if they actually like hit. And then I'm getting another MasterCard headline. I think Discover's still down. Google a little bit off the bottom. Where's China? Bob, oh, that's Apple. I was like, what? No, K-Web is still in the green. Bob is down 1.3. My goodness. Feeling dangerous. Might flip Tesla. I mean, this is its first red day after like a pretty gnarly, almost 200 to 250 move. So SPY trying to bounce a little bit off the bottom there. Again, it's kind of moving like yesterday in the morning where we had that range. No big breakout or breakdown just yet. But you did hit 4,500 once again. You went almost 10 points above it and then came down. Your power's out in the eye of the hurricane. Trees down. House side blowing off. Debris everywhere. House still secure. I hope you're okay, man. I'll pray for you. Yeah, be safe. Be safe. Pending home sales at 7. It could move us, but I mean, I think the jobs data has been having way more pull, especially even after the ADP today. But we'll find out. I mean, if there was, I think it was like, a month ago, real estate, if it's too hot, we're going to have a problem. So same logic, though. As long as the data is not too bad, we're golden. But if it's good or really, really bad, then we have a problem. But like, do you guys get the video I made yesterday? Like, do you guys get the point, the title and the point of the watch list? I think it was very like ironic. I said ironic many times today already, but I still think it's ironic. Do you want me to tell you? Would you like a watch list tin explanation? It'll only cost you like 50 likes. That's very cheap to start off the morning. For 50 likes, I'm just saying, you're right at VWAP, the market. We haven't broken down or broken out yet. Bonds are hitting a low. You might want to get this in now. You know what I'm saying? You might want to get this in now. Just because if we start moving, I don't want to get sidetracked. You know what I'm saying? So we just need 50 likes, sir. It's very ironic to say ironic that many times. You think so? Sava still. That's been 3-4 days in a row. All right, I'll take the likes. Thank you. So here it is. Honestly, my tinfoil of yesterday, it's, again, you're saying it was bullish data. Why would the market not react? Is because it was awful. So that's what I was trying to say, is that although I think the market, it was such a monster move, and it's been a long time since we've seen the labor market show softening. I think that's why we took it so positively. But like I'm saying, it's that 3-month average now, and when you look at how fast it is starting to drop, I mean, that's one of those shoes to drop. It's not a good sign. So my tinfoil is that yesterday was actually very, very awful data. But considering it finally showed a softening labor market, we were able to go up off of it. But essentially, if the next couple of jobs reports do what the job openings are doing, and we see the same thing on the non-farms, that's employment collapsing at a pace. Again, the 3-month average right now of how fast job openings have declined, even with this fake data, it's still the fastest 3-month average since 2020. So it's like you try to cut up the data and look at it various ways. It's like how fast the jobs market is going down is really bad, but we like it for now because it's still the first sign of that ever happening. So keep that in mind. But I thought it was a very interesting one yesterday. A lot of fun. But also perplexing. But the moral of the story, the market is down to move if the data, comes out like that. If it's big enough sets, and then we'll see what happens with the revisions. But yeah, I call it fake data because again, the revisions, that's the next thing. That's why you have to be careful now. Just at the end of the day, the non-farms could be whatever number on Friday. You go and make a trade to it. You put money behind that data, and then what happens 30 days later? You actually find out it was a substantially different number. So there's been several times where I think the jobs are at like 400 or 300, and then they revise it down to 100,000. So it gets very, very wild. Soft landing is possible, but the data's coming in sideways. Yes. And this is what people are saying, though, is that they acknowledge what I told you with the 10, is that quite simply, it was a bad number, but everyone's saying what they said with inflation. One data set does not make a trend, but it starts with one data. So it's like right now, you don't have to be like oblivious or not about the data. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you could say, well, it's only 3 months now. Let's see, just like inflation, we need 6-7 months of it, and then we will react. So that's why people are saying soft landing is still possible, and that some people are saying, wow, this shows that it's there. You know what I'm saying? They're like, wow, this could be Powell accomplishing the soft landing, but in reality, if your non-farms and ADP just keeps going at the same pace down, that data will quickly start to yell recession once again. But then again, most people are still in the camp of next year. They should do data release every 45 days. The 30 days seems rush. I just think the seasonality adjustments that's just the unfortunate problem. Data in 15. Yeah, so we actually started talking about this because of the data. So real estate data shouldn't move too much, but depending on how good or bad it is, and just keep in context with how things have already moved. Pinduo Duo is up again. Good call on that. That one's still running up there. I don't think any of the other China plays. I don't know. I think Babo is in the green. No, K-Web was in the green. Baidu is barely in the green. Outlook did not get FDA approval. China real estate dropped 9% over month. If they go down, we're gonna feel it. Like, oh wait. Well, that's after this. That's it. I think they got like one more left of the bazooka. But if this China stuff if it goes back down again, I mean, after this stimulus, if they're not willing to like literally alter their currency or do anything, it gets nuts. But that's another set of tin. I don't know. Would you like it? It's not even tin. This is all macro shit, man. That's how you know we got macro data moving us, because I have tin foil, but it's just all macro shit. Pinduoduo. SPY's coming back up. Tesla still through the low. What's NAOV? Nanobronics. This thing's ripping 92%. Looks like a biotech. I don't know the news on it. Next set of data Thursday and Friday for like big boy data, but you will have some data here today. Again, in like the next 15 minutes, I think even through the next 2 hours, you are going to start getting that. Would they devalue? They would devalue it to make it more attractive. But then in this case, too, they don't want it too valued high. It's a weird spot that they're in. But give me 1,000 likes. I'll give you the China tin. Very simple. It's not. I guess I'll give you the tinfoil aspect of it. I'll tell you the logic of it. That's not tinfoil, and then I will tell you the tinfoil. Yeah, pending home sales in a little bit. Nanobronics is one of the meme basket stocks. Alrighty, you're moving up a little bit again. NAOV's there. Apple's near the high. No way. 0.9. Nvidia's going down now. Microsoft's holding up. Intel came down, but still holding their gap down. The high-low ticker, it's through E-Trade, but why is it on the left? Oh, on the right side? Okay. But yeah, it's on E-Trade. If you have E-Trade Pro, just go to Tools, and then it'll say high-low. You have to configure it, though. Devalue, but they're already weak. Yeah, that's the thing. And then just like with their debt and everything else, it gets hella weird because at one point devaluation was good for them because it could spur economic activity, but then we don't know if the devaluation would have negative effects. So it's super awkward. The news ticker. Oh, shit. I don't have it up. How many likes? Well, I was going to sell you the tin for 1,000, but just hit 1,000 I'll put it up. But honestly, it should have been up. I wasn't even trying to be an asshole. Yeah, I'm still in out. I'm going to hold that thing till the CRL update in 30 days or just tax loss sale by the end of the year. Because I think it's already dead. Again, dude, they got murdered. So, again, the good part about it, it's a biotech. It was more expected than not. So that at least sits well with me. But for the most part, I think it's over. Cut by end of the year, or you could cut now if you want. Tesla SPY is going good right now. So that's it. It's leaving behind the leaders of yesterday. The Tesla, the chip makers that were going up and outpacing yesterday. This is a whole nother gap here in the market. I think a lot of value plays. Again, Dow Jones is up by 0.4 right now. So I think some of those value names are starting to get a little bit of movement. They're all holding like 0.3. NAOV, that one's still going. I have that in the top right. I do not have a play on that one. RXRX. BABA working back. The data, you could go to tradingeconomics.com. It's one of the best websites, I think. Again, I've used this for like 7 years on this channel or something. Like if you've watched my videos from like 2018 or something, you'll see, man. But this website, very, very good for data. It's free 99. I would make sure you use it. NAOV keeps going. Bro, that thing went up almost $1 since we saw it on the high ticker. All right, we got 1,000 likes. You got your news wire. Now I'll give you the tin. Are you ready? China. So what China did yesterday is that they announced a rate cut to existing mortgages. So if you wanted to get a loan, the rates are lower, but there's also state-owned banks. This is why you could do this in China, because their banks are owned by the country, the state, the government. So if there's like 25 state-owned banks, they made it to where they're cutting your existing mortgage rates by a quarter. So this is where yesterday China finally got a big reaction. So that's the logical stuff. That's the fact of what happened in the last 24, 48 hours, right? But now here's the problem. The last time China did that was 2008. That's it. The only other time China has done that was 2008. So the tinfoil is very simple. In my life, when China pulls out tools that they haven't used in 10, 20 years, there's usually about to be a fucked up problem. Excuse my language. Maybe we got to edit that one out. But that's the problem that I have with it. So that's why in a real short form catalyst, like right now, or a short list catalyst watch, I would watch out for China, because if this fails after this stimulus and they have to keep, again, like last time it was the currency. So last time when I made the currency, that play I did in 2015, that was because it was the first time they changed their currency in like 20 or 30 years. That was the first devaluation in a very long time. So now we had our first rate cut on mortgages for the first time in a very long time. China does not do that. So it's kind of showing how heightened the reaction is, or the possibility. The market's taking it good for now, but we do got to watch out. That China stuff may bite us in the ass very, very hard. If it doesn't, then inshallah, Habibi, everything's good. But if it does, then it becomes a problem. It worked last time for them, yes. But it's not about whether it works or not. Eventually, I like in a weird way, I would even be down to buy China stocks, because that means they're closer to their bottom than not. They're closer to getting fully clapped, wiping it off. They've been failing longer than everybody. They could bounce further than everybody. But it worked for them, but it doesn't. It's not about working or not. It's more so of like admitting that there's a really big major issue occurring. And that is where, once you know that's happening in China, that means the global market won't be too hot. Is China using tools to solve a problem we don't know of, since they use a lot of number fudging? Well, yeah, pretty much. That's the whole idea, is that we will never know what's going on in China, but once they start doing shit like that, that's it. Like, if I had a blindfold on and I knew nothing that happened in China in the last 5 years, and you just showed me what they did yesterday, I could tell you there's a problem. Does that make sense? So, yes, exactly. It's just like the rate cuts. Right when we cut rates, it's the same thing. But it's like they're doing that, and it's an action that they have. The only other time they have brought out this tool was literally during a global meltdown. I know. Honestly, though, like, amen. Everybody fudging numbers these days. It's one, I've spent my whole career in investing, shitting on China's fake data. But, I mean, that's word to six revisions in a row of 2023. Or 9 of them. Or 8. Dang, they said even NVIDIA numbers were fake. Draw NVIDIA to the conversation. They changed the number. But that's where we got to be careful, though. I'm telling you, it says a lot. It's just that now, if the let's see, this next couple months, if we keep getting these big economic data releases like yesterday that move stuff, keep playing it. But eventually, dude, at one point this year, data is going to come out and it's going to be wrong. Like, the market is going to pump on a data that will be revised a month later. So I don't say that to be negative. I say that in terms of caution. Do you get what I'm saying? Where just like that changes a lot, and it's one thing to revise a couple of times, but to have that consistent of a streak of revisions, it just means whatever data we respond to in the moment might be different. So you got to be careful. Coin is squeezing, SPY squeezing, NVIDIA came back to green. China plays are still down. A couple of cybersecurity plays are coming up here. Fortnite, and then I think Crowd. Yeah, I saw that one earlier. And then Win is going. Amazon's popping. Yep, Amazon. I think Apple already broke out. That was a leader on the day. Even Microsoft, everything. I think everything except Google and Meta. Meta's actually down. Google's red. Amba, they were down 20%. They're coming back up, down 17%. Lucid. Netflix, remember yesterday it went crazy? We pump it up at 4,600. The last time we pumped it up and sold off for a month. I know it sounds really rough, but that's what happened. So again, 4,600 is what we're waiting for. We'll pump it up there, but As far as levels, though, your next level, oh, wow, we're above 45.15. Damn. So see if we give this up real quick, because I thought that would have taken us some more time. Otherwise, it's like 45.25 and then 45.38, then 45.50. But hold up here. Yeah, there's like 45.18. There's like little levels in between here. Well, it's still going. We're up 0.4 right now on the SPY, 0.35. Like I said, China started off green and then sold off by the end of the day. And then same thing, I think, with Europe because they had bad data out of Germany. So we'll see if any of this carries over or follows through. But it's holding for now. Remember, it's been a while since you've had back-to-back green days. So after yesterday, you finally hit that. But we'll see if day 3 comes out. And surprisingly, bonds are just still stable. They've not gotten much improvement from yesterday, but they have not gotten worse, which is good considering you had bad inflation data in Germany and Spain. %100 on the Visa cost from the bell. Let's go, baby. That was a good play. I like it. Again, it backed up with the news. You called it out too, man. Thank you. I was going to take them. I was going to see the... yeah, they're just so high. And then Discover's the one that's down. But there is news. Price hikes for Discover, or not Discover, MasterCard and Visa. And then home data comes out in 2 minutes now. So again, trading economics if you want it. Oh, yeah, even here, too. The data should come across this wire if you see it on screen. So either if you want to go to the website or if you want to use this, you have it. So pending home sales month over month is expected to be a gain of, or a loss of 0.4. Year over year is supposed to be a loss of 12%. Again, this has nothing to do with prices. This is just transaction amounts. You think that Powell knew about the jobs data at Jackson Hole? I think Powell knows a lot, and at the same time, I think it goes back to what I said on Jackson Hole. I think Powell's job was trying to get Jackson Hole back to a non-event, and I think he's not going to put himself in a corner. Last year when he was in a corner, we saw what the data did, and we saw how the market moved. I just think my man is trying to avoid it completely. There's no point of talking so much, get rid of guidance, and he's just trying to shut his mouth out as long as he can because, again, the strategy by doing that this year, even allowing the market to go up, it allowed him almost another 12 months of 5% interest rates, which is insane historically. So that's what I think his goal is. I think he's just waiting, and then he's going to flip it right when either the data changes the story for him or once he knows something and he's ready to move ahead of time, he will. But it's either the data changes it or Powell, he knows something and goes from there. And so 7:30 we get EIA, but 7 a.m. So a loss of 12% year over year pending home sales is expected. Again, that's not prices. That is the amount of transactions. So it's like 10 houses being sold versus 12. Nothing to do with the price. A new viewer here. Welcome, baby. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Get that law term. You might be too new to know what that means, but those 2 words will change your life, baby. Law term. If we sell bill on the 31st and buy again, do we still get the yield payment? It depends when the ex-dividend is, but usually no. So if you sell out before, I don't think it's structured to pay you out. It just doesn't work like that with how they set it up, but you don't really need to sell and buy back into it. Now that there's no debt ceiling worries, you're good. Soundhound is up 7. Hey. AI is up. RXRX is coming back up. U.S. pending home sales 0.9. Oh, I guess why my estimate said 0.4. I think there's another estimate at negative at 1. So month over month numbers came in. Where's year over year? Pending home sales 77.6 versus 76.8 previous. 15.6, I think. Is that it? No. My year over year hasn't loaded. So month over month came out. Yeah, I don't know why my other one's not loading up. So the month over month came out at 0.9. Year over year is not out yet. Updated. We'll see. I mean, I feel like the 10-year will move if it's important. If it's not, yeah, if dollar's not moving either, no one's going to give a shit. Again, ADP, that had an opportunity to quickly vomit what we did yesterday, but even the ADP was actually legit in the fact that it came lower. But again, it is a smaller one. Month over. So I have one report saying trading economics says 0.4, but then I have another source that says 1%. I think that one's Bloomberg. So Bloomberg was expecting 1% drop, 1% drop. Trading economics is like consensus or average. That's 0.4, and then it came in still below that or way above that. And then year over year is not loading. But bonds are not moving. Dollar. SPY starting to move. Tesla is about to go green. So Tesla is down like 1.5. They're only down 0.5 now. Same thing. NVIDIA, they went red almost 1% or like 0.7. Now they went green. I'd say neutral or borderline. Borderline like bad in the sense if the real estate data, if that year over year number is too hot, that's not going to be good. But even month over month, it picked up. So I'd say slightly negative. Slightly negative, but neutral in the sense it's not moving bonds yet. But technically speak, if that was important, that wouldn't have been good. But as of now, I don't think it is. Send in the likes. Actually, send in the bathroom. I need to go pee. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, year over year came in negative 14. So that's worse. That's good. So that balances it out. Month over month was hotter. But now even year over year still declined. Almost on track with last month, about 15% less sales than last year. So yeah, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. I hope it doesn't cause a chicle. And Godspeed. See you soon.
It's going higher and bonds selling off, but it's unknown at this point. One of the reasons that it's unknown is because we're at the month end. It's the summer. You have volatility. We had Jay Powell saying that the Fed's data dependent, so we get a lot of volatility associated with each data print at this point now. So we don't really know. But the secondary reason is that the Fed has said that it is going to hike and then pause. And if you look at the yield curve, it's downward sloping, and that would suggest that the market doesn't yet fully price in what the Fed's been telling them. And so therefore, there's still potential upside, both for the 2-year and then the longer end of the curve.
Yeah, that's what BlackRock was also talking about, that they see, Mike, that central banks are going to extend their hikes, that the 10-year is going to offer value, but when the yield hits 4.5%, it's just a different way of asking, is the Fed going to have to keep hiking and holding for longer?
Well, holding for longer is sort of baked in. The question is how long. We don't now see any kind of rate cuts until June of next year.
But that's even brought forward, Mike. I mean, at some point it was July, right? And now we're pushing it forward again.
Well, that's the problem. As Ed was pointing out, this has been a very volatile category. And the question is, where do you think inflation is going to be a year from now? That's what's going to be driving the 2-year note yield, because inflation rate a year from now is what's going to set the tone for the Federal Reserve and whether it needs to raise rates more. You look out even longer, the 5-year, 10 years from now, it was significantly higher. It's come down a lot, started to rise again. So I wouldn't rule out at this point that the 2-year turns around once again as the data come in. And I think this is all because the Fed doesn't know what it's going to do yet, unlike almost the last 2 decades, when they pretty much told everybody before their meetings what they were going to do. They were using forward guidance, and now it's a meeting-by-meeting thing. So our bond yields are doing the same thing. They're moving indicator by indicator.
Meeting by meeting. Meeting by meeting bonds. All right. So bonds moved a little bit after that real estate data, if anything, compared to what we've gotten. Just off of the morning and everything, it wasn't that big. But for the most part, month over month was bad, and then year over year was good, and then bonds a little bit lower. And then SPY's kind of moving around here. Where do we hit? You're still above the 45.13. So remember, 44.13, that was the parachute level. We're 100 points above that. Yeah, month over month, more stagflation. And it just in line with the whole, it's picking up. I mean, it's not like we're saying, data revisions, but it's like real estate is just, it's hot again. I mean, whether, like before the data was slowing, it felt really, really slow towards the end of last year, even before SVB. But then now it's like, even that data though, it's like year over year makes sense. You're not like comparing with the peak, but bro, the month over month, even I think everything since June or May, I think May till now or April, real estate has gone just, it woke up all of a sudden. So I do think that is stagflationary because now we're finally watching potentially labor starts turning, which is what, Powell was looking for. But, waiting for the whole real estate stuff, like maybe real estate comes down on the Fed's data in the next couple months. But by the time we get into 2024, it might rocket back up again. Yes, I'm looking at SPX. So I'll look at the futures sometimes. I think there's a 20-point gap, but all the levels I call out are for the SPX. They will apply on the futures, though. So I've noticed that the same levels on the futures, or the SPX, you'll see it kind of act as support and resistance on the futures. Oh, you guys know that as Tyler Royke, baby.
The fact that you're going to get paid 100% based on
I love it. Amen. Amen. I hit my phone and opened me up to Tyler Royke. I said, hell yeah. Royke, baby. Happy late birthday. Call real estate today. Wednesday. Futures are roughly 8 to 10. When do they expire? That means we're getting closer to the rollover. If the gap is only 10 points. They do it earlier now. Yeah, they switched up the times. I mean, 6 got pretty late, though. Like, depending, especially if you're on the East Coast. ICCT. You guys are calling this one out. I remember it was halted all day. I think someone was saying this was going to be the next HKD. Pursue at your own risk. But that one's moved. We've seen it move several times here over the last couple of days. Mm-mm. 82% of Thursday gaps get filled. Wow. Senior U.S. State Department officials say U.S. is exploring alternative routes for Ukraine grain, most prominently via the Danube. U.S. working with Romania to potentially double Ukraine grain exports via Danube route, says U.S. official. That's coming out now. Check wheat, ZW. It's not really moving. Grain-related takers like MOS, NTR, that's the fertilizer ones. Even any company like General Mills, believe it or not, is related to it. And then ZW, the futures on wheat or wheat WEAT ETF, or corn or soybeans. So bonds bounced a little bit off the bottom. Again, they're not really moving. SPY tried to work its way back up to that high here. Kind of looks like yesterday, but it's early enough where we haven't made the big move. So I'm a little skeptical there. Snowflake coming up. Any 10 at 10? Oh man, you missed it. I think we had we have two macroeconomic points that could all lead you to a weird tinfoil scenario, but I'm sure I'll get some more. I did not get GSAT shares. We should have got it yesterday. Were you the one who called it out yesterday? Because the Qualcomm thing, it popped it up 11:15 yesterday, but then it's the same news follow through from yesterday, and people are liking it. Target bottomed. I thought Target bottomed after their earnings, but then they sold off another like $5, $6, $7. So unfortunately, I think it relates to the whole worry of consumers. Or was that UTR? Somebody brought it up to me in the morning. They were telling me it was the Qualcomm guy. But the consumer stocks have been murdered. So that is part of the whole theme with a lot of this stuff going on. Is just there's not been there's fear there, especially as we get, the jobs data and moving forward. None of this data is good for none of it's good for the consumer. It's good for the Fed. It's good for the markets and policy. But it's like we're finally getting wind blowing in towards a negative consumer. Kathy Woods bought 1.3 million of RXRX. She could do better than that. I want like 100 million, Kathy. 100. Carvana's on the high. So that's still moving. Or a couple of other things. Roblo's even coming up. Netflix. Google's at the high. Apple. NVIDIA's chilling out, but the rest of the other tech names, Apple, Microsoft. Microsoft's staying chill. But Apple's going pretty crazy. Oh, speaking of going crazy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is here, the man, the myth, the legend, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. It has arrived, and I'm hyped. You know why? I got a legit one. Horn, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh my goodness. You got Biden news too. Overtime pay to be extended to millions of workers under Biden administration plan. How does that work? Let's go. Peace Nation, get your ass up. Wow. That's beautiful. Labor Department proposes raising overtime eligibility minimum. Workers making up to $55,000 per year would be eligible for overtime by default, up from $35,000 currently. Rules expected to affect workers in retail and hospitality industries. I don't know. So is that good for the consumer? I mean, Apple, I'm seeing consumer stocks run, but I don't know if it's off of that news. It could just be the market. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. That peach was a lot. That was a lot to take in. The GSAT news is old, so you're second day behind. It's still up, but yesterday they announced a new CEO, and it's the former CFO or CEO of Qualcomm. So that's why they're going up off of it, but just a pretty high-profile executive appointment is the reason. Peachy, oh, thank you. Where's Intel? He came down. Wait, am I still up? I think I was down on it in the morning. No, I'm up on it again. So down here, I was negative on it in the morning, but now we're back up. And then NVIDIA, we're down. We're almost break even on NVIDIA. We're down less than $200 now on NVIDIA. That's actually insane. Bro, NVIDIA moves wicked. I've told you guys how, if you want dollars, you play in NVIDIA, but, dude, this thing moves insane. Even on, 25, 50 shares, it's, insane. Russian Foreign Ministry, the initiative, Lavrov and Finland will discuss Putin to supply 1 million of grain to Turkey with financial support from Qatar. The process will see Turkey process Russian grain and supply to countries most in need. Lavrov and Finland will discuss Putin initiative to supply 1 million tons of grain. Did I say 1 million trillion of grain to support Moscow, to support countries that need it with support from Qatar. That's how Boeing used to be. Low-key, huh? Boeing did really move like that. But, dude, the NVIDIA, that is funny, though. Boeing really did move like that. But NVIDIA, that's dollars, bro. If you are looking to get dollars and you're looking for the, it's big risk, though. That's it. I'm just saying. You could go up and down $3,000, $4,000 daily, which is insane. Oh, where's AMD? And then Apple is low-key a monster, man. Back to 187. Intel to the long term, I don't like their dividend cut thing that they did. And then it's much higher since they did that. So, but if it did come down again, I could consider it. Otherwise, Scott's Miracle-Gro, Pfizer, there's a couple other names, or even Altria. I could get behind all those. And then bonds are catching a bid here which is good for now, but it's still right up at open. So equities have moved 0.5%. NASDAQ moved just over 0.5%. And then bonds are staying chill. Yeah, Outlook, I'm holding until the day. They have 30 days to do the CRL update. I think it's dead, so that's why I'm like, all right, might as well hold for 30 more days. I've taken 90% of the loss at this point, so might as well just wait till that. Otherwise, just sell by the end of the year, because I have share gains that I'm going to need to wipe out. But even then, it's just... That one, you're going to need to be patient. But Folk is the example. So again, the play, we made this play, we're still in it. I think Folk is actually right at break even. But this is the same exact story. They had their FDA. They were doing good. They had their PDUFA. They got pretty much a delay, and the FDA was like, nah, you have to wait, resubmit, do all this stuff. And then 6 months later, they get the reignition or the re-enrollment or whatever it's called. And then they went up, but it's still much lower than where it's at. Go AV partnership with Google. I feel like I heard that yesterday. And just be cautious, though. Some of the partnership news will move stuff. Some of it won't. And that's what we got to watch out for. Banks are dumping. Yeah, good call out. Because remember, XLF, XLP, I think, or XLV. Yeah, they're both. Remember, those are the leaders in the morning. You guys were saying XLF, XLV were holding up good. That is now kind of flipped. They're still in the green, but that is some movement right now. SMG has a lot of premium. They've been losing their COVID bump. I'm in the industry. They flatlined heavy. Really? That's good to know. I like them out of just valuation, dividend, industry, but it's good to know. Yo, my E-Trade just disconnected. Do you guys hear me? Do you hear me? Would you buy Outlook at 20? No. That's it. If they get, all you need is the data. That's the beauty. That's why I like these plays. Again, do I like the loss? No, but it's super easy to like, that's the clarity behind biotechs is like, at least you know what's happening. So nothing's going to happen until they get that approval. And if they don't get it. So what I would buy, I'll tell you what I would buy. I would buy another wet AMD drug. So if there's any other drug that has like a wet AMD thing, you know,
order submitted.
I would probably look to play that if they have any sort of catalyst coming up, because I like that drug. That's what I'm saying. Whoever gets that, they're gonna rake in all the chips. So like I was saying yesterday, I think I underestimated the upside. I knew it was gonna. Technically, I guess I underestimated the downside canceled. Too. But it's like I was saying yesterday, whoever gets that approval for the wet AMD, like that's it. It's just you get all of the money for the next 12 years. So, and it's already a drug that's used. So that's what I would buy. I mean, I would like it if Outlook was able to come back and do that. But at the same time, all we were playing was like, yo, if they got that yesterday, that's it. It would have changed the world in pharma. But that's the one I would look for, is whoever could, again, what is it? Advanced molecular something, aged molecular. I don't, dude. It's fascinating, whatever it is, but that's what I would be on as far as like ones I'd want to buy. Yeah, my NASDAQ says it's up 3%. Age related. Yes. What am I saying? Wet AMD? Yeah. It's an abbreviation for the drug. It's like, what what does it stand for? I butcher it. Macular degeneration. My mom has AMD and would have loved more treatments. So that's I don't know if you listened to the call with Outlook. Dude, my E-Trade won't load up. But the idea was like their efficacy, I believe, was like 89 or 90% efficacy. But it was the problem that they had was the manufacturing. So you've seen, I think there was another one. Was it ASON? I think ASON was another manufacturing problem. Or not ASON, what was it? But that was so it wasn't really their drug, but the FDA had questions on how they were, manufacturing it, making sure the dosages were exactly the same, all of that good stuff. Wet age-related macular degeneration, that's what it is.
Order submitted.
Chips dying, kind of. Microsoft just took a little dive down. Nvidia too. They've been back and forth between like positive
Order
one or down
submitted.
one, or like right underneath that. Outlook does not have enough money to buy the FDA like Pfizer does. Well, they have enough money to get you to the thing. It could recover, but it's not like it's going to be like Folk. That's it. You have to wait. If it's going to, that's why I'm saying I don't think my plan is too crazy now. Like it's a loser. Like there's no, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not even like that deep, but it just Folk took about 5 to 6 months to get reinstated. So if they submit the CRL, it takes 30 days. The company already said they're submitting it. So you're going to get a response in 30 days. But if somebody else gets an approval,
canceled.
we're fucked. But then it's also like, it's just you hold. If they get the approval, you'll get a 50%, 100% pop. You'll get some of your money back. And then you take a tax loss at the end of the year. Otherwise, I'm not like, I wouldn't average down on this play. You just sit. You sit or you walk away now. And then if you really like the idea, I would look at wet age or the wet AMD drugs. I think they're one of them is going to hit fat this year, next year. Whoever gets it gets all the money. Yeah, Raul kind of showed up here. So this was the data around here. We had a little bit of a baby reaction off it. Now you're right back to the open. But we were saying we haven't seen any big move. Disney flushing now. Disney taking some big candles into the low right here. Check financials though. Again, like we were saying, I don't like regionals. Regionals are down 1% now almost, but banks are coming down. Even healthcare now. But healthcare is kind of holding. Even Staples flip. What time is it? 7:30. Today's Warren Buffett's birthday is 93. Wow. Happy birthday, Warren. So you got 64 names green on the NASDAQ 100. 37 are in the red. Dow Jones, 20 names green, 10 names red. And then S&P, 1 and 60 red, 340 green. So they could all flip right here. But, bro, you just straight down. This feels like the other days. Now we're back to August pattern. As I was saying, remember we hit the high, then you just get this fat-ass candle, then it sells off the rest of the day. I was like, I haven't seen that. Did you fill the gap yet? 44.97 will be the gap fill. You're at 45.02. Muted? No, just quiet. Oh, seeing something. Petition for massage music. I like calling it massage music. Really be like that. Apple came down, but they're up 1.2. SPY's about to flush through the low now. but you still got a lot. You still got a lot more. A lot of juice, but you're about to give up the gains. So I don't know why my NASDAQ's tripping out now, but even the Dow Jones gave up 0.4, 0.5. They did that in just like 10 minutes. All right, another low. XLP now, Staples, 4498. You're filling the gap right now. NAOV, that was the biotech runner earlier in the morning. That one's still going. It's up over 100-something% now. Going red. You are about to. SPY is now. Wait for it. Wait for it. Dow went red. CLDX, XLP. Disney's not stopping. So where was it the other day? Yeah, I remember it's at like $82 though. But yeah, it's just doing the death spiral. Bro, 140 on NALV. No data. There was real estate data, but I don't think we reacted. Bonds didn't even move. So if you notice, this is was this yesterday or 2 days ago? I think we had a day like that, but the equities are moving way, way more right now. So it's like in a weird way on this little drop and pop, bonds did absolutely nothing. So we'll see here. I mean, if anything, we got Euro close in an hour, but that was the pattern of the day. So if you look around the whole world, all around the world, markets opened up, and then by the end of the day, they sold off. Same thing, Europe, China. So now we'll see what happens, but then we'll see what happens here with Euro close. PFIE, SPY's going lower now. SPY is now red. Dow is red. I think the NASDAQ is red. Again, my E-Trade is just tweaking out. No, NASDAQ's still up 0.45 on the futures. So if anything, tech is still holding up there. 44.96 now, 44.90. We didn't break this yesterday. Holy shit. So actually, I guess we didn't, after we broke above here, we didn't break down below. So see if we bounce here or not. But if we go lower, we might get trapped into the 44.83 again. So big move. This is not off of news. There's no real action. I think it's just kind of market move given what's happened. So yeah, your NQ is tripping. It's red. What? Oh yeah, now, dude, why is everything doing that? So now my NASDAQ refreshed, and now right after I called that out, dude, it literally, it adjusted. I called it out. I was looking at it. It said 0.4. Now it says 0.15 down. So now everything's red. I was like, dude, this is crazy. Is my IEF straight? It might. I don't know. Let me check. My shit's fucked up right now. I see 0.18, about so. I think it should be higher a little bit. JPM, yeah, banks are getting murked. I mean, even Pfizer at the low. Yeah, banks are dying, dude. Banks just got taken out at the knees. Regionals were already down 1, but financials, XLF quickly went from 0.5% or a quarter down to red. Let me get the NQ up. So NQ is about to go green again. It just went down by 0.15. That was the move. Prepare for the chop. Maybe. Depending on how the bonds move. Excuse me. Oh, it's random walk time. You never know. I mean, it's a good sign we're not breaking below. U.S. crude inventories, a draw of 10 million barrels. What? Bro, estimate was 2.1 million draw. 10.5 million barrel draw on crude oil inventories. Estimate was 2.1. Gasoline, draw of 214,000. Estimate was 1.2. So gasoline inventories did better. Cushing, negative 1.5 versus 3.13 previous. And distillates, 1.23. Estimate was draw of 1 million. So distillates and inventories were good. And then crude oil, just actual inventories were awful. Gas inventories were good. But crude oil was hideous. But oil's going up on that. Again, that was a draw of 10 million barrels. The estimate was 2.1, and then last month was 6.1. So watch oil here, but it's already up. Again, I have not traded an oil headline above 80. So if you haven't noticed, when the oil headlines were here at like 60, 70, I've taken every single one of them. I have not gotten anything for round 2 because now you need to confirm we go above 80 and then bring out all of the inflation demons. Does that mean more supply? It means less supply. It just depends, though. It's very sporadic. And again, if you've been following the situation over the last year or two, there's, again, gasoline inventories, distillates, and just actual crude oil. They're all different. Even when the price of crude would drop, your gas price at the pump was high because of refining, right? And that's why the gasoline inventory has its own thing. This is not expected for summer, right? And then it's like that's why, but the expectation is low. So the expectation was 2.1 million barrels drawn down, but I don't know if that was a summer thing. So that's the weird part about it. BA with the flip. I'd watch banks, though. I was telling you yesterday, last 3 days now, we're talking regional banks, though, but, I think they're weird. They're just, awkward. Everybody has a narrative, if you really think about it. Even staples, consumer staples, value names, retail, they're awful. Everybody has a narrative, but then banks is just don't look at us. We're fine. There's no real narrative behind the banks right now, and that's why, every other day, when they're moving, shaking, and then you got the downgrade stuff, all of that, it's just they have a big effect still. So I'm going to keep my eye there, but I do think XLF, KRE, they have their, it's suspicious. I can't get away from it. The prices subtly just scream, nothing has changed in bank land, but then everybody else is again, they have their own narrative. Day-to-day with expensive gas, student loan returning might be an interesting topic. Well, let's see September. I think September is going to be about how China does, because then it's all kind of boiling up there. But then, it's like October. Around October, we're going to really find out what's up with student loans, and then we'll see one thing at a time. If jobs data, gas data, all of that, however it starts to add up. Yeah, everyone's screaming AI and banks just clapped. And that's part of it. It's because, you see it, even regardless of the environment, the people are willing to buy, and they're willing to buy with premium. They don't want to get left behind. And it's I don't think, I do believe in certain banks. I like JP Morgan. I like a lot of the banks out there. But it's just it's not cutting it, and it's why are they not buying it? It's you have people willing to buy everything else. Again, XLF has recovered a lot better. The major banks, they're better, but it looks like they still have a scar more or less. But then especially the regionals, nothing has changed since March 16th, and that's weird to me. That's but then again, I've learned not to try to time this bitch, so excuse me, but I hope you get the idea. That's why we have to wait. Visa died. I mean, there was good news in the morning, but maybe it was just kind of sell the news. It's still doing great, and it's at near all-time highs. Just got on, smash the like button. Let's go. It's been an exciting hour. It has been. This move was caused by nothing. We had real estate data. Didn't really bring us down. There was a little bit of China stuff in the morning, but not much. There was one more. It was German data, and then our ADP jobs report that helped out a little bit. Or German data, her ADP helped. But so far, just a little bit of the continuing relief from yesterday, and just not anything too crazy. Coinbase is running now, and SMCI. Interesting. Watching NVIDIA. Yeah, because SMCI died first, and now it's doing better than NVIDIA. You turned on some reaction YouTubers to the Oval Office game. Oh, no. Well, God bless you. It'll either be very good or very bad. God willing. Amen, bro. Amen. I need to send it to, I need to make the political round. I feel like this is, honestly, too, like if you commented on the YouTube video, like, you know, you got Uncle Answer's Oval Office Freestyle. It's out on YouTube, right? So if you commented on that, you're definitely on an FBI watch list now. I was already on one because I'm Middle Eastern, but now you definitely on one. I'm just saying. I didn't realize it till you all commented on it, and I was like, oh, shit, we're fucked. Saying, damn it, no. I love that over office freestyle. I do too. So again, I hit it in the gym, bro. If you have not been playing it to start off your workout, I'm just telling you, you're sleeping on Joe Biden. Like, I don't think you understand. They call him Sleepy Joe, but he'll wake your ass up in the gym. That's all I'm saying. I don't know how it worked out like that, but honestly, it's becoming one of my favorite gym songs. Exceedingly quick. Next to Riding for the Lord. They playing for the sucker side. Amen. All right, Apple. Watch SMCI. That one's the NVIDIA on crack. Was it SMCI? Yeah, that's the one who's like crazy, right? So it gave up a lot more, but that one's starting to move a little bit. My top 3 dividend stocks. I think in our portfolio it's like Abivi, JP Morgan, and then Coca-Cola. Those are like the blue chip ones, but I would say I like Abivi, JP Morgan, MO, and then interchange for Abivi, MO, and then whatever you want as the third one, if that makes sense. Abivi, upside, stable, solid, and then just MO, stable, high yield. That's what I'm saying, like IRM. I wouldn't buy IRM now because we're up so much on it, but that's a killer one too. But it just, the way I kind of balance it is like I switch off. Like I love my Abivi, I love my Altria. One's super stable, the other's super stable with like a lot more upside, and then I just interchangeably throw in the middle. DXCM on the high. Yeah, 4.3. Watch any of the other diabetes ones. Who was it? Remember Apple? They got killed earlier off of some Apple news. Country Garden Holdings not to declare interim dividend for 6 months. Country Garden net loss of 48.9 billion won. Profit was 612 million won year over year. You're getting Country Garden, China data. Again, Country Garden is bigger than Evergrande. They're the ones that were freaking you out like 4 weeks ago. So ironically enough, and that's like the 8th ironically today. Today was the Guangzhou or whoever those guys were, and then Country Garden, they're coming back to the headlines again. So Country Garden says, given careful consideration of future liquidity and performance, we'll continue to adjust sales and pre-sale activities to respond to market changes and capture demand. The group will actively resolve their phase liquidity pressure by adopting various debt management measures. Company is facing phase liquidity pressure. Materially, uncertainties exist as to whether the group is able to achieve their plans and measures for cash flow. They said shrinkage of property sector exerted mounting pressure on company's business operation in 2023. So these updates are coming out now. I think they're coming out with earnings or numbers, and then they're saying a restructuring plan and that they might not be able to even complete it. The play, if you suspect them BK in 6 months, sadly short the yuan. Unless you want to go for the other stuff, I would say K-Web, but like be careful. Like in a weird way, here's like the contradicting nature. Like I told you, the tin with China is like really close to getting clapped. So like, especially if they're doing stuff they've never done before, they are very, very close to get clapped. But now it's like, if China gets clapped, I think their market is going to bottom out so fast because it's already been pretty much 3 years of dying. You know, so it's like essentially, yeah, they could be going through 08, 09, but that only means 6 to 9 months of downside, and then it gets crazy from there. So in a weird way, I don't know how to play that, because after we confirm, once China dies and then finally has a plan to recover, it could be good. Wait for capitulation. Yeah, that's why. But it's gonna be it's counter, like it's what's the word, counterintuitive. You know, it's like it's counterintuitive in the sense that you're like, okay, China's bad, but then it's like if China gets really, really bad, it'll be very good sooner. Pretty much, you'll have a little bit more pain left, and then it goes green. Yeah, India too, but India still, I mean, we'll see what they do with some of their cash stuff and if they could figure that out. But for the most part, I do agree. Friday's big data, but also tomorrow's inflation. I think, though, after this week, even after the ADP today, though, Friday is the king. Just because jobs data, like now after the end of this week, we may watch, you know, we could really like hammer down a solid week of every jobs data pointing in the direction Powell wants to see. So that's why I would just say how this week is played. I'd say Friday's the biggest one, but then again, tomorrow morning, PCE, that's no joke. One of the banks I transferred to in China has held my client's payment for 17 days so far. It usually takes 4 days to clear. They aren't giving any reasons to him or my bank either. And that's recently. I'm already freaking out about their the cutting existing mortgages. It's not like changing the currency, but it's like I'm saying, it's that's right now. Yeah, it's just I'm saying we got a week or two maybe, or literally into September. We gotta watch China. But that's it. But I think they're fine. I think they're finally cracking a little bit more. I think Evergrande is BK. I think, didn't they do that a couple days ago? Reuters poll U.S. home prices to flatline in 2023 and 2024 versus 2.8 in fall and then 0 in May. I'm on GWatch. Well, that's another thing. You guys want more China tin? It's not even China tin. This is China history, or I guess China cultural understanding. Do you guys want it? It's a pretty. I dropped this one earlier, I think. Actually, I don't know if I mentioned it on the watch list. Oh, lucky for you. We're only 7 likes away from 1,200. So I would love to provide this for you for the low price of $8.99 likes. That's it. Just 799 likes, 899. We're only looking for a small amount there. So that's great. That's beautiful, actually. So that's it. Wow, thank you. Thank you for the tip. Wow, I appreciate it. You didn't need to tip me that much. Thank you. Thank you for the wow. Thank you. Even more. Wow. I'll take it. So, here is one of the easiest answers to the problem in China right now. Because you may have been wondering why their stimulus isn't working. One, it's what's going on with their economy and how it plays out. But also, two, they only have a limited amount of tools. And what ends up happening is, I don't know if you're aware, but throughout history, all China does is copy us. So like even like reverse repos and all of that, they didn't do that till 2018, 2019 until we started doing it. So most of their plans, they copy us. That's okay. That's fine. That's normal. I mean, we're the one who tested it out. It works great. But why China is unwilling to do one thing that we did. So there's one element that China and Xi Jinping right now, they are not willing to copy us. It's actually funny and wild if you think about it. This is why their stimulus measures are kind of small right now. Yeah, there it is. No, they're fine with printing money. But culturally, they have a very big problem with giving direct payments and giving people money, stimulus checks. They don't do that. And Xi Jinping despises it. He absolutely despises it. You have 2 billion people. Last thing you want to do is pay them not to work. The last thing you could ever, I'm telling you, he hates it. He absolutely hates it. So unfortunately for the Chinese, it's like, yeah, they're like, well, how did the Americans get out of this? They just gave everybody free money. That violates their culture, and they're not willing to do it. So usually it's like they hook up companies, they hook up people. If you're willing to, follow along to the script, they'll give you a loan, they'll give you money, they'll pay for shit. But in this case, it's hard to stimulate now because they do not want to give money in the form of direct payments to anybody. So, fun fact, there it is. I'm still confused. Can you explain one day? I'm new. You ain't new, Chantel. But I love you, Chantel. Covered call is when you own the shares and you agree to sell them at a certain price. So when you buy an option, you pay the premium and you get the option and you get the right to buy it at that price or sell it. In this case, when you do a covered call, it is assuming that you own the stock and then you sell an option instead of buying it. And you sell the option at the premium, the price, and you collect the money, and you agree to sell your stock at a certain price. So I own shares of RXRX. Let's say I have 100. I own 1,000, but let's say I own 100, right? If I went to January, December, and I sold this call, the $15 call, and I sold one of them, I would get paid $35 to agree to sell my shares at $15. So that way someone pays me, and I agree to sell them my shares at a higher price. That's a covered call. Why people do it? Because you could get money to hold your stocks, and it could guarantee that you even get paid a higher price than what you paid for it. Ta-da! It'd be very convenient to do with MPW. Yeah, any play. But here's the thing. You have to wait. Well, what I always say with the covered calls is wait till they move up in value, and you want to sell them when the premiums are juiced. So MPW, RXRX, we want to wait till they get a hype day, go super green, and then I would look for the covered calls. But otherwise, if you're selling covered calls, just make sure you sell them at a higher price than where they're at. They are safe only if you do it at a higher price. So I have a reel on this. I made a little Instagram or YouTube reel, and it was talking about this. Just as long as you sell the covered call, the strike price, just make sure it's above your strike price, and yeah, it's a pretty safe play. That's all. All you could do is lose out on gains. So if you agree to sell it at 15 and the stock goes up to 20, you miss out on the extra $5, but you won't lose money. And then China did mortgage rate cuts early. That was yesterday. Pretty much today they announced it too. But yes, I'm still in MPW. Yes. if your shares aren't exercised, do you keep the shares? Yes. Yeah, if you, let's say you're in the money, I mean, usually it won't happen, but it could. But essentially, if you go and you sell a covered call and then the contract expires and then they don't assign you and take your shares, then yeah, you won. You keep your shares and you keep the whole entire premium. And now that the contract's expired, there is no legal claim to your shares. Can I recognize your name? I got you, Peter. Peter! But give me some good questions. Give me some good questions or good discussion. I'm not in Tesla. I'm in Telsa. So that's it. I went literally what happened, bro, is like I thought it was Tesla, but then I ended up in like, it was the swap meet and it said Telsa and I bought it anyways, but it hits the same. It hits the same. But no, I'm waiting on that one. Question about the watch list. Yesterday we had Jolt drop big, signaling Powell did not increase, but less job openings means we're closer to full employment, which is inflationary. Thanks. Wasn't a question, but I feel you. But the point is, we're not close. We're at full employment. We're way full. So just the idea, like I'm telling you, is like right now, jobs and job openings, they are up above, like it's at least 2 to 3 million above previous highs. So like what I'm saying is like legitimately, I think you could cut half of the available job openings and we just go back to a historically normal amount. You bought I bought TSLA. Or TLSA, Telsa. I actually like it, just a liquid fucking penny stock. But I like what it's related to. But then again, bios have been murdering me. You remember your first ever play? No. I do remember my first earnings play. I will never forget Staples. My life changed that day. It doesn't exist anymore, does it? SPLS used to be the ticker. I'll never even forget the ticker either. I thought I was a genius, bro. I was like 14 years old and I was like, I said, bro, that's it, bro. We going back to school. I was like, back to school season. And now we gonna have backpacks and school supplies. Yeah, I was a genius at 14. I thought that, and it hit. I made $200 off of earnings, and then that's it. There you go. There's Josh being Biden for the day. I get to repeat an old story to you, as if you haven't heard it. But you know, at least I'm not trying to sell you a vote. But that's just a very fond story of mine. You did the same thing for Call of Duty. I feel. I did not get 1,000 glues. Man, that would have been a great trade. Now, NVIDIA. So, believe it or not, I'm pretty sure I'm break even now. That's insane. Yeah. So, we're about to go green on NVIDIA now. That was a nightmare. And then it's still down on AMD and then up on Intel. How long ago is that Staples play? I think like 2008 or 2009, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, NVIDIA, we'll see if that could keep going. Watch SMCI, though. That's the one. And then NVIDIA, it's going to like try to creep up. If it rejects early, it won't come back. But then if it kind of holds up here, it's going to work its way like $1 or $2 until it gets like $497, $500. My first profits were on Sienna and Lucent. Scene and Lucent. I remember Scene. Lucent Technologies. VFS. Do I sell Melly and buy? Is this for the long term? But like I said, man, and if it's long term, I would let some of the runners run. I mean, that's just how you could build it out, and then, you know, just take a look at where everything else is in your portfolio, but you could let it do its thing. Would you sell covered calls lower if it gets more money than you paid? Like, if it was like a guarantee, like if it substantially lowered my cost basis, yeah. But ideally, you're way better off selling above. I mean, if you do that, it really makes the play that much more protected, more or less. I bought Telsa penny stock, yeah. That was a while ago, though. That wasn't today. That was like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. And then Apple's still holding. SIG on the high. Abercrombie. Remember, that was your retail surpriser. The OJ futures, no. I saw you talking about it in the morning. I think it's a great play. Let's see. What's the ticker for it? Coffee, lean cattle. I'm going through the list trying to find it. My sisters and girlfriend love Abercrombie. I like it. I think my girlfriend has a shirt there, and I just like that it's soft. That's it. Abercrombie just got soft clothes. That's it. It just feels nice. That's as far as my experience goes. Can you get the orange juice futures? You can't get it on TD Ameritrade. Ambarella's on the high still. Are they still down like 19%? Still down 16, but they're climbing up here. They've just died and then been running up there. Moody says 3M Combat Arms earplug settlement entails sizable long-term payments and is credit negative. Moody's bad comment towards 3M. On AMBA with NVIDIA, I mean, not after last earnings. So maybe at another time if they could turn it around, but just going off of AMBA's earnings, it's crazy. You have to pay for orange juice futures. Oh, I didn't know that. You could pay to get those ones that aren't accessible. I did not know that. NVIDIA is climbing now, another new high. I think we are now back to green, or break even. My goodness. Oh, where's Intel? Intel, dollar, is it climbing? Kind of, but dollar's still down 0.3, but bonds at the low. So hold on, bulls versus bonds, ladies and gentlemen, because most of this little rally here, I said we didn't move, but then it looks like the bonds are like 10 minutes behind the stocks. But like every other day here, if those bonds keep coming down, I don't know how much higher you're going to go. But we'll see. Anything could happen. Nothing is trapped. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Is it good timing? I think it might be. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night, and I will BRB. Wait, let's see. Nope. All right, go to the other one.
The bond sell-off in
BRB.
Germany on the front end continues after hotter inflation data, both for some of the big regional areas of Germany and for the overall CPI figure. It's not as bad as it had been, this sell-off. At the start of the morning, it was up about 5 basis points for your German 2-year yield. We're now just above 3%. We're definitely trading off yield differentials. I mean, I guess when are we not for this FX market? That continues to be the story, perhaps until we get peak rates. So we're looking at a stronger euro by 0.4%. We cracked 109 again. We're trading over that level. But when do the growth concerns take over here? When do we start to worry that the ECB can't hike because of the dismal data coming out of Europe? European stocks, not a lot of appetite here, down about 0.1%. The biggest drag on this index is Ørsted. It's an energy wind turbine company, seeing a lot of supply issues coming from the U.S. Alex, I think it's such a telling thing when the third most read story on the terminal is about a Danish wind company. I mean, is there nothing going on today, or are we just really interested in that?
That is a really good story, okay? I love that story.
Okay.
I could read about it all day. It's a clean energy story. Point taken. So if you're sort of dealing with the worry of growth, here we're looking at the weirdness of the economic data, and you can kind of see that reflected in the markets, right? You get second quarter GDP read coming in a little softer, but then you had corporate profits softer, but corporate margins better, household spending better, and you can see that reflected, right? You have S&P is up by 0.2%, but it's been a pretty wishy-washy day. Pending home sales, though, coming in pretty strong, and that kind of changed the vibe, I would say, in the market. HP, one of the biggest decliners, PC read-through end market, not great. Now, the 2-year yield is down by 2 basis points. We were down about 5 until we got that pending home sales data. But nonetheless, I think the idea that maybe the U.S. is near its peak, like the data is softening enough that things might be okay, or the data is weird, and therefore the market action is weird. I don't know. Take your pick.
Moves bonds. Final answer. Thank you. The vibe in the market. Totally. Keysight accelerates. First global OTIC summit. We at the peak, but time. That's all. I mean, now it makes sense, though. Like, data is starting to turn. We're 3 months left of the year. So it just, now we're going to see it, and then just, we're going to be talking 2024. That's it, man. There's just 1 more month left. And then it's October, and then you better get ready. My bond versus bulls theory. Did that autocorrect? You pothead. He was trying to type out bonds, and then the computer was like, "You mean bulls?" I got you. He's like, "Why are you saying bonds?" Raul from the top rope, maybe. I mean, it's been a weird day, and like I was saying right before I left, those bonds. So they were already hitting the low, but now look at, they catch the green when we start going down. It's super weird. And then this is like what, right where we opened in the morning, give or take. Are you green? I was a second ago. Then it flipped. But we're going to see. I think if it today could end up good, it's going to try to go to 500 again. But if not, it could easily get near it and then just never hit it again if we start moving down off bad data. So that's the only issue with that play. This candle has a lot of sellers. I think what's the volume at? Like they were saying, I mean, the headlines, as far as headlines go, kind of dry. I mean, all of the European, Asian equities, they started off good and then kind of just chilled out. But we're at 21 million now, and we are near hour 2. Oof. Very, very, very low volume. That's crazy. That means we did 10 million in the first hour, did another 10 million, but it's like for about to be at Euro close, 20 million, very, very low. Micron's going up there now, too, so keep watching the chips. Remember, Apple was up a lot more, still up. Oh, Micron, big pop. Yo, that's not small. Micron, huge, huge. Keep eyes on Micron. I'm checking news on it now. CHSN halted. I see Micron schedules earnings. I'm not seeing anything there. Did something come across here? Now we read that one. So Micron, big pop. T-Row price on the low, though. So hold up here. You got a Micron popper, and then something tied to regionals on the way down. Oh, it's crashing. You think average at 15? Yeah, but that's all related to the regional banks too, though. So again, or just real estate rates, all of that. So I like it. I mean, our price, we were around here when we got it. So if it does start to break down, I'd be down to buy it. But I'm also, it's not the first on my list because they have exposure to all of the drama. So that's kind of the problem there. Again, commercial real estate, loans, mortgages, bond rates, that's all, anything tied to that is going to be in a world of volatility, more or less. Spotify on the high, NVIDIA. Yeah, what's going on with that whole Micron thing? I don't see any Micron news. I'm still looking, but watch out. It seems like all the other chips are waking up, but Micron, that was like 0.5%. AI's pop in. Let's see. What's the day? The 30th? Yeah, I don't see anything. Any more Country Garden data headline things there? Amazon's break even, 0.02. And then NASDAQ back to 0.4, SPY 0.27, and then Dow at 0.07. I hope it's right, though. NQ. Yeah, about 0.35, 0.4 on the NASDAQ. So it's good for NVIDIA. I mean, this is good now. The question is 500 or not. So you're back up to the earnings high. 501, it tripped out. You have $3 more. It's either going to go crazy there or not. I mean, SPY's still holding after that little bounce. Remember, we had a lot of stair steppers yesterday. It was like sell off, hit a high, sell off. Very, very slow. And yesterday was even much more active than today. ELF is on the high, 137. That one's killing it. We're at 45.09. 10 years still near the bottom. Hasn't hit a low in 5 minutes. White House, U.S. concerned that North Korea and Russia arms talks are advancing. Putin and Kim Jong have exchanged letters. High-level discussions may continue in the coming months. What the fuck? Yo, that's crazy. White House is saying North Korea and Russia. Bro, they're sending letters to each other. Hey, Vladimir. It's the 17th time I've warned the world and the countries, and no one responded except you. It means a lot that you reached out to me, and I want you to know that what they're doing will not get away with it. And the dominance by the United States and the Western worlds and how they're treating us is wrong and unfair, and we have a duty to our people to not give them food. So just wanted to say thanks for reaching out. Maybe if you ever want to come on, see the China-Korea train, I'd love to show you everything. But for the most part, I just think it's good that we start talking now. And it just means a lot. And I hope to hear from you soon. If you got any more of that oil, you know where to sell it. Signed, Kim Jong-un, your uno, XOXO. Got it. Sorry. That just went through my head. I couldn't stop. I would try to stop it like 10 seconds in, but it wouldn't stop. I was having too much fun with it. Because this is what I think is happening. HLVX. Oh, a liquid is shit, but popping. It's at 1430. It's not loading. And then Onto Innovation. What is that? Did RXRX? Are they still climbing? They were up earlier. Is my NVIDIA not loading, or is it just stuck in a permanent green shoot candle? So SPY, if SPY and bonds can match up from here and move, that'll be good. But I'm still kind of watching this. I think bonds are a little weird today. Bondlandia, range bound, till data. Maybe, but I'm just like, I'm weirded out. It looks like they look kind of the same, but it just looked like bonds are delayed. So like this little drop messed me up because bonds were looking good, but then as we were just dumping here, the bonds were not reacting at all. So we'll see. Your Uno has me down. I'm glad you got that. I don't know if that went over everybody's head. I thought it was a stupid, smart joke, but then I didn't know if it would hit. I had to take a risk at the moment. NVIDIA has flexed 10 plus or minus dollars every day for 3 months. Dude, it moves a lot. So I'm just like, it's crazy because I was like, damn, those losses compounded hella quick on me. And I was like, okay, that's NVIDIA, that's dollars. But then even then, the fact that it's already green again, I'm like, what the hell? So if you are if you are in the speculative scalp season, I mean, you might, like NVIDIA, if you're looking for that 10, I would even argue it's like $20 a day. I think it's there if you want, but it's absolutely just gut-wrenching. Even on 25 shares, 50 shares, it still moves a shit ton. Am I keeping Outlook? Yeah, for technical reasons, if that makes sense. So, like, again, even though, like, I'm really disappointed in it. Again, just some of those clappers lately, it's very disappointing. But I still have some gains that are realized, so I'm using it as a technical tax loss, or again, even if you wanted to wait for a recovery catalyst, it'll be 30 days. So plays over though. Biotech, no approval, but I do like wet AMD. Again, any of the wet AMD drugs, I'm still into it. Do you think seasonality is relevant? Yes, it is, but seasonally speaking, we are at a very, very weird point. So, yeah, I don't know. I have unrealized losses and realized gains, but that's why I'm going to use that to balance it out. Petition to get Josh back on caffeine. I'm down, bro. I'll get high as hell. I could use a little euphoria. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, see, at this point, I don't even think it wouldn't do anything. It would just be for my mood. But, like, low-key, I'm in a good mood, honestly. Like, Outlook is awful. I hate it, but I love it because I understand it. Like, I'm telling you, I sit way better with a, $7,000, $8,000 loss on a biotech than, like, a random headline off of a source that's not true. You know what I'm saying? So that's fine. But other than that, the caffeine is just going to get me lit, dog. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I've been doing great. Well, thank you. Thank you. Is that why you hit? No. I was hitting the block button when I was on caffeine. I've actually banned 99% less people not on caffeine. That's all I'm saying. The prior 3 weeks, I was banning the shit out of y'all. Oh, yeah, I didn't have time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? But then the caffeine, I mean, it's a lot easier to slow down, read a comment, amor fati, Epictetus. Like, seriously, that's it. It's just so much easier to be like, read it. Okay. And then go from there. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it was good. It was good. Stay safe. Stay safe. This is my third week of no caffeine. I still think your body was going through sugar shock versus caffeine. I don't know what it was, but I realized a little bit more because I saw it in my house and I like freaked out a little bit. It's because that day that I threw up, and the day I wasn't feeling good, my throw up just tasted like carbo. So it tasted good. It wasn't a bad throw up taste, which was surprising. But then I think that's what started to make me a little hesitant from carbonated beverages and caffeine. And then once I got over it, I was good to go. If you really want wet AMD, my wife's been in retina for 16. Regeneron's new high-dose Ilia will be the winner once it gets approved. So if Regen, damn. If she knows any like smaller companies, because do you want to know my theory? If Outlook got bought out, it would have gotten bought in, or if Outlook got the approval, they would have gotten bought out by Regen. That was my theory. So if you're telling me Regen is going to be the one owning it, unfortunate. Regen just has so much premium. There's way more upside in the other ones, but if she knows any other one that has any potential, I would love that info. But even then, it's good to know about Regen too. Did you drink the caffeine? Did you eat it? Did you swallow it? How do you consume the caffeine? That's a big difference. I yield back. Thank you. SEC would like to know your location. Nah, and with biotechs, no. I mean, again, like you see it. It's the blessing and the curse of biotechs is that it's easy and that there's usually less fuckery, but there is the fuckery of biotechs in terms of how they dump on you and how the stock moves. But as far as like data, nobody knows what's going to get approved. That's all in the FDA's hands. And if you don't know, like the whole PDUFA, do you guys realize like a PDUFA is just an agreement with companies and the government to give a response to approvals in a timely manner, and then the companies just pay a shit ton of money? That's what a PDUFA, that's literally what the Prescription Drug User Free Act, user fees, that's how it operates. So it's like, in general, oh, I forgot what I was saying with it. But they're simple. Like at least we know what it is causing it, but I got distracted. Please hold. Good morning. What was that? Oh, it was that. That was Empire State. I read it wrong. Yeah, they're less headaches in the sense that you know what's going to happen. So it's like there's a scheduled date. There's going to be certain dates. The FDA has to respond by certain amounts. But then it's like everybody debates what's going to happen. You could share info. You could see public data. But it's all in the hands of the FDA. That's it. It does not matter. Nothing else matters. So like looking at Outlook right now, looking at any other biotech play, if it all boils down to an approval, it's like there's no, unless you know the FDA approved it, it's very hard. Everything is pure speculation. Yes, the PDUFA is what funds the FDA. And pretty much the FDA makes an agreement and they're saying, hey, if you give us this amount of fees every year, we will make sure that you'll be good. Oh, what was this? So pretty much the FDA says, if you guys pay us this much, we will guarantee that we will give you an approval in a timely manner. We'll approve this many drugs a year. We'll approve this many by this time, and we'll make sure that you will get a timely response. That's the whole nature of the user-free, any of the user-free acts or any of the user fees that the FDA charges. Lucentis or Ilia are $2,000 per injection. Yeah, but that's what they were saying about Outlook. Outlook is really cheap, but if they approved it, Outlook could have taken a big point of the market. But then it's like there's not really that many. It's not really good if like half of the patients are using off-label, it kind of gets a little shaky. That's what they were talking about. So we'll see, but as of now, they're fucked. I mean, that's it. If they get their approval, really, Outlook, you just got to make sure nobody else gets wet AMD approval. So as long as nobody gets approval, it still kind of has a shot, but it's 90% dead. Otherwise, though, it's whoever gets this approval is going to be the winner. If it got approved, like I said, I think it would have got bought out by Regen. If they got bought out, I would easily $10, or the approval. But then again, it didn't happen. So thankfully, it's the beauty is that I'm glad it rests the case very easy, and now we could easily just go to the next event. It's dead. I just think you have 30 days. They're going to submit the thing, and then honestly, the FDA will probably respond in 3 months. So it's 30 to 150 days, 160 days or something. But 30 days, you'll get the next update. But for the most part, if they do dump, reverse split, it's dead. It's over. So they just hold until then, and if it gets even worse and they do an action like that, then we'll take the tax loss. But you still got the CLR response. But for the most part, this is just going to sit there as a tax loss till the end of the year. So the side effects outweigh the approval. In this case, the data for their drug was good. I think it was like 80 or 90% effectiveness, which was great. But the FDA had problems with manufacturing. So it's just how they made it and got to it. Again, they want to see how you make your facility, how you package the vials, all of that stuff. That's where they're shade. It makes sense. They probably had enough money to make the drug, and they didn't spend that money on production and making sure everything was, good to go. And then the FDA brought up new questions as well that they weren't asked previously. No, that wasn't with efficacy. The problem was that's where it's like it's good and bad, but unfortunately, it still doesn't matter because, like I'm saying, when it comes to wet AMD, there's a shot clock. Whoever gets it first is going to become a billionaire. I wouldn't say a billionaire, but they're going to walk away with a lot of money. I guess Outlook would have been $1 billion company if they got it. But it's like whoever gets it is going to win. So unfortunately, even if their drug is good and it only relies on manufacturing, if somebody gets the approval ahead of them, it's over, Habibi. Oh, shit. 7 minutes till Euro close. Yeah, it is kind of quiet, but maybe we move a lot afterwards. Again, the chip makers, they had their little open up goods, sell off, and then climb towards the highs. Some are better than others. WTI pairs gains, trading near 81. Yeah, it flipped, even after all that oil data. Yeah, it doesn't cure it. It just slows it down. It's kind of like, what's it called? It's like Humira. It's just creating a cheaper alternative that is similar to it. And then if the drug is already used a lot by a lot of patients, you already kind of know its size and scope. So that's why it's like, wow, they could instantly monetize it. Like if you remember BioMarin, that was another. Remember, they got drug approval and then it never went up. It actually dropped and then it started to move. We got a nice gain on it, but their drug, like they got the approval and everything, but they did not. I don't even think they've gotten any sales yet on it. Believe it or not. So some drugs, depending on if it's already active with patients or not, it could get picked up and monetized a lot quicker. Snap is at 10. Where's Meta? They were down earlier. They're still down. Meta's down 1%. Jabil again? Dude, this thing 3 days in a row. So even though the market's been going 3 days in a row, Jabil has been hitting it too. I go back to commuting the school grind next week. Miss having the stream on. It's okay. You got speakers, bro. How long is the commute? But either way, bro, that's good. It's good. Get back into the routine, the grind. I miss school, bro. I think I need to go to law school still. That's it. Make my mom's happy, but I think school. If you guys are still in school, I'm jealous, man. School is beautiful. I'm just telling you. I know it's like stupid at times, but oh man, you better enjoy it. Especially too, if some of you guys are even at the advanced stages. Some of you guys are working on master's degrees, doctrines, all of that. So hopefully you keep pursuing that with the same effort that you started. But even in general, appreciate the opportunity. School's indoctrination camp. Are you ready? This is a hot take. It's going to blow your mind. But the stock market is also an indoctrination camp. Hate to break it to you. So, point is, it's all about how you use it. School, education, finances, money markets. It's like straight up, it's how you use it. So, it's like if you go in there and if you listen to everything and you take it as it is, it's like I'm sure you might lose your creativity and your individuality and a lot of things. But it's like if you go in there and take something out of it and use the resources and tools, I mean, it could be a very, very good tool. What do you think China will need to do in order to save their economy? Build a fake one. That's it. I know they got land for it somewhere, but like that's all they got to do. Just build a couple more fake cities. That's it. Make a fake like data center, AI thing. Copy a bunch of just fake buildings. Build them up. Get some GDP out there. Make let the currency go to America too. So then they'll start buying American real estate instead, and then they'll feel better. But that's the only thing I could think of. No, you don't need to fake the economic data. You just have to do non-economic producing. Like, you see what I'm saying? You just got to make a bunch of motion that looks like you're just fake it, essentially. So that's why it's like if they go and build a city that no one's going to live in, it creates output. It uses metal. It uses labor. It uses there's at least action being created. But then it's at least real. But it's not real, if you get what I'm saying. That's what they did before. But yeah, that's why I'm like, I would do it again. I would do it again. But then again, it just doesn't help that all of those properties that they built are properties. And then now they have a real estate problem. China needs to sell some of their gold. Maybe. I mean, I have a fun fact tin. It relates to yesterday, but I just don't want to talk about the BRICS. So I don't know how many we got. 50. We got 50 likes out here. We're close to 1,500. It's a little bit more than 50. I'm just being cheap with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being cheap with y'all. Yeah, Euro close is closing right now as we are speaking. So right on the dot. You got your Euro close, and I got some potential for you. Oh, wait, hold on. I might have forgot it. Oh, no, it's related to gold. And Japan nuclear waste dump. Yeah, we talked about that the other day because China's pissed on it. China is pissed. My stream isn't loading. Record it. Brick talk, Uncle answers. So you want me to tell you one of the one of the lines in Uncle Answer's freestyle, or the Oval Office freestyle, there was a line in there that I hope everybody got. Because, you know, in the original song, Lil Baby said, like, I took off on your block, right? Like, he's saying, like, he was on your block, right? And then in the Oval Office freestyle, Biden says, sanction on your block took off, right? That's what Biden said the same thing, but he said a sanction on your block, but instead of spelling block, B-L-O-C-K, is B-L-O-C. That's a little macro joke for some of y'all. But I'm pumped. Thank you. But yeah, give me 30 more. 30 more likes. I got you. I never noticed. Yeah, it's funny. A little play on words. Very somber euro. We'll give it a second, but low key, it is kind of calm. At least the bonds are moving. All right, you guys are 15 likes short, but I'll just give it to you. This is related to the topic yesterday. Please, I do not want to talk about it again. But it's related to the BRICS. And here is your fun fact. I don't know if it's true, but it sounds about right. You tell me. But America owns more gold than China, Russia, and all of the BRICS combined. So, I don't know. So, even with the whole talk we had yesterday, so it's like, even if you're like, they need to sell more gold, it's just like, I'm pretty sure they might. Like I said, I've heard people say this, but I don't know if it's like 100% true, but I do know we do own at least more than one of them. Or I don't know about all of them, but I think you could take like at least half of the members and combine them and we have more gold. I don't know about all of them because the caveat is that that's if you believe China's gold numbers. So I'm not sure about that. No, I'm not. I'm not sure about that, but I'd like I'm saying to throw that into the conversation with the tin. But yeah, China's gold has not been audited, and then again, our gold, we have a substantial amount, but I don't know if it's all of them. But that's a line of logic people have been saying. So fun, questionable fact. Could we call LT? We could ask him, but like that's the thing. LT, I think it's because he's been around me enough. But like you see how he sounds, you know, he'll get super bearish. He'll tell you every time, sell everything. Why are you owning anything? You know, like he's like save your money, all that. But like, I feel like LT, thankfully, he never watched a Peter Schiff ad. You know what I'm saying? Like LT is not really like a gold bug. As bearish as he gets with the economy, about the media, about all, you know what I'm saying? Like he is a very distrusting person of establishments, but he never resulted to gold, believe it or not. That's why it's always fascinating when you actually look at LT, because that's one thing where like you would really think he owned a fucking bucket of gold, but he really doesn't. And that's why I'm like, very interesting. Sunrun, wasn't there news on that this morning? And then Tesla only down 0.5%, and then SPY's working its way up. Again, it's been 5 minutes since Euro close. NASDAQ still 0.4, Dow 0.13, which is weird because it was the leader in the morning, and now it's the lagger, even behind the Russell. And then SPY is up by 0.32. What's the thing? Honestly, can we do something? I have an idea. I don't know if we do it today, Maybe, but I already have a Friday plan. Maybe we could mix it in on Friday. But we should have a... I'm already laughing. We should have a Chad debate team. I don't know. I don't know if any of you were ever on the debate team. I wasn't. But I think we should... I think we should have a debate team. I think, well, here's what I mean by it. I will put you guys on Zoom. We'll have 1v1s or 2v2s. We will have a topic that will be voted on through a Chad flash poll. Right? You see what I'm doing there? And then I will be the judge. Maybe I'll have a backup judge. Maybe we get Mosby. Maybe Jesus. Anybody out there. But the idea would just be, I will give you maybe I could organize topics. If honestly, if voting will be too sporadic, I could have organized topics. We'll get 1v1s, 2v2s. I'll give you, and then that's it. You'll have 30 seconds or as much time to defend your point, have a rebuttal, and then we will crown the winner. So then we could debate everything. But you have to be respectful, though. That's the whole idea. I don't say this. I say this as somebody who appreciates drama and beef, but I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, it could be fun at sometimes, but it's like I want it to be a respectful way where you guys could get your opinions, have arguments, but in the sense where it's here to defend. Honestly, here's the thing, too, though. I don't know if you guys know how debate team works, because ideally, I would give you a topic and I would assign you guys to for or against, if that makes sense. So it's not about having your personal opinion. It's about taking a topic and then defending it, debating it. So, yes, it should not be personal. Baba Pop coin. Bro, Sunrun is going crazy there. And then even the SPY, but NVIDIA's lagging a little bit. Rite Aid, it's climbing. It's holding. The covered calls haven't moved yet. So it's kind of, this is all within the regional. Baidu among the first firms to win approval for China AI model. Whoa, hold on. You might get something there. Oh, it's already so high. Top tick, Josh, at 3%. Oh, they filled me awful. Fuck you, TD. No, they got me at 60. Okay, now I'm up on it. It should have filled me at 30. That's huge news, though. Again, it could still fail. I mean, you should have a little bit of hesitancy from the fact that there's no volume and no news today. So maybe things flip. But I love Baidu, and now Baidu is getting approval from the Chinese government for AI. I love it. But we're in high. We might have to buy again. It's going up there. Now it's down. Remember, we already flipped Baidu a couple of times. They may give out the green light as soon as this week. That's big, though. That's actually a big deal. So there's other companies involved. That's where it's going to be again, there could be Baba and the rest of them, even Pinduoduo, JD. But again, Baidu does the most in terms of like AI. That was the original one. It's high, though. It just popped up 3%. So I think my top tick is high, but I'm hoping it gets follow through. But we might be at mercy of the day. But then again, I mean, China approval news might be very good for it. Let's see. Let's slap some AI barbecue. They already had the AI barbecue sauce. That's the thing. They've already they've had it last time since the beginning. We've talked about AI and Baidu for a while. That's why I kept flipping it. So we've hit great on Baidu this year, actually, believe it or not, even from the earnings, even literally we bottom ticked it and flipped it out. But it's just like they've been the leader of China AI. If anything, again, Baba started to say it too, but like they were actually pretty legit. And PayPal, nice 4-day one. Well, 125 is what the alerts? Oh, no, I did 147 or 146. Why did I say 120? Oh, 145.60. Oh, so I thought it filled me pretty good. I was in 145.60. I thought they hit me at 146.60. Let's see, run. I think the options are saying they're up. Shares, I just flipped. I just had $2 a share on that. If it could keep going. I thought it was just hood. No, honestly, my fill wasn't bad. I thought I got in at 146.60, but I was 145.60. Still kind of high, but I thought at least we're in the first candle range now, which is at least a lot better. But then again, like I'm saying, on the day, I like it, but it just gapped up 3%, so there is the top tick potential. Novo Nordisk, no big impact on financials from Medicare list. They buy the A100s. Well, that was the news this morning, is that China is going to try to make their own chips, even if they can't get it. So now they're giving approval to Baidu and then a couple of other companies. AI, where's coin? I'm not in Fubo, no. Yeah, they're not. SPY's still going up. Apple climbing. Again, China plays are still kind of holding. Baidu is literally back to right where I bought it. So literally, this is my break even on this. Now I'm down like 10 cents. But watch the China plays if those keep moving. K-Web had a nice pop. Tesla is now in the green. Microsoft was already there. Zebra on the high. Nordstrom's. Intel now moving up to, and there you go. Actually, Intel kind of doing a little bit better considering. AMD. NVIDIA 495. Baidu should make it to 150. 150 is a breakout spot, so because if it goes to 150, it's going to go higher than that, but it might just stop at 150. It's only $5 more. So we just hit it. You hit 148.50 right there. So give it some time. Again, Intel's climbing. NVIDIA, where are you at? Right here. So now I'm negative on Baidu by $50. And then 45.16, we actually came above the level. You're right below the high. Isn't this what we did yesterday? We go, we hit a high, then we sold off, danced around for what? Yeah, 834. It's the same exact thing, but we're a little lower. Yesterday by 834, we did the same, hit the high, sell off, do the little dance, but then it was like we didn't start going up till much later, or we would have been ripping by now. NVIDIA 4600 maybe, but at the same time it's a lot lower volume, but these low volume days we have done good. So Tesla's green now. Qualcomm, that makes me want to see the GSAT. Remember, they had their news. Baidu's still kind of coming down. Nike's on the high. I'm going to keep Baidu here. Late today. Good morning, baby. No worries. Perfect time. North Korea launch was 2 short-range missiles from Sunan area, South Korea military. FTSE rises 0.1, leads advance. No way. So they went negative, I think, at one point, right? Because, again, Spain and German inflation was not good. When would bonds go back to the inverse of equities? Oh, who knows? Probably by the time Powell goes back to just being Powell and not this weird dovish demon that they replaced him with in 2023. You know what I'm saying? Once Powell gets back to the same Powell we saw for the other 5 years, again, or if policy normalizes is the easier way to put it. I'm going to use that on average if on Baidu I feel. Intel's the only good one. I'm waiting. AMD is about to go. I mean, NVIDIA, we could even take now, but Baidu, if Baidu comes, I will average on that one, though. But we'll give it some time because we're going to have to face the headlines. But, I mean, maybe we get lucky on this one today. But I love my Baidu. When's Intel's ex-Divi, though? So don't forget about that. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm not going to... Let me do it on the other one. It's going to mess up. I don't want it to be slow. Intel... August... Damn it, we missed it. Never mind. Yeah, so honestly, you could get out of that one. Form factors on the high. So it's still kind of coming down here. Bonds are moving down again, though. So like I said, it was looking chill here when we made the move. Bonds were working together. But now bonds are just now coming down. And it's... What day was that? We had a day like this. Kind of reminds me of... What was that? Thursday? What did we do last Thursday? Yeah, so Thursday was a straight sell-off with that. Or no, it was this Thursday. Yeah. So I don't like it, but the equities are doing much better. We are coming off of data that has supported it more so than not. Court granted insolence request for temporary restraining order and EOF flow lawsuit. PODD. Insula. These are, damn, they're up 8% off that. Power is flashing on and off now. No, I hope you're good, man. Hope you're good. Be safe out there. I'm surprised, though. A lot of you guys are still trading in this hurricane. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. Again, my hurricane wasn't that bad. But, you know, I feel, man. I feel. But no, I don't. Because I'm like, how are y'all doing that? Nothing can stop the Chad. Stream coded. Hurricane ain't gonna stop to pump it up. Yeah, man, be safe. Be safe. All right, Bidunius. Yeah, Pinduo Duo is going up now. Watch for round 2 of China if they start to move. I think they're all doing it now. And then Roku's on the high. Tesla still. SPY down. AMD's running now. Oh, my goodness. We're finally getting close there. But even as the market goes down, the push and pull is real. I mean, you have everything kind of in its own little world. We're only 20 minutes off a Euro close. So keep that in mind. This low was Euro close. We bounced up above the level now, 45.13. Just like yesterday. I mean, we want to see if we hold it or not. But already today, you broke below it. Fed ramps up demands for corrective actions by regional banks. Did they do that voting approval? Yeah, regionals are getting a candle. So the Fed is ramping something out. Something just came out. U.S. regulators are quietly demanding that regional lenders shore up liquidity planning, part of a ramp-up in efforts to tighten supervision in the wake of 3 bank failures earlier this year.
Order submitted.
Interesting. So watch KRE, a couple things getting a candle. Like I said just a minute ago, they're kind of in their own world. AMC's on the high. And then Roku, and then some of the chips were pushing up, some pushing lower.
Order canceled.
Tesla 2. Again, watch the regionals right there. Regional banks find themselves in no man's land. Interesting. So see if those sell. Big is on the low. They were killing it yesterday. That's already sold off 7. Form factor again. That's up 5. Our big banks dropping. They're already down actually. So even without all this, the drop, the pop, the financials never went back up. I mean, we were talking regionals, so there you go. Yeah, Baidu News stalled. I mean, good price. We could have top ticked it even worse, but like I said, today's a slow day. Even though we're dealing with everything, there's no news, no nothing. I mean, whatever going to follow through, you're at the mercy of the markets, unfortunately. But that one, you'll probably hear more about it, which is good. But Baidu is kind of high. I mean, we've made money. Usually we've been selling out around here and then buying a little lower. So that's the only thing I don't like about it. But if they could turn it up, even their earnings were good. Yeah, we said burn one day, so it's there. Maybe, but like every time I said that, I've been wrong, and then it goes crazy. You want to see my long term? I could log into it, but I think if you go on the channel, there's a picture, but the latest update, all I did was average down. I think that's from the last picture I have on the internet that's public. I think all I did was add a little bit more Disney, and then I averaged down on MO. Going down. Things are kind of curling, though, so we'll see. So here's the big account. It's actually at break even right now, 0.69. Again, not including dividends or anything else. Latest additions. So August 24th, we bought MO. Everything else is a dividend. And then I think it was like July 7th was Disney. Again, everything else is dividend. And then June 20th was Disney as well. And then that's it. And then the small account is up 6% without any of the dividends. And then same thing. I think same exact purchase history. Yeah, we got 5 MO instead. Wait, what? 6? Why did they do this separately? Oh, that's just 2 orders. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Yeah. And then we still got money in bill. You should have like 1 deposit less than 1 deposit in bill. So we have little cash, very little cash, and then a deposit in a couple days. DraftKings on the high. And then AMD's going now too. I bought Walgreens for sister's account. So I was trying to let you guys know how, what's it called? Because like that was the day everybody was asking me, like, should I buy? And I said I wanted cash. But then I ended up going with Altria. But I was just saying, if you have like more than 50% cash, like I would use it differently. So like, you know, me, I'm sitting on 1 deposit now. Maybe we'll get another one, or we will get another one. Not maybe, but it's like that'll be 2 deposits. But that's not a lot of cash for what we're holding. But Colt's sister, remember, wasn't able to do a lot of stuff. But that's why it's like, you know, holding that cash, I think here. So like Colt's sister still has, what, $500 in bill. And that's over 10% of the account now. And then they get another deposit, it'll be more than that. So that's why. This one had cash. We bought with it with Walgreens. And then I bought Altria with it as well too, I think. Yeah, I got our Altria as well. Altria and Walgreens have been good. Want low Walgreens. It could go low. It could. It just depends on earnings. And again, if interest rates keep going up, you know, it has its own little natural competition, you know, as a dividend stock. But I mean, eventually it'll chill out. But I think it's still like a $20 billion company or something. I'll have to double check. Was there ever any trades? No. The long-term accounts, I mean, there's no trading. No trading, you're going to be good. Again, long term, that's it. Even now, so far, I'm very bothered by it. I got worked on a short. I worked my way back with shares, but now like I haven't realized the losses, but now after Rite Aid and then a 10K loss on a biotech, I'm giving up all my share gains now too. So shares trading, it's a game of up and down. I love it. I mean, I'm down with it. That's why I only trade with the specific amount, but long term is only going to go up. Like the chart on the long term is always going to just be beautiful. And no matter what, even if it sits there, if it calms down, good, bad, you're always going to win with that. So that's why I'm saying it's, you got two different things you're watching, but always long term first. Well, that's recurring deposits. It's like a 10% gain. Again, I think there's a small gain nominally, and then she got small dividends, but that's a brand new account. But she started it off at the highs, got really excited when it was high, but then as it started to come down, and then I lost access to it. My sister wasn't down with it as much. She got she got in the hype, got out of the hype, but the good thing she did was she forgot about the account and kept it on auto deposit. And then anything she was holding was already there. And then some of the stuff that was down ended up turning up 100%, 20, 30, 40%. A couple of them came back to break even. Some are still down, but then it came right back up there. So the gain isn't as large, but it's just the long-term plan is working. I think it generously outpaced inflation in those 2 years. Thank God she forgot. Yeah, it's good that she didn't close it or anything else, but either way, I mean, she was kind of happy when she saw it, but then she wasn't like, she didn't even care. But she was like, oh, that's good. Yeah, Rite Aid's up. I like today on Rite Aid because you'll notice the covered call's not moving. So that's exactly what I was telling you the other day is what we needed. We needed the day where it came back up and then it killed the covered calls. So now the covered calls are not moving up as much, and then we're getting some of the share gains, but just still give it some time here. That one's going to be another one. This one's different, though. Like this one, I didn't like this one as much because there's so much uncertainty. But comparing it to like an outlook, you already, we already have that one in the bag. You know what there is. CoreWeave is said to seek stake sale at $8 billion valuation. CoreWeave. Where are they? Are they public? Where is CoreWeave? No ticker, cloud GPU provider. Maybe watch ANET or any of the sympathies. Anybody in the cloud stuff? Because that's a big amount for a stake at $8 billion. Tesla, NVIDIA. What's the other one? Snowflake. That one's coming back up. Is the market going to be sideways all day? Maybe. It all depends, but we don't have anything scheduled. I mean, every other market in the world was green and then faded by the end of the day. We kind of started off green, we're slow, and now we're kind of melting. But, I mean, bonds versus bulls, baby. But that's what I'm watching there. I think once that starts moving, we'll get something. But if the bonds kind of stay in this, I think the market doesn't have to move much. But at the same time, the market is outpacing the bonds. The Google news in El Salvador? No. CL, is it climbing back up? They sold off earlier. I have DraftKings up here. That thing was running low-key all day. Uber on the high. And then SPY wants to try to break out here. We did not go below the 45.13, or you did for a little bit, then quickly ate it up. So if we get past here, 5 more points to the next test, 45.21, and then it's like 45.25, then 45.30 something, 438. Baidu might be waking up here. As long as no China sell-off, that's it. Josh, I finally got the law term. Congratulations, my brother. That's a very, very big day. In 2023, any market move better? I could check. So the Nikkei 0.12, Hang Seng break even, SSE 0.04 break even, ASX all ordinaries 1.2, Korea 0.3, Australia 0.08, the Kospi break even. Let's see, the TSX 0.37, Brazil down 0.12. Ex-Citadel Traders hedge fund slumps 25% this year. Brazil down 0.12, Mexico up 0.5%. I think Mexico is still open. Europe, FTSE 100, what the fuck? It says 1.72, so they faded and ended up holding. Then Euro Stocks 50 down 0.25. Germany DAX down 25.25. France down 0.12. And then SMI Euro Continuous down 0.08. So, and then all yields down except for Germany and Japan. So yeah, that's the it was a mixed bag. I think the FTSE surprised, but otherwise the Stocks 50 was break even. But like I was telling you all morning, everything was like it was a gap up in green, but mostly everything around the world closed borderline break even or just barely moving. Okay. And is weak again. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. I don't know if the market will go down. The bonds are now dropping, though. That's not good. But we'll see. Still up for now, and I just went over all of the other countries to give you an idea. But BRB.
Everyone in that market said second half of 2023, the PC market will improve. It hasn't acted that way. This is a two-day chart to illustrate the point on HP, but this is a pretty...
You have a Toyota to build over 10 million vehicles for the first time this year from the Nikkei.
That they saw stabilization and bottoming out in the PC market and reasons for consumers to carry on buying. Confusing.
It is. Therefore, we've got the perfect voice to try and navigate the confusion. Bloomberg's Brody Ford, who, of course, been all eyes on HP. And interesting, on the day that we also get HP that seemed a little bit more optimistic about business spending. But is this all about more the corporate than the consumer when it comes to HP?
So it's been this PC apocalypse for a year now. You know, it's been a long time of companies saying it's bottoming out, people are going to start buying computers again, and it just keeps getting pushed back. And you have this question about, is it consumer, is it enterprise? For a while, I think people have assumed, okay, consumers aren't buying computers as much. That's okay, but businesses still will. But what was really concerning in last night's report was that enterprise was continuing to get a little weaker. And the reasons for that is the kind of macro fears that every business feels, right? Do we really want to spend some money right now? But also because of layoffs, right? You hire somebody new, you buy them a laptop pretty often. So you're less hiring people, you're less buying laptops.
You know, I think, Brody, the thing about this story is that HP basically said, like, the PC demand picture is improving. It's just not improving as much or as quickly as we thought it was going to.
Correct.
Or that they said they was going to. Then there's the print business, which we never really talk about. That actually was a big disappointment, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the print business was hurt because I think especially because of the weaker yen, some of the Japanese makers of printers were able to price better. And that's a big part of this story across computer and printer, is that every single manufacturer is having this problem right now. Most of them are sitting on a bunch of inventory that it's, you know, getting older every single day. And so prices are really coming down. So, I mean, if you are looking to get a new laptop right now, going into the holiday season, the general thought is they are going to be dumping a lot of material, a lot of inventory for lower prices. And
thank you. And then bonds, they hit that low as I went to the bathroom, or right near the low. SPY's still holding up here. NVIDIA with the candle. Again, all the other chips, SMCI, Micron, AMD, they're just taking turns. Intel. And then again, you got that Toyota news there. They're planning to accelerate manufacturing, average of 900,000 vehicles a month between August and December. And then North Korea's ballistic missile launch following a space rocket is a grave provocative act, says South Korea. Intel's going again. I heard the same about cars, big dump on inventory. Some need to ramp up, but it's low-key. Like, the car market is tweaking out like real estate. It's the fucking SVB, excuse me. But, like, dude, it's so ridiculous that, like, there was such a dramatic behavioral change since SVB because of the interest rates. But, like, real estate picked up, cars got really, really hot, but now cars are, like, still kind of hot, but then they're, like, it's low-key been, like, the engine sputtering a little bit here in the last month or so, month and a half. So it's very interesting. But cars, I mean, we'll see the inventory. That is going to be the biggest thing for the automobile industry. And that new Tundra hits, bro. I saw one the other day, and I'm trying to talk my girlfriend to trade her car because I told her she's not allowed to drive. She wanted to get a Porsche, and I said, we're breaking up if you buy a Porsche. I said, I no longer will ever purchase a Porsche ever in my life. That's it. I said, why don't you get a nice Tundra? I was trying to explain it to her because we drove by one, but that's it. Nah, she's not allowed to drive a Porsche. I said, that's it. Ain't no Porsches ever going to sit in my driveway, go near me. I'm not going to sit in a Porsche. You drive the new Tundra? Oh, you in the work valet? Either way, that's still it, man. Baidu rolls out AI chatbot to public? Oh, come on, bro. Give us 150. That's crazy. I don't think they were allowed to release it without the government approval. So I need to double check that, but that is good news for them. Because remember, they were working on all of this, but then if the government's like, you can't use it, it doesn't matter. I said in a post on official WeChat account. So the stocks, that might move tomorrow or later. If this doesn't pop off of it now, honestly, it's too close to my break even though. So I'm like break even right now at it. But watch out for that. I think even follow through into tomorrow. But that, again, we've seen Baidu move 5-6% on way less. That is actually heavy news, I think. Yeah, maybe tomorrow, but after the data, assuming no data makes us vomit, I think Baidu, that one's clean for now. Whoa, what was 258? Was that Microsoft or that was Tesla? Tesla breaking out right there, 0.7. Dude, Tesla's recovered like 2% on the day. Actually kind of wild. Yeah, the bonds are doing it again, though. Remember, like we said, I said this every single day to you. At every level we climb to, especially when we're slowing down, it's like right when we hit the level, the bonds instantly just take like a reactionary red candle. So let's see, but that's the only thing I don't like. You have things moving up. You're getting this movement. You're still near the highs of the day, but bonds are still green, but it's still like showing this I want to die pattern. And what time is it right now? 9? 9:09, mad early. The Tundra or the Prius, bro. I don't know what happened to Toyota, but like their glow up was real, bro. That's it. It's because of Kia. They were sick of all the Kias and everyone saying Kias look nice now. They're like, what the? Nah, man. But all the new Toyotas are just clean, bro. They got the new interiors now and everything is just nice. What's wrong with Porsche? They were just that weird ad where they purposely removed the cross from a national landmark and then apologized and then took it down and then redid it. I really have not been able to participate in cancel culture. I don't really vibe with most of it, but this one hit me. So I was able to, I was like, I was in the market for a Porsche. I was going to get one. And then I was like, they went out of their way to stop Jesus. If anything, this is the product that I could boycott. This is the one that I could actually boycott, and I actually feel something about it, and then that's it. So, amen. It's not even go woke. It's just like, if you saw the ad, it's like you had to go so out of your way to remove like the littlest cross that was the size of like 3 tickers here. And I'm like, man, that's insane. That's why I'm like, come on. Yeah, the new Land Cruiser and the FJ, they're all ill, bro. It's ill. That's it. Are you riding with the Lord or are you hanging with the sucker side? That's it. That's why I said no more Porsches for me. Yeah, honestly, no, for real though, that's the thing. There is 4,000 religions in the world. Like, I get it. I love everybody and all of that, but I just, in a world where we cancel people for discrimination, where we ban people for not being nice, it's weird that we give a green light pass to shitting on the Bible and anything related to that religion. It's really weird. You could talk smack about you can't say anything about anybody. If you say Jesus is bad, I hate that, you're an idiot for Jesus, nobody will care. You've removed that's all. It's just like, it's so weird. But it's like that's really targeting a minority, but even though it's a majority to a degree, depending on how you want to look at it. But it's like that I don't get behind that. But at the same time, dude, if you're gonna go out of your way to remove a tiny ass cross, I'm not gonna buy your $100,000 car. It's very, very simple. HSS calls for moving marijuana to lower risk drug category. Wow, that's huge. Check MSO. Dude, it's already popping. Weed stocks are popping. So that's pretty big news there for the weed one. And to be fair, advertising agency. It could have, but it doesn't matter. Like that hit a final approval. People looked at it. It's shit's weird, bro. Unfortunately, I just think it's good. I'm glad to see it, but I just can't get behind that. It's the same thing with Balenciaga shit. That shit's weird. Shit freaks me out when people do that, especially when it's so minuscule. Because when it's minuscule, it's just very, very weird. But then also too, I mean, the bigger point is just like, I get it. I love love and positivity, and it's like, it's cool that we live in a world where like people they get bullied differently nowadays, but it's like, it's not the same thing as back in the day. And like, it's cool to have acceptance. It's cool to have people watch what they say if people were getting hurt by it. But it's fascinating that nobody applies that to the word of God or Jesus or a religion. Only one religion. Because if you say anything else about any other religion, you're ignorant, you're this, you're that. But it's very wild that still continues to occur. And I just can't. That's not real acceptance. And I get it. I'm a hypocrite. I mean, I think somebody said that to me earlier, and I think they wanted a response. But I've said it many times, like what I believe. Like I'm out here telling you about God and the Bible, and I'm cussing like a sailor. You know what I'm saying? Like because I believe in the word. I believe that it's not for perfect. It's for broken. It's for people who need it. And there's, no sin will ever pull you apart. But it's like, I get it. But it's like, at the same time, if you believe in love and acceptance, and you criticize somebody's belief of their religion, that is just as hypocritical as anything else in the world, So I understand as a hypocrite, but I'm just saying that part I still scratch my head at in this modern day. Are you riding with the Lord or are you hanging with the sucker side? Such a good sock. Never hang with the sucker side. Amen, bro. Wait till you read the Talmud. Christ is Lord. I think I have. And like, dude, there's my girl put me onto it because she's the one who gave me the crazy study Bible. There's like other books that like, what is it? I need to get it. It's like Sirach. The Book of Sriracha. That's what I would call it, the Book of Sriracha. I thought you didn't like religion, just a relationship with God. Yes, but that's why it's so. Again, now we live in a world where if I say that, again, I've said Bible and Jesus enough without talking bad about it, everybody assumes something about me, as well as they get a green light to be hateful and not inclusive and all the things they fight for It's just that once you say Jesus, Christian, across, all of a sudden it's a green light to discriminate against. It's impossible to get sriracha. Now it is, yeah. Yeah, is that it? Has any of you ever heard the book of Sirach? No, it's Sirach. It's interesting. It never made it to the Bible, but there's an interesting background on it. I had a period where I looked into it. I was like, huh. All right. Apple's going, SPY. Dude, the bonds are at the low, but dude, equities are ignoring this. 45.19 now, 2 points from the high. Let's see, you got chips, NVIDIA, high ticker, 30-second, 5-minute, 1-minute, all gas. Weed stocks are still going. Again, the AHS or the HSS news. MMOS. What is it? Where was it? MSOS. Why do I always blank on that? So that's, dude, dang, they halted that and then unhalted it, up 16% on that. So this is kind of reminiscent of the Coinbase news yesterday, where it's just like, this is a very big deal if they're saying they want to lower the drug category, and then it pops up like that. I mean, 18% is no joke. It may not hold, but you definitely want to watch out for that. Cron new high. Back to the green days, inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. We will see. But I don't know. The bonds are kind of tweaking me out, though. The whole month has been very traumatic in the sense that you've just been exposed to very different market patterns. So, like I'm saying, just every time the bonds sell off now, I'm like, oh no, I've seen this before.
Order
Scott's
submitted.
Miracle Grow is going up there. Dude, MSOS halted again. That's crazy that they're halting the weed ETF. So watch the other plays. So literally, you should be going after
Order
the
submitted.
Tilrays and the... Again, I'm not going... I have the old Tilray, but I'm not going to go after any of these. I think it's already ran up a lot. Maps. Again, weed maps. They're up to... Everything is just like crypto. They're all moving 10, 12, 15 now. So yeah, it's weird they're halting the ETF. Tesla is still
Order
going.
canceled.
Again, every weed stock except the ETF because it's halted. It's moving. Toll Brothers.
Order canceled.
Hold on. Toll just woke up. Builders on the high now. Remember, Toll Brothers has been killing it as well, too. So them being at a high and keep going is already nuts. NVIDIA wants 498. It's at 497. Tesla's about to hit 260. Outlook Therapeutics price target cut to $1 from $4.50 by Cantor Fitzgerald. Cut to neutral from overweight. Didn't they upgrade it yesterday? Added Foot Locker to the long term. 9% dividend. Wait, are they paying the dividend still, though? Did you double check? But I don't know if they had news. I'm blanking on it, but I liked it, except for the... Recently, I was looking at Nike, but either way, it's not bad. But I just make sure the dividend is correct. You got to watch out on that. That's the only issue. But I was waiting for Nike to come down until not. I don't know if the weed stuff is on CNN. They like to drop the weed news, though. But I'd probably use CNBC as a gauge. I think it already hit Bloomberg. Your bill dividend didn't come through. You got to give it time. So it usually comes a week after the new month. Not yet on CNBC. The VIX is in the red now. 52-week low on the VIX or UVXY. I guess so, though. It makes sense now. Just VIX is back to the end of July when we were hitting peaks. So all that volatility hasn't really materialized. They're after the two big greens. That's it. MOPOP. Yeah, they're getting woken up here too. Watch any other value plays, dividend payers. Those could be good to watch. Yeah, dollar it's still down 0.3, which is a lot. The thing though, the bonds are freaking me out. But then again, as long as the equities keep ignoring, maybe Nvidia goes to 500, we can, or the bonds are going to catch a fat bid by the end of the day, or market gets a fat red. Roku highs into the high candle right now. The weed news was that the HHS is saying that they want to lower the classification of weed as a drug. I feel like I've seen Roku all day.
Order canceled.
No news for the early sell-off. There's real estate data, but I don't think it actually caused the movement. But no, and it's been very quiet, very low volume. I mean, they were even talking about it on Bloomberg. They were saying like the most read article on the terminal is like some damn like wind farm company. It's very, very calm considering the last couple days. I'm still in Baidu. I haven't looked at it yet. Where am I? I'm down $1. So it just not, again, it gapped up big, but we've seen this thing move more and there's all these China headlines. But I'm going to swing that one. Oh, I didn't even think about that. The weed stuff into election? I guess so. They're like, fuck it, man. We gonna tell you we gonna pay off your student loans, but y'all still like weed, right? Word. Hey, man. I guess I won't complain. How long is this swing going for? Oh, I don't know. What I mean by that is just it's probably I might even sell out today if it actually wakes up, but I'm gonna play this for a couple of days, maybe even a couple of weeks. I'm not even in. I might even buy more in the sense that I only started with 100. Last time I flipped Baidu, I've been doing shares of like 300 to 500 on it. So I started with 100 on the headline, and then we'll go from there. But I'm assuming a 150 break eventually. But we need it all depends on China hype though. So if we wake up to bad China news, bad data tomorrow, it may not hit. MSOS unhalted 25%. That's the weed ETF. Again, the rest of the names have been running. But weed stocks last 5-10 minutes, that's been very big news. They didn't. It's not declassified, but they said they want to. So I think they're making an effort to try to declassify it as a drug. But weed stocks still going. They haven't been unhalted. I mean, MSOS, you're watching that print on the high ticker. Nvidia, Apple, everything is still holding up great. Where are the banks? Remember that we have regional news. Low key though, I've said it's quiet, but we've gotten like little jabs of news, especially even after the weed stuff. But yeah, regionals recovered after hearing about the new Fed stuff. Banks are still kind of clapped. VIX is no good indicator because the 0 days. Yeah, it's interesting to watch it, how it plays, though, even with its effery. But more so than not, just wait. If the VIX goes above 40, though, I still think that's a signal, even if it's all broken. Buy an MPW at this level. Not until we get bonds chilling out. That's it. It's just now MPW is its own situation. I think the better question is, do we buy O at this level? Which it's still, my reasoning is the same. It's just like there's carnage in bonds. There's going to be carnage. Like just take a look. This is IEF overlaid with O. You could overlay this with any real estate stock. But like I'm saying, like go take that. Like even look at the regionals. If anything, regionals are next to die. This is what I'm telling you. This is why I'm like regionals are kind of shady here. Because if you look at the stuff that's directly attached to the bonds, or again, like credit and interest rates, real estate, it's dying there unless it's a builder. But then now, like the banks are holding up way better. That's like a little bit of a gap. So there's only two options from here. It's either bonds stabilize. I hope you guys see it. This is a very good point. I should have charged you likes for this one. But do you see what's going on right now? It's either the bonds are going to stabilize and then the REITs will recover when bonds stabilize, or if the bonds do not stabilize and the yields start to go higher after breaking the new regime of the fives, essentially, then I think banks are going to get clapped next. So, I mean, just take a look. This is the divergence being created. So that's the only one I see, but that's why I'm saying, like, buy MPW. Right now, you have to realize this whole month of August, as the bonds have been murdered, that brought real estate stocks now back to where the bonds are. So if the bonds are going to keep selling off, your real estate, your REITs are going to keep selling off, and vice versa. If the bonds stop, the REITs will eventually stop as well too. What do I believe is going to happen? I mean, there's a lot of juggling, but I don't know what to believe. What I know is that my belief doesn't matter. So that's all. I know I could only focus on the one thing. It's Powell. That's it. It's the holding pattern when it changes, like I've pointed out to you, and like we're watching now, is maybe that stuff changes. You know what I'm saying? And like maybe we start to see some of those patterns shift, but for the most part, it's like all we could do is react to the data. If we have a window where the economic data is moving big and causing a shift, that's going to be a window. But until like the real big move, if you're looking for the fireworks down or fireworks up, we are waiting for Powell. And fortunately, it's a fucked up holding period. And that's why I say the holding pattern. But we just have to wait until it's there. It's just we're burning time until the data is going to match up with Powell's story, and then they go. MSO halted up again? I think Powell will hold. Yes, I do that. I think he will until the data changes. So I think until Powell, like that's the stuff, that's where I'm saying I think I know it. But other stuff, I just don't know how he's going to go about it, how long it'll take. But it's still, like in a weird way, I'm still even thinking end of this year has possibilities still of a hard landing. But we've burnt enough time. But I do think Powell is going to hold for as long as possible. I think Powell is trying to hold as long as possible. This is what I mean by the holding pattern, is I think Powell is whatever Powell could do to keep the market just in this range and not dying any further, Powell will win. You got to realize he just got another year of 5% interest rates without you dying. That's fun. Give the man a round of applause. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think you understand how crazy that is. To go from 0 to 4 or 5% in 12 months and then get all of these crackhead market participants who are bred off of zero interest rates, to get them to keep up valuations, credit spread, everything for another 12 months. Wow. He did good. That's again, so and I think that's just how the economy works at every other moment with, all of the the run-ups and run-downs, stimulus, all of that. But it's like, dude, that's straight up Powell found a way. And that's where I'm saying it's like every month pretty much every month Powell can avoid a self-caused hard landing because equities die. Every month he avoids it, he gets one step closer to that laggy-ass manipulated data showing what he needs to actually pivot. Are you following? So every day, every month is a win in Powell. Boom. 1 month, markets aren't panicking, no more bank, but win. That's it. Another month, higher rates, win. Why? Because now the data is it's moving towards his direction. So that's why he's not trying to guide anymore and just trying to keep it up here. But I think in Powell's mind, that's a win-win. How long does it take to get my pre-market analysis ready? Like 45 minutes and then 15 minutes for pooping, give or take. NVIDIA is finally moving. I was thinking I might go live with it, though. Pot stocks are in play for now. I mean, you got to be careful. Go for whichever ones the ETF keeps getting halted, but that news is definitely big, especially during election season, though, as we enter. I mean, you might get some of the weed stuff pumped. I think that's a very good take. Well, yeah, I could go on. I could poop and then I'll go live. I was thinking about that. No Powell today. If it's not too personal, what time do I go to sleep and wake up? I'll sleep anywhere from like 9 p.m. to midnight, and then I'll wake up at like 4:30 to 5. Almost no matter what, honestly. It's a curse. It's a blessing and a curse. It's so messed up, dude. It don't matter what I do. I'll wake up at like 4 to 5 a.m. Even on the weekends, bro, it's awful because like I want to sleep in. Nope, I wake up every single damn time. It's cool though, because like now, like lately, bro, even without the caffeine, bro, swear to you, lately, I've been waking up like 2 minutes before my alarm even goes off. MSOS is open. Dude, it's up 30%. You guys realize how gnarly this is? So I'm glad we got you the stream alert out and we called it out quick, man. That was a great news drop, but they've already ran. I don't know where the individual names are. And then bonds still at the bottom. They have not died and the market is just working its way up. MSOX 72. Oh, they got a 2-time daily? Hey, yo, what? Yo, where the 3X's at? I ain't seeing 2. Yo, is there any 3X's that still exist? They don't do the 3X's as much. I want a 3X VIX. Yeah, 30% on an ETF is wild. 70. This is doubled up, though. I like that. Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, why is that up 70%? 2 times doubled. And then SPY working its way up. NVIDIA about to hit 498. Show your love. How come no one's talked about potential decrease in Coinbase revenues? 40% of the revenue is trading fees, ETFs offered elsewhere. There's no incentive for the underlying. Because the ETFs are for old people. That's it. Like, honestly, though, like, quite frankly, if you were waiting for a Bitcoin ETF to buy Bitcoin, I'm going to slap you. Because you're just old as shit. Because you're not, like, I would never, why would I pay BlackRock or Grayscale to go buy it for me? I'd rather pay the Coinbase fee. But that being said, the thing about it is you've kind of already said it. In a weird way, bro, Coinbase, they make their money off of interest. Coinbase is trying to be a little baby bank. That other 60% is coming, I think 50% comes from the damn USDC interest. It's like, I don't think they're worried about the trading volumes as much, but it's like they do have another segment that will make them more. Again, they're trying to get into the service side of making money on the custodial, holding it, all of that stuff, and then charging the interest, collecting that. That's really where Coinbase is trying to get their unicorn bag until trading picks back up or gets the flurry. Hi, huffing and puffing. I don't know. The bonds. How many times have you heard that today? You're 1 point off the high. Remember yesterday? Remember it was yesterday we did the same thing and then we sold off, hit the level, and then I guess we ran back up briefly above it. So it's only 9:30 though. Still a lot of time. My goodness. PCE, I think it's going to come in line in a weird way. Maybe a little hotter, but it should be a little lower after seeing stuff globally too. But I think it's going to be in the middle. Should be in line. And surprisingly, after ADP and then jolts yesterday, I think the set-all be-all of this week will be the non-farms. But you never know. PCE,
Order submitted.
you know, the favorite gauge of the Fed, that still is always going to have its juice.
Order submitted.
Is Labu ETF? I mean, for what? So right when you start getting into levered ETFs or just any, it's 3 times. But just for playing biotechs, yeah, we actually need to move. There was just a day where they used to offer you 3 times VIX. Sad. Why are all of you so freaking bullish? It's not, man. This is
Order
just
order
you got to
canceled.
realize the Chadadonia, Stock Market Live. You know, it's a very unique place here. We're a very unique segment of the stock market. Okay, I hope it's. I wouldn't say we're like North Korea, maybe South Korea, but you have a weird mix of people in here who are very bearish economically, and then they also own long terms, and then they also just like we have everything. So just don't underestimate it. But you have a lot of people here. Yeah, if we do the poll, you'll see it'll all come out. But just definitely a more diverse set. But you know, I don't think everybody in here. You know, you got to understand the underlying communication. There's a lot of owners, no matter what. But even then, you know, the talks, like we're talking regional banks being weak, we're talking yield curves, we're talking global yields, we're talking Japan, China. So at the end of the day, whether people are bullish or bearish, I would argue that a lot of people in here are at least aware of what's going on. So at that sense, you know, you make your decisions, but hopefully, you know, it's more about being aware and making up your decision from there. Yeah, and I think too, you have a lot of, because you're like, I'm neutral. We have a lot of that. I don't think there's a couple people in here who are still kind of, you know, committed to the jihad, but
Order
I feel like
submitted.
everybody in here is willing to, we don't give a shit. We're willing to keep playing and change your mind. Does that make sense? So it's
Order
like, you don't have to
submitted.
be neutral, where it's like, as long as you're able to react and are comfortable,
Order
that'll go a
canceled.
long way.
Order canceled.
Where it's like, that's how they define like Wall Street when it comes to politics. Like certain people prefer certain things, and then vice versa. It's just like Wall Street usually never cares, because you might be wrong initially, but you could always kind of pony up and ride the wave. But if you are looking for a bearish support group, we do have the Twitch. So that's it. So if you're like, yo, why is everybody in here bullish? You should check out Twitch TV/trading fraternity. Oh, you're going to get a whole different experience. It's beautiful. We got everything. Like I said, it's just the mix. It's the mix, baby. The diversity, the acceptance of all. That's what we get. That's what we end up having. That's all. Just don't be rude to people. That's the only thing we don't tolerate, ironically enough. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully you could communicate your biases and beliefs respectfully to your brothers and sisters, but that's about it. MicroStrat. Did they even move? Where's even Coinbase? Uber's on the high. Uber still doesn't even look like it's juicing, but I've seen it on the high a couple times. MSTR, they're down. Coinbase even came down too. Weed stocks, they got halted to the downside on the ETF. Where's Bidunius? We're down $50 on it. I'm just staying pinned after China just approved AI. The hell? Intel to invest $1.2 billion in Costa Rica over the next 2 years. Reuters, or no, press release. MSOS resumed trading. And back down. So down to 17 after being. MSOS halt. No, it's still unhalted. It's trading. It's just on the way down. And SPY's coming up. You guys see that little chicle? We just literally went 40-20 to 45-20 to 45-15, 5 points, and now you're right back up trying to make another attempt at the high. Even NVIDIA, again, at the 480. DE raises dividend. Someone said that earlier. Didn't they go up off of it? Yeah, I think they're already running up. Remember, they had earnings too last week. China just approved, they allowed Baidu as one of the first companies to be allowed to use AI. Let me get you the exact headline, but yeah, first companies to receive China approval for AI models. And then they announced on their thing that they have released their ChatGPT to the public today. So they already had a ChatGPT competitor thing from almost a year ago when all of the AI hype started. We were talking Baidu China AI for a long time, but the problem was the government, Xi Jinping. So now we had news here at 8:43, which was like, what, an hour ago exactly. It was when the news came out, 1 hour to the dot. And they said they said that they're going to be able to start unleashing it in China. So very, very good. Is Path a SPAC? I think the company, I've heard about it, people have asked me about it, but if it is a SPAC, I would be careful because I'm under the impression this does not have extensive history. So there could be value, but there's also going to be all of the risk. Yeah, and Baidu fall. Honestly, I really like the news. I think it's actually. We were down like 150 there. How biased do you think Baidu's will be? I mean, it's weird, bro. My mind is warped, because 5 to 7 years ago, I used to I'd be like, wow, man, China, because I was so involved with China stuff, and just how just biased it was, and how the censorship. I was so whoa, right? And then now I'm like, dude, we live in China. So it's honestly not I don't think it's going to be any worse than what ours is. It'll be just as biased to fulfill the goals and objectives of whatever the administration in whatever country it's created to produce. It's that's it. It's very, very simple. So I honestly, I think it will be biased, but not any more biased than anything in the States at this point, sadly. Okay, now we're break even on Baidu again. Literally 1 hour since the news came out. Yeah, we don't live in China because of our dollar and the access to money and stuff. And we'll see once they come out with a digital one. But I'm just saying, purely data. I'm just telling you, I grew up, I've been trading for a long time. I've been in markets for a while. I followed China. Literally from the early 2000s, there was always a notion that China's data was fake and that you could not trust it. Honestly, up until 2018, I don't even know why people started even listening to it. But it's always been that. On Wall Street, China numbers are fake. But like I'm saying, and recently, the amount of data that I've seen revised with 2 standard deviation, 3 standard deviation revisions, the data we get in the United States, how behind real estate data is, even with the Fed telling you it's coming down. It's hilarious because they didn't even tell you it was coming down when it did come down. But all of that just leads me to believe that our data, the integrity is just the same as China. I would not say that, everybody's numbers are fake. Or again, it's just there is a high incentive of appearance. And, pretty much this is the simplest thing. I used to think China was the only country that would do stupid stuff to save face. Whereas now in America politics and economy, there is an element of saving face, which I don't think we had prior. That was a Chinese concept and for their economy and everything. But I think ours right here, right now, we have an element of saving face. Something happens, we do not want to lose perception of how it looks, so we're willing to do certain things. The minute something could be perceived as bad, we've always have, but not this bad. Like, we used to be fine being the ignorant idiots. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool with that. I've been cool with that for a long time, but it's just like now, like we go to the extremes of making sure it's sound and resilient. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I'm saying. Just the integrity compared to the data of China and how we used to view it. I feel like we have taken a negative shift in the same direction as China. That's all. Everyone is more accepting, but they're not. Like I said, I get discriminated for saying I believe in Jesus because you assume that I am a Republican or a conservative.
Order submitted. Order
That's
filled.
like literally, you're like, well, you believe that in those people, but that's literally discrimination. So it's the same thing. So I'm like, it's an awkward saving face, but unfortunately, that's just not the fact of the matter. But like again, why would we revise jobs data to be stronger and then revise it lower by multiple standard deviations for 6 months in a row? That's so that we could have again, save face of the economy. And even which is weird because the job openings are still like 4 million above. You could still
Order
brag about it.
submitted.
You know what I'm saying? Like you could act. That's why I'm saying it's like even more perplexing if you think about it. Like we're trying to defend a jobs market that right now shits on everything of anything in history. So even if we lost 2 million job openings, even if the non-farms declined by like 1 million, dude, we would still be at historical highs. That's why I'm like, whoa, so it's crazy to think that we're playing this lagging game, the data, and there's so much politicization of the data, but it's just like, dude, we're not even close to like, on paper, it wouldn't even be ugly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, like, because right now, the job market is the best jobs market you've seen ever. U.S. Department of Health recommends rescheduling cannabis as stocks and say. That's an update on the headline. But I do woke up a little bit as we were just talking there. But it's like, all that being said, though, you guys know this is like a function of Powell. This goes back to a conversation we had a long time ago. Remember, I told you how Powell's main goal is behavior. So we could criticize this stuff all we want, but you have to understand all of this has led to behavioral shifts that have made sure the credit markets keep pumping, stores keep selling. You know what I'm saying? Your car is still on the road. That's the general idea. So as wild as it sounds, just remember, this is Powell's mandate, and they care a lot about perception. That's why the SVB things, and right when rates go higher and lower, right when real estate's down, people feel really worried. It goes back up even after being worried. They're instantly piling in. It's all kind of this perception and behavioral things that all of this has caused. Yeah, the job market does look a lot different than last month. That's at least the first set. So you can't deny what we saw yesterday with the jobs, even today, and we'll find out on Friday. However, where people are being cautious is that it just like when inflation started coming down, they're like, it's only 1 month, 2 months, it's only 3, we need it consistent. And that's the game they're playing now. But, the writing is on the wall. If jobs bounce, then none of this really matters. Jobs bounce, we're going back to, we may get another hyperinflation. But if not, and the jobs keep going from here, the report and whatever the non-farm say today on Friday, that could be the writing on the wall in terms of where the job market is going. But it's still too early to tell if you wanted to wait beyond just the 3-month average. The yield inversion, it led all of this. It was just saying things are unstable. If anything, the yield inversion was screaming that perception and behavior are about to be awful, and then Powell has kept it chill while it's been inverted. So that's why one of them is going to win. It's most likely going to be the yield curve.
Order filled.
Chattadonia. Oh, wait. We'll see. I'm going to do something. Butterflies on Coinbase. I looked up butterflies on the regionals. I really think if we get that, but they're not cheap. They won't even let you. And then I've noticed it. All the premiums on the regionals, they don't go lower than 25. So that's why if you could burn up until January on the region, I'm telling you, you just go look at the option chain. They don't even want the option chain that deep on the regional banks. So no expiration goes lower than 20 or 25. But then even if you try to get a free butterfly, it just doesn't work. All right, Chad, I'm doing it for you, bro. I'm doing it for you. I sold out of NVIDIA, and I got a $50 profit after being down 3,000. I am out of NVIDIA. I did it for you, because if you hold, it's going to hit 500 today. If not, that's cool. I'm holding Intel and Amazon, or AMD, Amazon. No, it's good. I might be down a double dip on it. I just figured I like Baidu more. I'm holding that. I want to keep a bigger size for Baidu instead of NVIDIA. And then I still have a fat position on Intel. Intel has made me more money. I'm up $200 on Intel. I was down $3,000 or $2,005 on NVIDIA, and then it pops back up. But I'm like, what the hell? And even AMD, I'm down $100. But that's it. NVIDIA, I'm going to wait till it gets lower, and then I'm going to go in with big size. Otherwise, I'm going to go for Baidu, because I like that one a lot better. But either way, I'm fine with that. That could have been awful. So I'll take it happily. Take your gain on Intel. I like the Intel, though. That's the thing. I just don't. I genuinely like Intel. I think I could get it at a better price? Yes, but after NVIDIA's earnings, I don't have a problem with Intel. Just looking at this chart, this is nothing like NVIDIA. That's why I'm down with it. Yeah, it may have got some of this rally, but after people liked their recovery story, but I'm like, I feel again, even if it drops 10, 20%, I will lose less on this than NVIDIA. But it's near the bottom more so, but you do have the risk from the beginning of the year, but they were struggling a lot more. Maybe AMD I'll cut next, but I'm down to hold that for a little bit. But no more NVIDIA. That was painful for a little bit. You don't see any sign to sell NVIDIA. Just if it doesn't get to 500. So that's what I was waiting for. But I don't want to play it. The risk, I don't have enough cushion on it. All my other plays, I have cushion. So if NVIDIA hits 500 and rips, I would have made money. But if it dropped, my risk exposure is, again, I was down $2,000-$3,000 at this at one point. I don't want to deal with that. So I held it all today. I thought you were going to make the 500 push earlier. So in my mind, I'm going to hold the chip maker I'm up on, and then the one I'm barely down on with a lot lower risk. I'd rather hold that. And then if they come down while I'm holding those, I could get a way better purchase on NVIDIA. Otherwise, if they do run, I'm assuming I'll get a little bit. And then now, we got a Baidu play today, but just that general, make sure a loser does not go loser again. That one, I don't know if that one was child support. That one was just NVIDIA is big, bro. I thought 50 shares was going to slow it down. You know what I'm saying? But nah. Dude, 50 shares moves wicked. I like it though. Honestly, if you want to gamble or you're looking for the daily, dude, it should just be NVIDIA all day. That's it. Just 100 shares, 50 shares of NVIDIA moves. That's $1,000 a day if you time it right. Or you're gonna lose 1,000 to 2,000 a day if you time it wrong. That's the only downside. And then you don't know where the floor is, which makes it that much scarier. That's why it was scary when we were holding it. Because you just hit 500 down to 450, and we're like, what the fuck? The next floor on this is another $500 or $100 lower. So that's where you got to watch out. But in the meantime, this thing juices. It moves. You have 50K for 100 shares? You do, if you wanted to trade 100 shares. But I don't know what the amount is. So on margin, it requires a different amount. I think you would need $8,000 to do 100, but obviously you take the risk. But then, too, just keep in mind your options represent a similar type of risk, always. So just don't forget about that. You're buying one option for 100, it represents 100 shares. How that starts to move, that kind of gives you an idea. Again, you have a limited loss, but kind of put it into context. You're still spending relatively a large amount to get into the cheaper option. It may not seem like you're spending $9,000, but $500 for a week, for X amount of movement, in a weird way, it might be equivalent dollar-wise into what you're doing, if you really think about it. Yeah, the Rita buyout is very, very old. So I got you on NVIDIA, man. I gave you the NVIDIA sell, so now you guys should get the green light. But I'm going to hold my AMD and Intel. And then we're still in Baidu. We're up on Baidu now, actually. I didn't realize that. But barely. Best semiconductor, NVIDIA, TSM, or Qualcomm? I would have to go with Qualcomm. I'm still in snow. That option is down $175. Honestly, the leap wasn't that bad. Again, we were down 50%. Now it's 30 or so, but it's $100. That one would have been waived. That's where options protected us. U.S. Embassy in Haiti urges U.S. citizens to leave the country as soon as possible, citing security and infrastructure challenges. Embassy security alert. I added MO average a couple days ago. And then last one was Disney. Airbnb. Dude, Snap is up. Rita. Yeah, the Rita buyout is old, man. So it's the play's over. We already sold our shares at the hundreds. So it's probably going to go through again. I think it's related to some of the Ozempic stuff, but that's it. They got the approval, breakthrough drug. They're bought out. But this news was from, I think, the beginning or the end of July. I should ask my dad which stock he'd invest in first, the Chinese stock or VinFast. Douglas Elliman, the real estate company, they're good. I mean, they're nationwide, so I mean, I can't speak for every. I don't know what location you're in, but generally a good name brand. JD, what other? Oh, Nettie's had good earnings. Nationwide is on your side. Yeah, that's the only bad. So I'm trying to look at other China plays related to the Baidu news, but I just kind of had a realization. The bad part is that China's already pumped coming into this. So hopefully they don't use AI news as the fluff before the bad news now, because all China's had is good news in response to bad news, but that is the only X factor remaining. Because I'm looking at these, I'm like, what other China play is there? But then I'm like, dude, this is actually crazy. Because now all of the China plays are still kind of pumped 5 to 10% from the little hype there. International online games with Blizzard. I'm seeing there's like NetEase. I know JD, but JD does more like streaming. The pop and drops in the market. It's like yesterday. We're like hitting a level, slowly working your way down, and then like kind of chilling out. Yeah, Pinduoduo is already gone. That would have been the most direct one next to Baidu. I think NetEase or JD. Oh, and JD's actually been mollywopped. What do we sell JD at? I need to see. We bought June 20th and sold July 28th. Got here and then we sold here. Yeah, actually a lot higher. Still got $3 a share. About the Disney news regaining regarding streaming losses? No. About Tall, the education company? Nah. China Education, I don't like those at all. Okay. What is it? What is this? Baidu has received Chinese regulatory approval for its Ernie bot. There's another spokesperson says. This could be old, but you're getting another Baidu comment. Let's see. Intel to invest 1.2 in Costa Rica. Reuters. I did not buy a stock on the high, no. So I just made one. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I bought back into JD. I did 300 shares of JD at $33.99. Same position I had earlier. We bought it like $3 higher. So it's a lot lower. They did have bad earnings, but I do think I hope there's follow through on the AI stuff. I'm already in Baidu, but I think they might be in a good position, JD as well. But also, they're one of the only China names that are still like clapped. So that's where I'm like, hey, I'll hold the Baidu with less size, but I think this one will be good. JD is the play. I hope, but we did good on that. I think we walked away with just under like $1,000 on that play. It moves hella slow, and there's like I think $6 of downside if it flushes. Again, bad China news or anything like that, but it's still, if any of the AI hype stimulus stuff could work out, it'll be good. But it's risky. Again, even Baidu, they've moved up a lot. A lot of them have had good earnings. JD is the one without good earnings. 3M on the low. NVIDIA rocketing back up now, about to be $498. Apple tests using 3D printers to make devices in a huge shift. What, bro? Look at Desktop Metal popping. DM. Whoa, 13%. I don't know. 10. Using 3D printers to make steel chassis on Apple Watch. You might get a hype play from DM on there. That one's the one reacting. So Apple 3D printer news, if you want a small cap hype play, yeah, check 3D Systems as well. Alrighty. What's the other one? 3DDD. Yeah, they all just popped. I want to make a trade on them. I just don't want to get trapped, though. But you guys got the call out there. I'm going to hold off on that. Nano Dimensions. Might moved 8% in one candle, so that's going to be a risk. Cheaper play, though. Apple tests using 3D printer. Apple 3D printed approach to save time and reduce wasted materials. NMDM. There's a couple of them, huh? NMDM. What's the other one? DDD. They have all been clapped. Doesn't Kathy Wood have Desktop Metals? Oh, we'll see. They've all came down, though, so I'm glad. That top tick would have been 10% on that instantly. Microsoft flat intraday. Yeah, right? All day. Even Apple's was moving like 1.5. They were chilling. TLT's on the high. All right, I did it now. Now I just saved the 7%. I did 1,000 of DM. I'm going to flip it real quick. I'm in at 166. I don't even know. Oh, wait, will I make like $100, $200 if it goes back up? NVIDIA 498.65. Outlook, they missed the drug approval. So that play murdered. Madashi wrote. Yeah, SPY has been fighting nonstop. Even NVIDIA, again, they're about to hit 500 again. So that's what I was waiting for. I got you guys. You know, I had to do what I had to do. Meta's on the high now. Remember, Meta was down like 1% all day. Yeah, Meta's about to go green, 0.06, getting a candle here into the high of the day. WWD on the low. Pinduoduo is just already up a lot. But I like him. Again, I just went with JD. JD's actually not moving at all. And there's Baidu. All right. All right, I sold out of this one. I got $50. Like I said, I didn't want to play it at 10. I thought if it moved up real quick, but I'll take it and leave. White House Live. Oh, I need to go pee. It's great timing. It's great timing. Am I watching One Piece coming out on Netflix? No, what is it about? That sounds like it's either really good or really bad. Oh, damn, I clicked. I didn't know this. Shout out to Jordan. He emailed. You guys know this? Damn, it popped. It ended up going. Oh, I left the other $50 on the table. So good bottom tick. I sold out too early, but again, I did it for you. I did it for you. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen. Here's a new Alfa Romeo. I didn't know they have a supercar, but are you ready for this? I have tinfoil for you. I have tin for you. I have EV tinfoil for you. But I need 50 likes. I need to get to 1,700 likes, man. You know, we're running out of time in the day. Come on, what you got for me? What you got for me? What you got? I got it for you. I got EV tinfoil. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind, bro. Welcome to net zero. I got you, bro. I got you. Let's go, man. What did we get to 50 likes? I'm close. We're close. Oh, wait. I think we did. The Meta's ripping. Oh, dude. Are you kidding me? You got an extra 10 cents on the DM. That one ripped. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, are you ready? Here is your tin. The whole EV thing is a scam. I know you're going to be like, why? No, don't say that. We got to save the world. Net zero. And just as a reminder, net zero does not mean that you pollute less. It just means you keep polluting and then you find ways to offset your pollution. Okay, that's the prerequisites to understanding this. Are you ready, though? So I have a couple of orders for nice cars. And I have just been put on game of what they are doing now. And if you think they're trying to get rid of gas engines, you are mistaken. Gas engines in the future are going to become a premium product. That is my tinfoil. Every single high-end car, even the mid-range ones, they're making all electric. But if you're willing to $50,000, they will give you a gas engine. I'll say it again. But most of these new cars that are doing just all like EV now and they're shifting, they are offering a gas engine model, but you have to pay $50,000 to $150,000 more for that vehicle. So like I'm telling you, my tinfoil in the future, EVs, gas isn't going anywhere. They're going to turn gas engines into a premium product. And there you have it. I rest my case. God bless you. Because I could get any car I said I wouldn't buy because it has an EV. I am now learning that I can get it. I just have to pay almost double for it now. Welcome, baby. Welcome. Damn, DM. Oh my gosh, I bottom ticked the shit out of it. I literally got the bottom tick, but then I sold off too early. There it is. It's going off the news. GG. I got a tip. I got $50. That's like a good tip for calling out the news. I'm down with it. Well, I mean, ideally, the old cars will probably die out. That's what they're banking on. But like, there's going to be gas-powered cars, and that's it. It's just going to be a rich person thing. I promise you. I was shocked. Again, I have orders, and I was like, oh, I kept my order because I didn't want an EV, but I was like, I had a really, really early order on a vehicle, and then they hit me up, and they were like, hey, if you're down to spend $176,000 as an option, I could get a gas engine V8 or a V12. It's actually insane. That's why I was like, oh, so it exists. It's not like, huh. Man. Dude, I cut out of those way too early. Of course. But that's a nice hit. GG if you got that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Bro, so the 3D printing, because we're back in the day, there used to be 3D printing bubbles. So there it was. You donated. I got $50. I sold out way too early. Bought it at 165, sold it at like 170 and change, 171. Just covered the spread, get $50. And then now it would have been 200 or 300. Bonds are chilling. Honestly, that's good. But then today, of course, bonds chill out. Market's like, nah, I'm good going up. I think way too late for DM. We had the news early. It popped 10%, came down to 2. We had like the quick little bottom tick scalp, and then that's it. It'll probably come down. It's just hype right now. We don't know who it is, but Apple getting into 3D printing will get people hyped. But you don't know who the winner is. There's like 3 or 4 different 3D plays. The premium of premium cars will drive themselves. No, I see it. I can't shake it. Once they gave me the offer, I can't shake it now. I see it for Ford, GM. They're going to have all of these trucks, all of these cars as standard EVs, and it's going to be the XLT version will have an engine. It may be cheaper, but, you know, like supercars are going to charge you more, but they're going to be like, well, people need different things. But if you'd like the upgraded version, it'll be $20,000 for the 4-cylinder. So it's just, I don't know. I see it happening. This is just my opinion. DM again. There it is. And then the bonds. Yeah, highest trim will have the combustion engine. Exactly. Or they'll add it as a side. It's just a great add-on to have. But now you're about to go get an extra 10, 20 to $100,000 on something you would have offered anyways now. And then it makes sense. Because in other countries, like if they charge different taxes on vehicles. When you buy a certain car, if it's a gas guzzler, emissions, they'll charge you a fee or a luxury tax. America, we don't do that. But now the luxury tax will be in the form of a gas engine. I'm telling you, it makes a lot of sense to me because I've just seen it. And just knowing how the car industry is, it's just like, it makes too much sense. Like, they're not getting rid of that shit. It's an add-on now. It's a premium service or a premium addition to your vehicle. Never selling my Ford Lightning or G8. Oh, wow. You have the old Ford Lightning and you have a Pontiac G8, bro? Those are like the OG, like V8s. Like, well, God bless you. Those are great lineup to have, man. Great lineup to have. Mm-hmm. 09 G8. Bro, I feel like the G8s don't get love, but that Pontiac G8 is ill. Like, that's like a muscle car. I mean, obviously, it's the newer era if you consider 08. But, man, I love that car. VFS, VinFast, down 9 today. And now bonds, they had that recovery as we were selling off which happened earlier in the day today. So maybe the market might like bonds going lower. We'll find out. Yeah, the 06 GTO. Dude, those things are crazy. I like that. I don't like Pontiacs per se, but the Pontiac muscle cars during that era, those were just ill, dude. Those were ill. Gas car hurt the human population. You have to be self-interested to not want to be ecological. Or you just consider children in lithium mines as not humans, and then it works. But like, I feel you, but at the same time, it just, everybody's a damn liar. Again, remember how I'm just telling you, in the last couple of years, you know, I said this from the beginning, and this is why. I mean, you could call me whatever you want. I say a lot. I deal with money. I try to do my best I can, but at the end of the day, bro, if you do not know what happened the last 3 years, again, even 4 years, just with all this inflation and stuff, like as far as hurting people, like I had a conversation with this the other day, but it's sad, bro. I said it earlier, like a year or so ago, maybe longer, but if my family came to this country right now, I would not be here, bro. My life would be so much more different, because it is so now for the people who were already behind. You immigrated, whatever the reason is, and if you were all about helping people, just know home ownership. And you guys think it's just about owning homes. No, that means they're gonna have to rent and work the rest of their life. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have been hurt by this stuff. So just keep in mind, you could focus on the cars and the gas and what sounds great, but when it's all said and done, there's generations of people now who will not be given the same opportunity. Again, the price of living, and you know, it's honestly damning them to a life of working. Literally, if you haven't realized that, well, GG. But I mean, I told you this in advance. But that's what it is. That's the reality. Again, immigrants, minorities, if you are already on the lower end of the scale and life just got more expensive, that's another sentence of a couple more years now of trying to get it out there, unfortunately. So like I'm telling you, if my parents came here and access to credit would have been the only difference that my parents would have had, but it's like, dude, I don't know how they could have afforded it and had the children that they had. Again, my mom was able to even go to school and do stuff, and they figured out a way. It's not like it was easy for them. It was still hard during that time. Again, we grew up different, but it's just like, dude, lately, man, everything is just, it's a damn shame. It really is. Especially, again, like I said, if you care about acceptance, loving, I hope you don't criticize people, but especially if you wanted to help other people, it's like, that's not what happened in the last couple of years, unfortunately. The rich people got richer and everybody else it's the middle class was in the middle, but it's like, again, minorities, immigrants, and the people that I hear a lot of people care about, it's like, that's insane if you don't realize the damage done to those communities now after a 50% increase in the price of property. Not only does it mean it harder to live, that means you're going to work more. So it's wild. So that's my comment to the whole EV is good and bad for the world. Just like we can't play the ESG is good or bad or not, because like I'm saying, it's just, if you want to look at good and bad, it's I hope the mirror is looked at. The data doesn't say 50%. I know, that's the back to the data. Back to the data, baby. Sounds like a great top. All right, should we do it though? I like the debate idea. Let me see. I gotta watch a real debate though, and I'm gonna take it hella seriously, Chad. I'm just saying, if I set up a debate for you guys, I'm gonna take it hella seriously. So I'm gonna act like that's a good debate topic. Honestly, I'll say for and against. You have to choose. You have to come up. You have one. I think you get like 3 minutes to prep. I will get a gavel. I will get a gavel. Chad losing their mind. We're getting excited for a debate, baby. Coinbase teams are working with partners and interact to root cause and restore full service. Bro, why is Coinbase like had a problem every day from last Thursday? Miners, baby. There was an article that came across the wire earlier. It was saying how MSTR would benefit more than Coinbase. They're like, they was talking about doesn't understand why people bought Coinbase. But I haven't touched any of it yet. I'm still like, man, I think the weed news today was reminiscent of the Coinbase news yesterday, or the GBTC stuff. NVIDIA, I think NVIDIA can go above 500 easy, but now it's still dealing with the August sentiment and then the whole blow off top after good earnings. So I had a bad position. I didn't know where the floor was, so I stopped averaging after 480. But I'm holding AMD and Intel. I took a small profit. That one was just, I will take my risk on NVIDIA when it's in my favor. I hit every short on it this year, believe it or not. So, and that's why I closed. I don't want to jinx it, but the NVIDIA plays have been good this year. However, I played the extremes. So I bought into the high. It makes sense why I had to suffer a little bit. But in this case, I'm only going to short the highs now, or next time you like really, really sell off 50, $100, I'm down to buy it. But I like NVIDIA earnings. I'm a believer now. I mean, maybe they're lying. Maybe it's fake. Again, am I down to buy it in the long term and ignore everything? No, but that earnings had me impressed. I can't. I'm sorry. I wish I could deny it, but we have to. Honestly, I got to give you a little. I don't know. This could kind of be the philo. This isn't supposed to be the philo, but maybe I'll give it to you right now. But like, don't get mad about people getting excited about things. Okay. Because I was just thinking back in my, dude, you have to remember when I was buying Amazon and I was like buying into the cloud, like mother efforts thought I was dumb, like really, really dumb. They really, like, again, throughout many times in Wall Street, again, people always think I'm dumb, right? But like, imagine in like 2013, 2014, 2015, thinking that they're like, oh, cloud, you're an idiot. Just like NVIDIA. And all I'm saying is just like, this doesn't, maybe NVIDIA and AI is a bubble. Like, who knows? Maybe it's all fake. I'm not saying this philo or what I'm talking about now makes it true. But what I did notice is like, one, make sure you're always open-minded, because the market has a very weird way of humbling us. But then it's like, two, we just don't, like, we need to get, it's good to get excited about things. It really is. And I was just thinking, it reminded me where it's like, if you're not getting excited about something, then you're not really paying attention. And what I mean by that is like, you should not go 4 years, 5 years without finding one thing to get excited about. That's why it's like, you could get excited about some other stuff that's not there, but it's just like, in general, the one thing I'm taking away from the NVIDIA thing is that this got the world and economy excited about something. And that's good. That's how innovation actually is made. Maybe half of it's bullshit, again, with the cloud and all of that. But eventually, when people get excited, that's the only way we make progress. You guys get it, right? We do not make progress if we're not excited. Again, word to China. Why do you think China, again, the population problem, if there's nothing to get excited about, again, even if AI has to wait a year to get approved by the government, and then all the innovation, like, it's not there. So that's the one thing I'm taking out of this is damn, there is excitement, and that is a driver of risk tolerance, of just innovation. Risk tolerance is what you said, but it's like, wow. I haven't seen that since the cloud, pretty much, or ever. The other excitement was off of free money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was all off of free money, off of economic this, economic that, but it wasn't like, wow, we have a new software, we have a new technology, there's, a new Tesla, something new, something to get excited about. Again, EV, all of that. Yeah, honestly, maybe crypto and SBF was the last time we got excited, but and it did lead to innovation, but then it also just kind of it held its spot, but then it kind of faded a little bit. But then even then, crypto's still at 30K on a Bitcoin isn't and it's mind blowing if you ask people a couple of years ago. So amen. But that's the thing about it, where I'm like, okay, I like their last earnings, but the one thing about AI right now is just that you got people who are excited. And although excitement leads to bubbles and negativity and bad things sometimes and, bad decisions, it also leads to innovation. It was what drives people on. So to have a driver, I'm down with it. Miners. I'm down to trade the miners. So this is maybe where we split, General. But I don't fuck with miners in the long run. That's a hold Bitcoin. I would never buy a crypto miner. I would never buy a crypto ETF for the long run without owning an actual Bitcoin in my damn anywhere, in a hard drive, wherever. But it's just like, yeah, I just can't mess with them. They're not derivatives, no. Because if you saw how it played out, I've been watching Hive or Riot in Mara, I think, since the first day they came out. And it's just that at other times they have loans, they have debt, so they act like it and move with the market. But then all it takes is one news headline about selling off units, selling off this or doing that, and then they get clapped. But pretty much, I would not be reliant on the miner, because remember, you're buying a company, and you succeed if they perform good as a company. So in that case, companies could still do good regardless of what the price of Bitcoin does if they operate their company the right way. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I just believe the real pure play is Bitcoin. But I personally am never going to own. I own too much Bitcoin. I own too much Ethereum. I'm an OG at it, but it's like I would never buy a miner. Unfortunately, I would only buy the crypto. That's my hardline stance with it. If they do good, and some of them great, that's like I'm happy for them, and that's good to see. But it's just not it's not where it's too shady for me. I don't trust them. Well, super high risk tolerance, you buy Bitcoin. It's just all I'm saying is there's an Achilles heel. That's what I'm saying. It's not risk tolerance. It's just like any of these plays I got clapped on recently. They all have Achilles heel. Rite Aid is either undervalued or worthless. That's an Achilles heel. You could drop it 50% with a headline. Biotech, no drug approval, no other drugs. You're going to go down 50% or more. It's an Achilles heel. So like I'm saying, there could be a moment where Bitcoin crypto runs up and goes crazy. Maybe Bitcoin hits $1 million, right? But then they have bad news and they announce dilution. Or again, they just want to dilute to raise money to buy more miners, right? Then what happens? Boom, that's your Achilles heel. All I'm saying is that regardless of your risk tolerance, because you need a lot of risk tolerance to even buy Bitcoin, you just want to understand you're buying a company. Even though it's related to another asset, you are tying yourself to the company and not the asset that they have more so. So that's all I'm saying with it. That's why I'm like, I would trade the shit out of them. With news headlines, go ahead. That's 15% movers. Those are beautiful. You're getting these headlines. It could even be good swing trades. But in the long run, if you want that crypto exposure, I just make sure you get the actual crypto. And that's all you got to do. Yeah, swing into the long term. Just make them free. I mean, you'll walk away with a bag of free shares, and then there you go. But I'm just understand the Achilles heel. Give me that 500. That was me all day. I wouldn't even sell out at 5. If it breaks 500, I think it'll go more. Again, my position was awful. If you took the average down, you're up $20 a share if you didn't take the post-market. So that's the beauty. If you got post-market play plus average down, you got break even, and that's it. If you only took the pre-market play, you got $20 a share, and then then we go from there. But I think $5 leads to 511, then 515, then 530 on NVIDIA. But other than that, my position was surprisingly big because I thought it was small, but also in the same respect, my position was too high. Everything else, though, I'm borderline either up on, and now when NVIDIA is about to break down, our AMD will be there. Newmont Mining is gold, right? Gold and commodities. I don't have anything like that in the long run, but maybe. They look like good value. I mean, it's a name that's been around. Honestly, I don't know. It's appetizing here. I think if it went like stupid low, even though I don't like commodities, I'd be down to buy it because of stability. Because even then, like I'm looking at other wicked commodity years, they may sell off, but it looks like they'd probably benefit more off of the future than not. I could get behind it. I'd have to look more in, but it's not like a no-brainer yet. It's very stable, but like I think if you get into this range, it becomes a no-brainer. I'm sure the divvy's not even that high, but I'm sure it's stable. That looks stable as shit. Yeah, 4.4. It's kind of high, honestly. It'll probably hit 5.6 by the time it hits my price. $4.99 NVIDIA. There it is, Chatadonia. There it is. AMD. Intel's going up. AMD, no. NVIDIA on the high, though. So that's it. Get ready. 5, like 501, 511, or 505, 511, then 515. And then 530. Send me proof you saved the world of carbon 15 cents. Yeah. You funded $158, bro. So on Shopify, you could pay 15 cents per order to limit your carbon impact. See, that's what they mean by net zero. That's what I'm saying. It's a premium product. How come nobody realizes it yet? So they're saying, if you spend money for your pollution, just keep polluting. That's the whole general concept. That's crazy. That's the equivalent of driving for... Is it really? From LA to Miami? 1,000 kilograms of shipping emissions is what you saved. Yeah, 4,000 kilometers driven by car. Where do the offsets come from? I mean, assuming the money goes to the guy who plants the trees and he actually plants the trees instead of has to spend the money on other stuff to report a lower taxable income. I don't know, but it just depends. It just depends on what they do. NVIDIA 499.11. Intel hit the high. SPY might even break out here. And then AMD chilled out. AMD playing with us. It's a scam. Well, it's not a scam. It's just, again, we feel high and mighty helping people. But at the end of the day, this is just this is a plot to enslave the rest of the world. Where do you think we're going to capture the carbon from? It's called Africa. It's called every other non-developed nation. We keep polluting like animals and then spend money to pollute. And then who pays for it? The developed nations that we're going to use. Just welcome to imperialism 2.0 with ESG. I'm sorry. I keep dropping these hot takes on you. My bad. I'm sorry. I know you're just getting them out of... I'm sorry. I'm catching you off guard. My bad. Gabon junta appoints general. Oh, that's AFP. DEA confirms it will review classification of marijuana. It's not scary stuff. None of it's scary. It's just sad. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's hurting the people that are advertised to help, that being helped. So again, I'm okay with sacrificing if actual people if the people who are supposed to benefited off of it, I'm down with all of it. I would not drive a VA ever again. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, it's just crazy that all this stuff we've said, oh, we're helping out people, we're giving them jobs. It's like, no, they can't afford houses. Again, and it's one thing you're crying about it as an American born here. I'm talking about the people who need it the most in society, who are not on the internet talking about it, who are actually working a 12-hour job below minimum wage right now, and then they're going to have to work again and again and again and again and again. And now, that just like my parents, but the difference was parents didn't have access to credit, but stuff was still cheaper. So that's why I'm just saying, when you see how far things have gone, even the whole environment stuff, like this whole donating thing, Africa is going to pay for it, but we don't care about that apparently, but we care about making things right, but I'm still scratching my head over it. So it is what it is. The truth is that we can save the environment if we all collectively changed our behaviors. But that's it. But spending money to keep polluting the same thing is not saving the environment. I'm just saying, I don't know why. That's the literal argument. That's the explain it like I'm 5 argument of all of ESG, net zero, and everything. That's all it is. So unless there's like a real behavior shift, but that's why the irony of billionaires flying private jets telling you to restrict your life to save the environment is very, very concerning because of that reason. Because it's saying you sacrifice, but a billionaire is just going to pay the credit. So it's not, and then who ends up, where do these credits come from? It's going to come from getting, again, if you plant trees and you do stuff, it will help the environment. We're not going to do that in America. We're building towers. We're going to do that in Africa and the Philippines and other nations. And that's where it's like, for a group of people that really cares about other people, it's ironic that this is what we're doing. Well, but yeah. But we'll see. You know, any economic shift in the meantime, that could change people's thoughts and opinions. There's the ironic again. Tin hat equipped. You don't even need a tinfoil hat for this, man. Again, I told you a couple years ago, let's get rich off inflation and we better do something now because the people with access to the money, those are the ones who benefit off of it. I have a video in 2020 putting that out, saying all of this. And I just said, unfortunately, I said my pocketbook, I wanted Biden to win for my pocketbook. I said that from the get-go 3 years ago. Unfortunately, because I said once they keep pursuing certain policies, if this is how, again, even Trump added to the get rich off inflation too. He's not innocent. But that's what I'm just saying. It just all, we've been talking about this for a while, and it's like I said, that it's going to hurt people. And it's very sad that it did, but you don't need a tinfoil hat to see it. And it's like, it's not even like, this isn't a conspiracy. This is legitimately what has happened. It's good though. Maybe you should take all of this in and be prepared for the debate on Friday. Counterpoint, doesn't the money from credits go to companies who innovate green? Cruise ships have been innovating. They're ships that are carbon neutral. That's a great counterpoint, but it's assuming these companies will do that. And then again, when you have a tax system that is incentivized to, you get taxed more if you don't spend. I mean, and then how they use that money, it's kind of like when they say to donate at the cash register, most of the companies already donated. They're just taking that money back to recoup their tax write-off from the year earlier. So it's kind of stuff. And then again, even with the ships, I mean, that's another story. But overall, it's just, hopefully they actually do it. And then where are they going to do that green tech and get results? I don't know if it's going to happen in America. I think I see a lot of people salivating over developed nations right now just to make money off carbon credits. I'm telling you, it's going to be a massacre. It's going to be awful. You are now incentivizing people to go into third world countries, get straight up developments that are quote unquote environmental, and you're going to make billions off of trading those carbon credits with all of these donations and mandates tied to it. So I don't know. That didn't work out well with oil. So just imagine. Yeah, man. We chilled out. We have not had a drop below the level. Same thing as yesterday. So you did drop below this level, but then we didn't hit the first one after the gap fill. You hit below here once, then came up. But my goodness, 0.69, 0.59 NASDAQ, 4.1 SPY, 0.13 Dow. Did Tesla reject? I'm even shocked, dude. Tesla was down 1.3 or 1.7 in the morning, and then they came up after a 7% day too. So we'll see where it closed. Did Nvidia hit 5? No, it came down. HE risk to reward at this level. Let me check it in a second. Where are the China plays? And then DM, that was a nice hit. So HE, I don't know. I just don't like the back and forth. So, you got to realize this right here on any position size, if you wake up to going back down to these lows, that's 30%? So it's going to be 30% on the next pop, and then if it gets even worse development, another 30% lower. So then you'll be down 0.5% off of a couple of days, and then if it pops up, you'll go up at 50% and you'll do it, but then just how much time? So if you don't get frustrated easily, you don't mind waiting, and you kind of like the element of get in, get out, and you're down to do that several times, then yeah. But it's just it's a lot of effort and work, and then it's still not a small amount of risk. The upside is there though. You definitely can get it, but it's a fucked up game of musical chairs. So now that it's lower, it's much better than talking about it, here, because again, that's a 50%, 100% risk there, but it's still, you got to play accordingly. But if you got the time and the noggin for it, if you can handle that, then there you go. What happened? HE is that's Hawaiian Electric, the company that people said was responsible for the Hawaii fires. If it's musical chairs, who controls the music? Nobody controls it. They play it. So the people playing the music is the regulators, the officials at Hawaiian Electric, and then the media and government. So that's who's playing the music right now. Because again, even in Hawaiian Electric's situation, I don't know if they removed it, but as of a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure there was a news embargo towards certain topics on the Hawaiian fire. So even the governor of Hawaii kind of limited the news reporting on there. But then again, you already hearing back from the company. So the music is the company. They're we didn't do it. We turned off our power lines. We did every time they come out with a statement, that's going to play some music, right? And then when we hear what the regulators do and then the government does, then as people talk about it, it's going to go back and forth. So, yeah, the music will be a mix of court battle and anything else if there's any political action as well, too. But you're going to have to wait for all of that to materialize, and just day by day, it'll just whipsaw you. So if you're cool with that, I mean, it's a much lower price. It was at $9, but this is where you would get the whipsaw. The store donation. Charlie, he has a company, and they operate on Shopify, and they have an option where you could donate 15 cents of every order for carbon, or for the environment. So that's all. We were looking at it, and then we were talking. NOD. So SPY coming down now. There's Apple. Back to VWAP. I think we're about to break the level. You're still above it. No, you broke it easily. Well, there you go. And what time is it? 10:52. We got 2 hours left. And then SPY is coming lower. But now you kind of broke that easily. Every other time, we didn't really like flush the level. It got eaten up. Again, you weren't really breaking levels the last 72 hours here. So let's see, 45.11, high of the day is 45.21. Probably set about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. DXCM, that was moving earlier. Coming back down. I think a lot of names that were up. Again, watch banks and healthcare. They were weird today. And remember, even regionals got an update there from the Fed. Regionals are coming down now, too. Dizzle's about to go red. Chile copper reference. I thought it said refinance. You said, why you refinance your copper, Habibi? Boeing off the bottom. Even then, Boeing's ripped big from the other day when they had that news. Is SPR still up? DM came down. Bob is still holding it. JD has not moved. Baidu's still up. We're green on that. That one actually looks like the only China play kind of moving. There's a blue supermoon tonight for the moon watchers. Bro, I want a telescope. I've been seeing way too many telescopes. And then I go to like open houses and I see people with telescopes and I want to touch it, but then I'm like, I don't want to break it. I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, bro, I don't know. I've wanted a telescope lately. Yes, they hit. But then I ain't never going to space. That's all you. That's just staging, bro. That's funny, but like, no, man. No, it's real. Like, you could tell when it's like a normal house versus like the staged one. You know what I'm saying? It's actually very, very wild. But no, this one was a real. They had a nice one. It was like a super nerdy house Like you could tell it was like an engineer or something, and he had like mad telescopes. I was hella about to look into them, but I was like, man, I would get so mad if somebody just started going through my telescope collection. I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that. But I was like, wow, I want it. And then I looked up a video to a telescope. Calibration took you 6 months? How? You don't have AI? Come on. Is my girl older or younger than me? So it seems like an innocent question, but I'm not getting it. Where is this coming from, sir? But my girlfriend is about like, I think she's like 1.5 years old now. However long ChatGPT's been around. Mm-hmm. I was on Hinge and it's been recommending hella older girls. That's fine. I think they'll love you, man. That's it. You could talk, right? Like, have you paid attention on stream? If you pay attention on stream, man, you could have a nice discussion. It's beautiful, man. That's it. You know, nothing wrong with that. Hinge, is that the new thing though? So I never was on the Hinge era. I never, like, honestly, like, we only had Tinder and Bumble when I grew up, but that's the only thing. But is Hinge the new thing? I feel like I hear Hinge more than Twitter. How old is too old? I'm honestly not the guy to ask. Like, you guys got to realize I went to University of Arizona. I grew up in Southern California. After college, I went straight to LA. So, like, I have seen the most wickedest shit in my life. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm telling you is that it's so I don't know I've seen the oldest and the young. I've seen the weirdest shit in my life, bro. So just at that point, that's a personal decision. If you start nowadays, you tell people about what decisions to make. When it comes to that, you get canceled. So I'm not going to tell you that. Just do whatever you need to do, bro. That's all on you, man. Just follow your state and local laws, you sicko. And that's it. That's all. But I don't think there's a law for too old. That's up to you. Yeah, last time I was single, online dating was super taboo. Yeah. It was. Back in the day, they used to view online dating like it was hella weird. They're like, why are you meeting people on the internet? They're like, are you okay? Are you a weirdo? And now everyone's like, I meet everybody online. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, I was definitely looked down upon. Now I think I don't think you meet people in person. You're getting a green shoe here. Tech stock, again, you just sold off out of nowhere, off of nothing. You broke the level. You're getting a green shoe. If we don't get above this level, this might just start going down from here. But if it gets back up here, I mean, bonds are going down, but so far today, we've hit a high on every low of the bonds, ironically enough. You don't want to meet your future online? Why not, though? I feel like you can meet more people, though, online, though. Now it's like you can meet somebody who's not there. Otherwise, like back in the day, bro, your dating pool was like the 5 people you were near. You were just like, well, fuck it. I'm going to marry the restaurant lady. That's it. I guess there's the only 5 girls in this town. Or I only go, I guess I didn't live in a small town, but I'm trying to relate it more to the boomers. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's just, I don't know. It's a really conflicting issue, if you really think about it. What if AI starts catfishing people? Oh, come on. You don't know? You guys don't know this? Oh, man. I hate to break it to you. You fucking... It's only going to cost you 30. It's only going to cost you 30. It's only going to cost you 30. It's only going to cost you 30 likes, bro. I'll give this to you now. My sister says that girls shouldn't be viewed as an Amazon product. That's not what I meant. We're saying like you could find a better person. It's because how I grew up, and when I looked at it, I didn't like anybody I was around. So there was no potential suitable mates. And honestly, all the great people that I've met in my life, they're usually not from where I am. So it's not like Amazon shopping. It's just like saying, you know, you gotta find what you gotta find. I agree. No, that's fine. I'm talking to your sister. If that's she listening, I'm just saying that's the context. So, amen. Amen. You complained that they had a lack of variety, but the boomers stayed married longer and were more likely to marry her. So was it actually worse? I don't know. Sounds like a question for the debate on Friday. Sounds like a question for the debate on Fridays. Where was it? All right, did we get the 30 likes? All right, here it is. Are you ready? Here's her tin. You said, what if the AIs start catfishing people? I would argue right now, here's your tinfoil, 5% of the hot girls you see on the internet, they are AIs right now. If you do not know this, AI is even threatening OnlyFans. Not only just by responding to people, but legitimately, if you have not seen these profiles, there is literal people who exist. It even says it in the bio. Yes, they're called AI influencer girls. So what they do, sometimes it'll be like the real face of a girl, or they'll use their picture, and then everything else, from the body to the picture going outside, it's all AI generated. Dude, there's a bunch of them. And now they even make money on OnlyFans, like to the point where people know it's a computer, they know it's fake, and they will still pay for it to watch it. In a weird way, it's like the first competition for OnlyFans now, but it's bots. So like legitimately now, like even if you look in the, like there's this, there was a Zero Hedge article. There's like 5 girls right now. They have like millions of followers and they look like real girls, but it's all fake. It's all literally generated AI, and then they sell OnlyFans and Snapchats with it, and it's crazy. So like it's real. It's not like it's not about going on Tinder and then messaging you trying to like scam you. It's like, no, they legitimately now, like the influencer girls, you would see a hot girl on Instagram. You're like, what? I don't live near any hot girls. What the hell? It's like, no, like every year after year after year from now, it's going to start just being a fake person. It's not even going to be a real girl. It won't even be a real guy too. There's a couple of guy models as well. Yeah, here it is. I showed this to my girl. I did this to her. I showed her this picture right here. Her. Like, I'm like, you think this girl's pretty? Because my girl, she usually shows me girls, and I'll tell her if I think they're pretty or not. So my girl, I was like, damn. I was like, dude, this girl's hot. And I showed it to my girlfriend, and she's like, what the fuck are you saying? Because she's like, you never call. She was like, you don't like this type of girl. I'm like, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. And then I wanted to see if my girlfriend would get mad, but then my girlfriend knew. And after, she's like, that's an AI. But yeah, this is an AI. This is not a real girl. Like, that's literally like, this is, and then all of these. Yeah. And it's just like a thing. They say just the AI girl. Like, so it's already there, bro. Isn't that crazy? You love the future? I hope not, because you were just asking me man, get your ass on damn Hinge and close the deal, okay? No, Kyler. I can't show you that and you're like, I love the future. You're going to delete Hinge and be like, I'm just going to meet me an AI. That's it, man. No. Shit, man. Get a lawn term or go outside. It's one or the other. I feel sad for the next generation. I do and I don't. As long as they're chill with it, like that's legit. You know what I'm saying? Like if they don't know what they're missing out on and they're happy, God bless you. Because I used to be like, man, you guys are missing out. You guys are all gonna get fake shit. That's it. You're never gonna get to do it. I'm like, hey man, if that's it, you want to do it. Yeah, they won't know any better. Like that's it. As long as everyone's happy, that's it. That's all that matters. Like realistically. Like that's the difference of like social media. Like again, we were talking about it. We were before the advent of online dating. Like, do you guys not remember? Like you used to never see hot girls. And forgive me for this conversation. I'm not trying to talk about this, and especially some of you married and shit like that. That's not what this conversation is. It's honestly just looking at society. Like I hope you realize, like at one point before the internet, you know, to see an attractive woman, right? Like you had to, you were limited to your location. So if you were in work all day, if you were in school all day, like you would only see whatever like was around you. That's it. Like if there was the cute girl that you went to school with, the cute girl you worked at, maybe some stranger, that's all you would see. But then from the advent, this applies to ladies as well too. Again, I'm speaking to a 90% audience male, but it's like nowadays, bro, you could see 500 attractive members of the opposite sex by just going on Instagram. You could go walk and you could go see the hottest of the hot to the worst of the worst, all in, like you could see almost every single human all in one take if you really wanted to. So that does change the dynamics of culture and stuff and how people operate too. So that's the thing that always shocks me with that illusion of it's just different. Dopamine down to the options perceived, but we just see it different. That's why young girls are depressed. I know the women deal with it, but even then for the men, I mean, that's especially in the stock world where I see people get hella weird with me and people get hella mad and certain things, you know, it's one thing about money, but the impact on the generation of men, it's wild too. It's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing. Imagine the amount of frustrated males out there right now that lead them to even just believe certain things and get angry. It's the same thing. I have my take on it, but I've given you so many hot takes today. I'm surprised. Well, no, it didn't. I mean, I think just, hey, man, you got to love yourself, have fun, and just love. That's it, bro. That's why I'm saying don't look at all the shit. Don't look at all the people. Don't give yourself that much dopamine. Don't care about it. Do what you love.
Filled.
What is your purpose? Why were you on this earth? God endowed you with very specific talents and gifts. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you have them there, and that's like, I get it, dude. I'm on the internet all damn day, but like, there's a reason you ain't gonna hit me up on Instagram, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, my girlfriend shows me TikToks. I let her watch it. I'm not fucking, like, it's all sorts of shit like that. But at the end of the day, man, like, no matter what generation you live in, no matter what you go through, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta have peace and love. And that's why, too, like, for real, like, for the men, the women out there, it's like, I understand this shit. I could talk about it all day. I might even get banned. But it's like, I really hope I could inspire, like, love. I hope I could give you love, and I hope you feel better. And I hope you never have to ever go to the extreme side of just letting the culture get to you negatively. But it's like, you know, good vibes, man, will get you out of any situation. And if you love yourself, man, you will adapt and you will do great. And like I said, you all have talents. And all of your talents are not to do what the world wants you to do. And just because the world does something, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. The world says this, the world says that. But, you know, go with who you are.
Submitted.
I don't know
Order
if they feel me,
canceled.
bro.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
There's an epidemic of lonely dudes out there. It's sad AF. It really is, honestly, and that's why I think it's a blessing to be here. And I hope all of you understand. Like, honestly, like, be surrounded by men who could be like that. And I want you to be like that, where it's the sense where you love yourself no matter what, but it's like you have things around you and nothing will ever stop you. But also, too, like, make an effort at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you just gotta find the balance. But, like, find the reasons to love life is what I'm saying. That's all. But and the culture we exist in now, I mean, the world sends a lot of different messages. So that's it. We're here to gamble. Everybody's here for a different reason. That's it.
Order
Out
submitted.
of all the talks in 7
Order
hours
canceled.
a day, I speak to different
Order
segments
submitted.
throughout the day.
Order canceled.
Like, you know, I'm talking to one group of people, then another group. There's no way. We're too diverse in here. So honestly, just respect for the people who whether it applies to them or not, you know, vibe with it in the sense that, again, like, you could see it when it hits with other people too. But amen. Anyone got the news? Biggest news today, I'd say, is the China stuff. But so far, I don't think we've had any updates. You got McConnell. Oh, we skipped the White House thing. Unless you guys want to watch the White House presentation. Thanks for the inspiration speech. Amen, man. Amen. And just know you're blessed, bro. Just you are blessed. And whatever you think you're lacking is exactly what you need to create something great. That's all. That's all I got. That's a philo. I got Bible verses to back that one up, bro. But I'm just saying, there's a pattern of creation starting from things that are broken. And things that are, so again, even in that's why the thing you think is paining you is really your gift. Trust me. Again, I say that as somebody who's seen both ends of it, but it's just like, you know, that's where things are built from. They're built from broken, not from good, not from perfect, not from right on, perfectly in line. Like, no. So that is what I'm trying to communicate. You want to listen to me? I don't know. You just, honestly, you had 30 minutes of me ranting. I haven't done that in a couple weeks. That's usually a caffeine thing, the Chad said. But I don't know. It would have been better than hearing the press secretary. But I don't know. It's up to you. But that's just, that's what I would have been doing. I need to go to the bathroom now, though. ICCT is at 10. That's been the runner. That just popped up $1.30. Oh, yeah. Mitch McConnell will be consulting with physician prior to any next public event. Oh, damn. So Mitch is gone.
Order submitted.
That means Mitch is probably having that little freeze he had the other time. That means he's like, he froze again? No. Yeah, that's probably a stroke. He did it again? No. I didn't see. I need to see it now, but I don't even want to. It seems sad. Like, it's good that I think the old people should get out of government, but at the same, dude, that's crazy. If he did it again, that means he's
Order
probably
canceled.
having really bad health problems.
Order submitted.
Like, Biden don't even have to consult with a physician before a public event. Sounds like silent. I think he sounds like he's probably gonna have a stroke soon. ICCT still going. SMG, that's up still too. SPY above VWAP. So we broke the level. That could have been where we died. This could be a reload. Hold on now. Because like I'm saying, any of the breaks, they're not really strong. But see if we get above here. If it gets above and fails, it won't be a reload. It'll get even uglier. But if it could get above here with some steam, I think you kind of already missed the reload. You could go for greedy, sure, but I wouldn't touch it. I would just burn it out today. This is a burn one day. Mitch is no more assured to be gone than Senator Feynman or Fetterman, all of whom should be gone. Well, yeah, there's other health issues in Congress. But, freezing up twice like that is not... It's one thing to do it once. You don't really do that twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many times have you ever seen any of those people, like, you know, like Wendy Williams, and like any of the weird, like, you don't watch that happen back to back. Yeah, that just doesn't really... That's just, that's sad. But then again, I mean, I think the answer is age. All right. Do you guys want to see it? I haven't seen. I'm gonna watch it. I'm kind of nervous, but viewer discretion if you don't want to.
6. That's right.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened last time.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's sad,
All right,
dude.
I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
Yeah, it's the same thing. No, dude, he was trying to talk. Dude, it might be a stroke. I'm really, again, my grandpa had some shit like that. But, like, that's like, dude, that's really sad. They're gonna do what they did with Feinstein. They're gonna try to keep him in the position as long as possible, because God forbid they lose a seat. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're very, very like it's okay, but I don't know, man. That is not a good sign for him as a human. That's really, dude, that was nasty. That's happened twice.
Order canceled.
All right, back red. So, like I said, if that one fails, that might get a little uglier. So you are not able to break back above 45.13. Yeah, twice on camera. I know. That is crazy to think about. But they'll keep him in there for as long as possible. Again, you have one more year. Since you're not doing caffeine, you're not drinking sodas. No. I almost had a tea the other day. And I was like, wait a minute, this got caffeine. Yeah, to take advantage of them. Yeah, it's politics. That's what they did. What's her name? Feinstein. Dianne Feinstein was doing really bad a couple months ago, and they were really adamant about making sure that she was okay. It's the same thing. Everybody does it, but it's just like, dude, that was sad. But I mean, it doesn't matter politically. But I don't think, dude, McConnell is. That's not pretty. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. And that's it.
We'll discuss big plans from VC billionaires like Mike Moritz and
vitamin
Reid
water
Hoffman
don't have
to build
caffeine.
a new city outside of San Francisco. This is Bloomberg.
All right, I'll leave these guys.
Good point. Despite the name rare earths, they're not all that rare. There are deposits in North America.
Vietnam, Order submitted.
Sweden now as well, because I mean Europe and the US has sort of woken up to the fact that they must wean their dependence off China. But the other side to it is that rare earths don't occur naturally. They're always a byproduct of another raw material, so they're sort of they're very chemically similar, and you'll find them sort of together. And what's expensive and complicated is the extraction, the separation, and the refining. For example, 95% of the rough processing of gallium is in China. There's one producing plant in North America, Mountain Pass in California, but they still have to sell all the raw materials to China for processing. There's the human capital and engineering expertise that existed in the US in the 80s has been depleted. Just to give you some context, there's about 39 universities in China graduating degrees in critical minerals, so about 200 metallurgists a week, every week for the last 30 years, whereas in the US, there's maybe only a handful.
Pippa, when we're looking at these rare earth minerals and what's so desperately needed, we know that there's already stockpiling going on. Is the supply chain of the existing material already fully satisfied?
Well, I think right now there is, and it is being fully satisfied, and we have demand and supply are kind of at equilibriums. But I think when we see some stockpiling starting to occur, as companies are worried they might not have access to that germanium gallium, we can see some price distortions. And so I guess, Louis, that's a question for you. How are these disruptions and companies' actions by securing these minerals leading to distortions in the prices? And what does that mean longer term for producers in terms of price signals?
Yeah, well, China they announced in early July that they would restrict the export of gallium and germanium. That came into effect just a month ago. It's yet to be seen. I mean, obviously, nations are stockpiling, corporations, everybody needs gallium. It's practically it's in all modern technology. It's got multiple applications. But what we buy directly from China. We sell, globally. We're a global supplier. And what we understand is the producers of gallium, what's changed is they now have to apply for a license to export. And we speculate the reason for that is the Chinese government can have a look at the consignee and decide whether they'll allow that shipment to commence or not.
All right, Louis O'Connor, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Louis is the CEO of Strategic Metals. We appreciate it.
Coming up, entertainment, inflation. Inflation has consumers of all income levels cutting back just a bit. When it comes to entertainment and leisure, though, it's not cut and dried. We'll tell you where consumers still think, oh boy, I'm going to spend some big bucks, and where they're cutting back.
I love it. That sounds like a fun segment. Entertainmentflation. How do you have fun? It's expensive. Yeah, the Swifties don't care. Nope, they still out there. When does her tour ever end? I feel like it's nonstop. It's like a fever dream of Taylor Swift. Does the tour ever stop? Because, I feel like it's been touring forever now. I don't know. It's it's been longer than a year. No, we'll see. Have I seen the studies of bees and caffeine? I have not, but I'm hoping you could summarize it for me. When the tour stops. But when does it stop? In November? But when does it start up again? I'm watching my dog on the Ring camera. The stream keeps her calm. Don't give me that power, man. I can say the TREAT word. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, though. I don't know what other commands. I'll be like, go on the COUCH. Huh? No? No, I wouldn't do that to the little man or the little puppy girl. I don't know the dog genders. I'm not getting into that. But it's just whatever. I like animals. Mitch McConnell. Bro, I just found out about Mitch McConnell. Honestly, how did they even keep that one? Like, how come that wasn't everywhere already? Like, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. Let's go. That should have been the first time it was everywhere, but I didn't even see that. So, but, like, it's crazy. It was kind of everywhere. I didn't see it at all. I guess I was only looking at the financial shit, but it's like, you posted in here. I saw Mitch McConnell headlines, but, oh. But wait, but didn't it happen, like, it said 18 hours ago or something? Yeah, from the top ropes. I mean, I literally said if we don't get above here and that fails, it'll get uglier. But we still got a little bit till the downside and then 6 more points till 4,500. The bonds are working the SPY, but maybe until the end of the day, they're going to catch up. But like I said earlier, every high that we hit was off of the bonds hitting a low, except for right here. Even in the morning, it was the same thing. U.S. restricts the sale of some NVIDIA chips to some countries in the Middle East. NVIDIA getting restricted? They're restricting NVIDIA. There's a filing, it says. No, it's too small. We'll see. I'm having it early. I'm not seeing it confirmed yet, but if that is, apparently there's a filing. Market's already reactive. It says some countries in the Middle East. So let me double check that one. You have that one too? If you have that confirmed, then it's legit. I would say it's either early or really wrong. Oh, there it is. McConnell freezes up again in press appearance. It's on the wire. Italy moves sale of key state-owned stakes to bolster finances. That's big for bond land, but AKA Italy needs money. They're selling state-owned stakes. It's under the news tab, so it is legit, but no real reaction, honestly. I feel like the first time we had restrictions on the chips, people really freaked out, but nowadays, no one cares. Then again, it's not going to be Saudi Arabia. It's going to be Yemen. That's like more likely than not.
Order submitted.
Yeah, the CHIPS Act was supposed to limit sales to China. I believe all manufacturers found workarounds. Honestly, it's crazy. I don't know if it was the chip
Order
thing,
filled.
or I think it was or even Huawei. Like, do you guys realize how ridiculous it was? Like, ridiculous. They said we are banning Huawei, so you could not buy or sell with Huawei, right? But if Huawei made a company that was just called
Order
something
submitted.
else, they were still able to trade with that company. So super easy to get the word. It's honestly like. It's like a crime comedy movie of how like easy it is to skirt this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where they're like, well, actually, we made a new company called Huawei instead of Huawei. And now we can purchase all of the chips that we desire. Very simple. Yes, you cannot buy the oil from Russia, but if we send it to India first, it is now Indian oil. It's the same shit. So just real lawyer shit. You're like, that really is going to work? It does? And everybody, wow, okay. If this was a movie, I would think your plan's going to fail, but in real life, it hits. There's Huawei, and then there's Huawei. Huawei may be sanctioned, but Huawei is good to go. And they just got $20 billion in funding from the Chinese government. They're ready to go. ICCT's at 11. Oh, I need to sneeze. Plastic surgeon claims President Biden spent $100K on facelifts and hair. FX Hedge on Twitter, so take it with a grain of salt. Funny. Rhythm, RYTM. Well, we're chilling. Some of the tech that was running up gave it up. You're back to 0.3. That's where we were at all day in the morning. Remember, it was like 0.3, 0.4. We couldn't tell if it was going to hold off. But remember, every country in the world was kind of like this so far. Again, they kind of gapped up, went up a little bit, and then chilled out. Food insecurity from Russia's war in Ukraine has triggered instability in vulnerable countries, spy agency says. That's from CNBC. You want an apartment complex? Yes. I got a cheap one. It's not in California, but yeah. JRE just released the Oliver Anthony interview. 2.5 hours. Wow.
Order filled.
That'll be a good one. I've never watched a full episode. I wait for the clips. I've watched all the clips, but I've never. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll try to do. Will my girlfriend break up with me though? If I try to get her to do that on Friday? If I was like, can we sit down and watch a Joe Rogan from the beginning to end? I've never done that. I've never got to do that. I don't think I've ever asked my girlfriend what she thinks about Joe Rogan. Watch the first Elon Musk one. I watched clips from that. I remember liking some of it. He's great if you like alien conspiracies. I mean, I thought you only liked Joe Rogan if you like DMT. That was in like 2010 or something. But other than that, I get the clips, man. The clips are funny. Ulta's on the high. Let me see where they've been at. JRE. He rarely talks alien conspiracies. I mean, it's just no matter what, Joe Rogan, I see what people try to do, but I'm never gonna view Joe Rogan like Alex Jones. So I'm sorry. That's the thing. Like, if you want conspiracies, that's Alex Jones. But like Joe Rogan, I feel like is just literally the podcast king from the beginning of time, just saying the most controversial shit regardless. Again, telling people DMT, the drug, like, what do you say? Talking about like Horus and Jesus. I think Joe Rogan in 2010 is the reason my sister probably did DMT. I think, and then asked me to do it. I really think it's all from Rogan. Like, that's just what Rogan is, you know? I've never really sat through the episodes, but I've always loved his takes, and just even then some of the guests he brings up. But he's been around forever. I don't ever compare it to I think he is a lot more logical than like a Alex Jones or not. But even then, like, I remember Alex Jones back in the day. But even then, it's like Joe Rogan is. I don't even see them as the same breed or same cat. I don't even see similarities. They're honestly very different. The Big Short. I know Netflix got it, but I haven't seen it on Netflix, but I've watched the movie. Man, I was in the release when that movie came out. That's it. after Wolf of Wall Street, they were like, oh, these stock trading movies are a hit. So we'll see how the GameStop movie does. But Big Short, bro, I was watching that on release day in the theater. Is the Dumb Money one already out? Oh, it's out? Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was going to come out. But no, I've not seen it. It's on your tube? On YouTube? Nice. I didn't know that. What? Bro, Bond's hitting another low now, like actual new low of the day on the 10-year, new high on the yield, depending on how you want to look at it. But SPY is still holding. Let's see if we go up. I mean, again, if it keeps hitting lows and we don't die, we've watched the market go up several times. No hurricane. I thought Florida got clapped. How are you guys doing? My Florida people, are you guys safe? Did anybody lose anything? Lose a roof? Whoever's saying the movie's out is being silly. It's not out until September 22nd. Oh. Well, our man really insisted on it. Ivan. Oh, no, he said never mind. I think they just have the advertisement for it. Hole in the roof? Oh, wow. But you're all good. Boca Raton is just windy. Fort Myers, fine. Yeah, there's a lot of people in Florida in here. We're starting to get hit now. That's South Carolina. McConnell freeze is scary. That's just sad. I feel really bad for him. The first time, I think we were making fun of it because we're like, what the hell? Now the second time, it's like, dude, get him to a doctor. It says it's over Georgia, heading to South Carolina now. Do I want to try some mad honey with you? Is that like honey with drugs in it? Or is it like a special type of bee honey? Mad bees? So it's drugs? Or is it like just, is it good? I'll look it up. I've never been offered this. Real mad honey? It's psychedelic. They have it on Amazon. Is that not the... What do you mean? Mad honey from Nepal, fresh harvest, aligns mind, body, and spirit. Bro, you could buy it on Amazon? Nah, fuck that. You know what this shit sound like? This is that's how you guys know you got a generation of drug addicts. This shit sounds like, no, not spice, bro. This shit remind me of nutmeg. Some of you don't even know what I'm talking about. This just remind me of nutmeg, bro. Nah, this is like nutmeg. You guys, it's fully legal. It's a food. You like, yeah, it's honey. If you take enough of it, you're going to trip out. It's literally what nutmeg is. I don't think you guys understand. Most people don't know that. I mean, I'm not even going to educate them. Fuck that. It's not even worth it. You guys are one of you assholes. You can be like, hell yeah, Josh. I live in Florida. They got shops that sell mushroom chocolates. Oh, I've seen those, yeah. You really just dated yourself? Dude, everybody knows how old I am. I'm just saying, if it's fine. I'm fine with, if nutmeg drugs gave it away, that's okay. But Dude, I'm on Amazon right now looking up Mad Honey, and I'm like, what is this? I was wondering what to cook with all this nutmeg on sale. That's crazy. Ethical question: is it wrong to not feel sympathy for Mitch due to the purposeful negative impact he's had on so many people? That's just a personal decision, honestly. Like, even for me, bro, even if I really don't like people, I hate people to go through anything like that. It's sad. Again, if that was Biden, I would not, I'll make Biden jokes all day. If that was Biden, I'd feel really bad too. I'd say that's really sad too. It does not matter who it is. Again, even if it was, who's the worst human alive? Hitler? He's already dead, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, but that's, whether you feel good, bad, or moral, that's totally up to you, man. So don't even feel, I wouldn't even judge you if you did. If that makes it, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my personal decision. But if you chose not to uphold it, that's on you, man. That's on you. But I don't. That's everybody makes that themselves. Being a good human, your take. Hey, man, that's just. It's how I feel with it. Because like I said, I make a lot of jokes, bro. I talk a lot about serious stuff. We have a lot of fun stuff. And it's just like, no matter what, even in the chat and what I've, my experience online, I think what someone said, like, I don't agree with everybody. And you may not agree with me, but like, you could always feel sympathy for somebody going through something. So especially if I've dealt with it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I've lost a lot of people in my life and seen other things. It's just, you feel a certain way when you're like, oh, that reminds me of something. So I could have sympathy for it all day, no matter who it is. But does it mean they're a good person? Does it mean I like them or not? That's up to you. But you could always feel a little pain. And you could always rejoice with people who rejoice too. That's a proverb. Baidu starting to climb. SPY woke back up. Apple recovering. Google on the high. Actually, I think Meta was going on earlier, but Google's actually running. Remember yesterday, absolutely on fire. Nvidia's coming up, $4. That could have been a better re-entry, low-key. I just gave up $10 from the top, if you think about it. That's what I'm saying. Nvidia moves a lot. It's actually wicked. What if people rejoice in things they're morally opposed to? Like, all of this just seems like no matter what, if you're gonna have 15 of these scenarios, it's like it's what you choose. That's all. So like, do you see what I'm saying? You could ask me this question a million different times. Like, I just have a decision because this is just who I am as a person and what I believe. And like, I'll always feel a certain way. I will always feel bad if someone's going through bad. I'm too soft, bro. I'm sorry. I will always feel the sympathy there. But I wouldn't condemn others, and don't condemn yourself, and make your decision. But again, it's hard in these situations. If you're really trying to condemn, it's hard to not give condemnation or vice versa. You see what I'm saying? So it's a personal decision. And you got to make that and decide it. But that's between you, God, and yourself. And if it's worried about all the scenarios, I hope that, you just kind of make the decision of it and don't let it, go beyond what it is. But it's who you are. Oh, that was Romans? Why did I keep thinking it was a proverb? Amen. 110 points from all-time highs. We were at the highs today. Earlier, 45.21. 100 points would set us to a new high. I respect that, but you're ex-military. I've been comfortable with knowing the downfall of some can help the masses. Well, yeah, that's why I ban people, but I always feel bad. Like, I still feel the sympathy. Again, I don't fuck with Moo no more. I feel bad, but you break a principle, I'm not going to feel bad about it. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but like, to not, ask me about how you feel about feelings, that's a personal decision. You know, you gotta have your principles. You can feel a certain way. Again, I'll ban people. I don't want to ban them, but I'm just like, dude, it's gonna get in the way of people. It's getting in the way of me and others too. It's like you can see it. So that's all. I do feel sad, but I'm okay with it. Well, there you go. But either way, regardless of what you believe, man, I don't think it. Don't let anyone condemn you and don't condemn yourself. Verizon extends unlimited call text for Maui. What? I don't get it. Verizon has transitioned its voice and backhaul from temporary high latency to faster low latency fiber and microwave. Did they not have unlimited data there? Yeah, I was like, what? That's related to Hawaii. But I was like, what do you mean charging? We went 154 points in 4 days. That's a record for 23. Damn. Yeah, I can't. The data got me messed up, though, yesterday. The 3-month jobs and even the biggest, that was the biggest jobs. That was the third largest jobs drop off on openings on record of history. It's actually crazy. Yeah, Verizon, Divvy, they went up a lot, though. They had a lot of rebounds. Remember, 2023 was not the year of telecoms. So other than that, if they could get around that, they'll be good. Hold on. Outlook died. That's it. They did not get the approval, unfortunately. I mean, there's still an opportunity. I wouldn't ride on it. I'm waiting to just tax loss sell or wait for the update because it's already over. But they did not get the approval. However, I would keep watching out for any wet AMD biotechs. Those are definitely. I don't know. They got me excited. Biden talking in Hawaii. Yeah. Didn't he go already, or is this his first time? Greylock is raising $1 billion prior than the other fund. This don't look like Hawaii.
Urgently needed support to the people of Maui. If I can note parenthetically for just a moment, when you have your home washed away, when you
Biden does have nice cheeks. He got some Abivite cheeks, low key though. I never realized till that headline.
Can't send your kids.
Honestly, we don't give him enough credit. He be looking good. Like the forehead's still fucked up, and right around here. But bro, below the eyeballs, nah, dog. He's bro, that's a smooth ass, non-wrinkled ass face.
Well, Jill and I saw the
you know what I'm saying? Look at that. I never really looked.
And I want to thank Governor Josh Green.
That's just paralyzed. It's not moving.
Along with their congressional delegation, there's total unity out there. And for everything they're doing to support the recovery effort. I directed my team to do everything we can for as long as it takes. to help Maui recover, rebuild in a way that respects and honors Hawaiian traditions and cultures and the needs of the local community. We're not going to turn this into a new land grab. We're not trying to see multi-million-dollar homes on the beach. We want to restore that part of the island like it was before, only better. To that end, when I was on the island last week, I appointed Bob Fenton, one of the nation's leading emergency managers, and I mean that, that's not hyperbole, who's been on the ground in Hawaii since before the fires erupted as our Chief Federal Response Coordinator to lead our long-term recovery on Maui. I've charged him with making sure the community has everything the federal government can offer to heal and build back better as fast as possible. You know, he'll be giving me a report virtually on Maui when I walk out of this room and go to the cabinet room of our meeting in just a few minutes. And as an example of our commitment, we're not only building back, but we're going to build back stronger and more resilient future, which means we need to be ready to withstand any challenge coming our way in rebuilding the way that Maui wants to rebuild, the nature of the rebuilding. Today, I'm announcing that $95 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law is on the way to Hawaii to harden the ground power, harden the grid we talk about. I know when we start talking about the grid, the average American out there thinks, what are we talking about? Well, the ability to transmit electricity. Well, let me tell you what it means. It means investments to make sure electricity can continue to reach homes, hospitals, water stations, even during intense storms and extreme weather. Funding will be used for stronger and better poles holding up the wires that transmit the electricity. It'll mean stronger material. It'll mean burying these lines that transmit the electricity underground. It's more expensive to do that, but where possible, we should put them underground. They're safest. It means clearing trees and brush around these wires. It's like the kindling that exists out there. That's what it ends up being when one of those wires come down. And this funding is going to pay for installing technology like smart meters that can tell you where the problem actually is when the line goes down. That's part of the problem. A lot of these, in other, not Maui's not that big, but in parts of California, Oregon, and all these places where these fires were, where did the wire go down? We're going to be installing meters to let the person sitting back in the headquarters know, whoa, it went down at such and such a coordinates, such and such a pole. To enable emergency responders to more quickly identify which lines are damaged or down so repairs can happen as quickly as possible and get the power back on and prevent damage from occurring. Anything else at our disposal. The Department of Energy, and the Secretary, we're going to be talking about this in a minute, accelerated the announcement of this funding to meet the moment. All this is going to help Maui and the entire state of Hawaii better withstand future disasters, because this is not going away. It's not like, well, these are the last disasters. We know this works, and I've watched some of you folks stand in front of me on television in dangerous circumstances reporting on this stuff. You know it. It's one thing to look at it on television and hear someone else report, but you're standing there and you're wondering, whoa, what's that behind me? You know, it makes a difference, you know, because we've done it before. Look, under the Obama-Biden administration, we invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Florida, replacing wooden power poles and steel poles, and we buried these electric lines. Well, I wonder what would happen now if we hadn't done that. I'm not sure what, but the point is we did it. It helped them withstand and recover from disasters more quickly than they otherwise would have. So it works. It costs a lot of money, but it works, but it saves a lot of money long term. When Jill and I visited Maui last week, we saw firsthand the magnitude of the loss. Your lives have been dramatically changed if anybody in Maui is listening. You've lost everything. I mean, they lost everything. And we're doing everything we can to move heaven and earth to help you recover, rebuild, and return to your lives. We've already dedicated $24 million to removal of hazardous material left behind in the fire's wake. There's pollution that is in that material. A lot of that you just can't go in and take bulldozers and clear it all out. You got to take the bad stuff out. You got to take out the polluted, the dangerous stuff. And once we've done that, we'll be able to remove all the debris. But it's going to be frustrating as the devil for people. They say, why can't I go back? Storm's over. Why can't I go back and look and see if I can find that wedding ring, or why I can find that album? Can't find that thing that I've lost in the house. It's really tough. Really, really tough.
I left to go get
the
like
water,
and I'm like, and then I peed.
We had to be
and I'm listening to this in the background, and like halfway through, I thought it wasn't Biden, and I just thought this was like a weird explanation on like
and you wonder
energy poles,
what's going to happen,
and wires. I don't know. I'm getting really lost right now.
To pay for the debris removal. Once we get the toxic stuff out,
happening.
To take all the removal, and the federal government's going to pay for that. The state is not paying for that. And we're going to dedicate more if necessary. But I want to be clear with the people of Maui about what to expect. The work we're doing is going to take time, in some cases a long time. We're going to do it in a way to make sure we're respectful to the wishes and the traditions of the people of Hawaii as well. The process of removing hazardous material and cleaning the environmental damage means folks can't get back in the area right away. The start of school has been disrupted. It's painful. I get it. But what can I tell you? The one thing I can tell you is that we're going to be with you every step of the way. We're not walking away. When Jill and I visited, we were struck by the absolute courage of the people there.
Tell them it's the number one priority.
Lost everything.
I think that's what they're looking for, sir.
The ones they lost are lost.
I don't know what we could do. I got you. Just tell them it's a priority.
Where are they?
Just tell them something.
Everything.
I feel you, but
Everywhere we turn,
I think that's what they want.
The aloha spirit.
Yeah, but just tell them that.
Neighbors. I mean, I know this sounds kind of corny, but it's true. It's true. Everybody's reaching out, trying to help the other guy, turning pain into purpose, and keeping the faith. I've directed my administration to continue working with urgency and focus to help the people of Maui.
Why did he do this with 2 bodyguards behind him?
And
he works in government, I think. I don't know, but why they mean mugging? So this is like turn your pain into prosperity. But I'm like, why are you telling me this with bodyguards behind you?
As long as it takes.
The fuck?
I know there's a lot of questions you probably have. I'll take a few.
I don't know if they're bodyguards. I'm just assuming based off of their mannerisms.
The federal government is going to have the
why is this guy everywhere in my ears? The fuck is happening?
The answer is, if I can't do that, I'm going to point out why. How can we not respond? My God.
No,
how can we not respond?
How is not why, sir?
And so I'm confident, even though there's a lot of talk from some of our friends.
How the fuck you do that? No, why did you do that? Why did it happen?
We got to do it.
How?
It's the United States of America. Yes.
Mr. President, Governor DeSantis is also running for president.
Fuck Governor DeSantis.
Do you sense
Fuck him.
any politics in your conversation?
No, fuck. I don't fucking think about it.
Believe it or not, I know
fuck
that
him.
sounds
I don't even think about that shit. I swear, I don't even think about it
today. But I was down there when the last major storm. I spent a lot of time with him, walking from village from community to community, making sure
that's the Secretary of Defense. Good, he earned it.
I think he trusts.
He looked like the Secretary of Defense. I don't even know who you're talking about, but any of them look like they're the Secretary of Defense.
This is not about politics.
You know what I'm saying?
Taking care of the people.
They both look very. This is that's a position, a power position. Look at him.
Anything that you've heard from them that gives
look at even anybody asking a question. You got 6 eyeballs looking back at you.
And secondly, are you making any contingency?
They playing a 1-3-1. You got Biden in the front, the bodyguards, and then I bet you Kamala. You don't even see her. She's playing post.
But are you going to need to reshuffle things?
Well, I may. I just don't know yet. And first of all, each of the governors seem to be focused. And I think what's changing...
I'm giggling at the 1-3-1 joke. I haven't had an opportunity to bring that out, so thank you.
Is there wasn't an anticipation
that's
that
for my 2K ballers out there.
Coast. They were hopeful, and initially it looked like it was going to go further east and not affect them. So I think they're all in the process of rapidly focusing on what may happen, what may not happen, and what I hope the people of those states listen to is the warnings when they come from A lot of it, they may not see 130-mile-an-hour winds coming through, but guess what? You may also be on the shore in low-lying area.
Did you say Hunter?
8-foot surge.
Wind?
Of
winds blowing?
Wind surge coming from all
the hurricane, yes.
Ocean. But they they've all been through it. The guy furthest north, Governor Cooper, is really focused on it. They all are. I don't mean to pick, but he is the least likely to have the most impact occurring on his shores. But it's a lot of low-lying country. I was joking with him. My state is, when you have anything like a hurricane in my state, in Delaware and suburban and
Spy's trying to work its way up here. Hold on.
Sea level, man.
You're back above the level. You're 5 points away from looking real squeezy.
And
1 hour remaining.
And that's the same thing still happening in Florida, because you're talking about the high tide, low tide, adding 3 feet and so on. So I found them all to be laser focused on what their needs were, and I asked them, but I think they're reassured that we're going to be there for whatever they need, including search and rescue off the shore of the Coast Guard and Coast Guard helicopters and the like.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I had a question for you about, we talked a lot about power lines and having stronger poles.
Green shoe.
I was curious.
Bonds hitting a damn low on every run-up. Look at this. So very wild today. Why is he smelling his finger? What the fuck, Biden?
Yeah,
you want to smell my finger?
Response by power companies, or if you think that they should be working
Evan.
infrastructure more than
God bless you.
just ending power when there's a...
I think both. Look, it's very expensive to secure these power lines, both in terms of the actual structure. We look out there and you see these large towers carrying multiple wires, and the wires are like that thick, and they're carrying an awful lot of energy, and sometimes those entire towers come down.
Oh yeah.
I am not expert enough to know.
Dude, I'm saying this turns when he starts talking to power lines, it fucks me up. And that turns into a weird YouTube video.
Technology to have these meters on each of these facilities tells you where the danger is. So I can picture. I'm getting beyond my expertise here, but
you're talking about.
She spent 10 minutes describing it. Yes, it's true. I'm not an expert. I won't answer later.
We also know how many huge number of Americans have died.
Bro.
How many huge number of Americans have, for example, more forest has been burned to the ground since I've become, in the time I've been doing this, than the entire square miles of the state of Maryland. Imagine the entire state of Maryland burning to the ground.
Oh.
That's how much is already burned to the ground. So I think as we try to harden the capacity to transmit,
remind me of tinfoil related.
It's not irrational
China and fires
that you may have to, in a certain circumstance, shut off the power. I just don't know enough to know the detail of how to do that. Where that decision is made. That's why we're starting off. I was talking with Sherwood Randall, who handles this for me.
Seriously, come on. Imagine everything burning down. Do it. Imagine it. Think about it.
So we know where the power is going down.
In the book of Revelation?
Maybe able to shut off parts. I just don't know enough to know that.
Mr. President, are you concerned at all?
This is a lot of questions, though.
Shutdown would impact the recovery efforts. And what is your reaction to House Republicans who say that they're urging an investigation into the federal response in Maui?
Well, I welcome a federal response in Maui. I think that they should go out and talk to every elected official, from the mayors to the governors to the United States senators to the congresspersons. I welcome, and once they go out and see it, then I'm sure they'll provide the money. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
By the way, I just heard literally coming out. And Mitch is a friend, as you know, not a joke. We always, I know people don't believe that's the case, but we have disagreements politically, but he's a good friend. And so I'm going to try to get in touch with him later this afternoon. I don't know enough to know.
Do you think he's fit
Thank you.
to serve and should run for re-election?
Are you running? I'm not, sir. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Shit. I told you it was a 131. I told you it was a 131. It wasn't Camel Up. Stop it. Stop it. I knew the defense. I told you, bro. I told you what they were pulling. I'm telling you. Nah, man. Anyways. Earmuffs? Oh, my bad. My bad. Your ears? Why? Oh, sorry. Earmuffs. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'll go to jail. Now I'm in ASMR jail for the next 5 minutes for fucking up your earlobes. It's okay. My bad. I just do it like this. My bad. Okay, so we're coming up to the highs now. It's better. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, especially without an earmuff warning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Say what? I can't hear you. Nah, you put on the captions. You know, honestly, sometimes they like, Josh, you keep talking over the thing, and I'm like, mother effer, there is captions on the video that I am playing. I get it, it's small, but like, if you're really motivated, you could know exactly what's being said. Okay, thank you. Okay, can we go back to normal volume? I'm sorry. The 131 got me excited. I'm just saying. That was a fun speech. It was good, though. I think he was trying to make up for the last time when he went to Hawaii. But they announced, I think, 47 or 97 million of funding to Hawaii. And then there's a lot of discussion about power lines. And, like, there's some above ground. And then there's a stronger pole. Then there's debris. So I don't know, man. I just don't. But then other than that, and then he answered a couple questions there. And even said he's going to call Mitch McConnell. So what a day. And then the markets are still up. I think America, if we could close out here, it's already power hour. We only got 53 minutes left. But if everything is able to run up here, I mean, we might just end up the best on the board here globally. Again, everybody did have a gap up. I think the FTSE 100 ended up pretty good. But everything else either gapped up and then sold off. We kind of were about to, but it just depends where this next 50 minutes goes. We will see. Markets are unreasonably solid considering job numbers. Yes, but also they're just, markets are really jumpy and nobody likes to react until it's right in front of us. So just keep in mind, yesterday was a massive day. I don't know. Do you guys remember yesterday? You guys remember that? You remember yesterday? It was wild, bro. I need water. Getting scratchy. But you guys remember how yesterday started? Biggest day in 3 months, yeah. But what else? Oh my gosh. Where's the water, boy? No, he didn't talk about the weed classification. There's even news on like student loans, but remind me about that afterwards, because we could talk about the weed place. But yesterday was a very big day. It was a very, very big day. Huge day. It was massive. Data comes out. Everybody went crazy. Yesterday, before our data came out, everywhere in the world was already gapped up like 1% to 2% doing good, right? Cool. So, do you guys remember the first 30 minutes of the day? You don't really see it. You can't really see it too much. But like, we did nothing. So it was like kind of a move like wherever we were at with the pre-market, but we did absolutely nothing. So that first like 30 minutes here, up until the data, you were like barely above the level. But remember, nobody wanted to move until what? Until we got the data. It's like, so if that JOLTS jobs data, if that ended up negative, we would have, or like if it was strong, we would have ended up selling off pretty heavy. And then all of the global equities, they probably would have sold off heavy. So would have the bonds and the currencies. But we didn't really move until we got the event. So now today was a burn one day. We did get ADP. You got the real estate data. You got to hear a little bit from China. And there was a couple of other things. Even then, there's that weed news. And I feel like I'm missing one or two things on the day. But for the most part, we still have an event now tomorrow and then on Friday. So in a weird way, these next 2 days after today, even today, it's like if we don't do much, honestly, I think we're moving pretty big already. Like just if you look around the globe, I went over all of what everything closed at today. And like only one index, I think globally was up more than like 0.5%, 1%. Everything was like a 10th or a 12th of a percent or a quarter. And that was about it. So it's like NVIDIA is coming straight down. Are people reacting to that NVIDIA news? Maybe it's a late reaction. Otherwise, check the chips. But we should kind of stay stable up until there's the data. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. Again, the PCE comes out. That's related to inflation. It's the Fed's favorite gauge. I mean, to give you a fun fact, I'm pretty sure this is the only PCE ahead of Powell. There might be two. I'd have to double check, but it should be the last PCE ahead of Powell that they will be using on their reading. And then we get ISM and non-farms on Friday. So if the market wants to be calm, I mean, I think some people would like that. Some people want to watch it rip. But for the most part, waiting for this data is going to be key after yesterday's reaction. Here's the deal. If the data keeps coming in heavy on either direction and causes a move, we're going to keep acting like this. Otherwise, if the data kind of starts coming in line, the next, like let's say tomorrow, Friday is all in line, we might get stop the macro reaction until we get a data that will cause it again like yesterday. So, we will see. And now, you guys want to talk about weed stocks? Somebody asked about it. They're like, Josh, I make it in the long term. Of course you shouldn't. What the hell are you saying, sir? But we could talk about a play related to it. Oh, I did have Chinatown. All right. Well, let's see. I could give you a 2-for-1. We're almost about to hit 2,000 likes here on this glorious Wednesday. So I don't know. You give me like 95 likes, bro. I got 10, and I got weed stock discussion for you. So I don't know. Is that good enough for you? That's 2 for 10, bro. 2 for 10. I don't know. I'm asking, this is late stage asking for likes, How about some Instagram follows? Do you have an I guess. I never really thought about that. I honestly, I never had a business consultant here to help me. I never thought about that. I didn't know I could sell for follows on Instagram. The fuck? What else can I get? Hold on. I might need to sit and talk. Hold on. I do have an Instagram. Yeah, it's at the Trading Fraternity. Yeah. Like, don't go on it. Let me delete the other pictures of myself first. But I didn't know we could. Yeah, I didn't. What else could we get? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think about this. That's pretty cool. You want some bagels? Honestly, no. But that just unlocked a secret of mine. I love bagels. I really, really do. Honestly, some people make fun of me for it because you just have to see me. But at the end of the day, I love bagels, actually. I'm a big bagel guy. Oh, yeah. But, like, I like the fucked up bagels. Like, I like bagel sandwiches. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do like any type of bagel. I don't discriminate. But, like, I just, I'm sorry. This is what happens. I didn't hit the 2 for 10 target, so I'm telling you about bagels. Myrna's popping. I don't know if it's that high. It looks a little crazier on the high ticker, but it's printing. Now it's starting to pick up. Watch Pfizer, BioNTech. Pfizer's going down, though. BioNTech's already up. Interesting. Cinnamon raisin bagel this morning, toasted with butter. Yeah, dude, that's fire. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Myrna's going crazy now. 1.3. There's more. Maybe I should give you guys the earmuff warning now. I don't know why. I feel like I'm getting progressively louder. I'm sorry. I'm checking news, though, on that. I do not see anything yet. Watch out. There's been a couple of headlines been hitting on the wire in front of you guys too. So hopefully one of you is watching it like a hawk. Because sometimes this one just goes really fast. It's easy to miss them. I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything either. Today's the 29th. No, the 30th. Bro, Myrna again. I'm getting earmuffs. I'm sorry, but that's out of nowhere. But then BioNTech's up, and then Pfizer is down. Where's the other one? NVAX. That's how you know. Yeah, NVAX now. Now it's getting it. Later candle. But something's going on in that world. But it doesn't look like anything tangible for now. Maybe once Pfizer starts moving. No news. Canada had its first case today. All right, man. We're 30 likes shy. Honestly, I have faith in you. I'll give you a loan. I'll loan you the 30 likes. So first, here's the first piece of tin. So we'll start it off light before we talk about weed stock investing. You know? But here's the deal. You know how you hear about like how much land burns in America? And like they were just talking about the environmental land. Well, like apparently, like there's like double the amount of land that got lit on fire in China. And like if you look at all the other places around the world, like China actually has way more fires than us. I never knew that. I just learned this. This one was new to me. And then maybe it's new data. Maybe it could be wrong. That's why I'm putting it in the tin category. But it's definitely something to think about. Yeah, you have fires all around the world, not just America. Isn't that crazy? 5.1 earthquake in Alaska? All of this is public info, yes. But anyways, that's the first part. Now, to the investing. Do you invest into weed stocks? If you don't know the news today, it was the HHS? They announced that they wanted to look into reclassifying weed as a drug, and even even the DEA said that they would consider looking at a reclassification of marijuana. So the weed ETF is up 18% right now. Yeah, this news happened. Big news. Very, very big news. And honestly, part of what I'm going to say here with the play, we got to talk long-term and not, but quite frankly, don't get political about this. But I want you to understand how you could make a play around this over the next probably 12 months, to be honest with you. But you've heard about student loans and disasters in environment, and then weed getting a better legal classification. All of these issues, but mainly like student loans and then even like weed, this is going to be a big issue in the next 12 months as we get into the election. So here is how I feel about the weed stocks. Would I buy them for the long term? No. If you have not looked into the weed industry, and that does not mean you smoke a lot of weed, because it doesn't matter how much weed you smoke, you have to understand weed does not make that much money, believe it or not. In the gross amount of volume that it brings in, it's a lot of dollars. But as far as like a profitable business from 2014 till today, you don't have anybody like, there's no growth in that business. You do not have there's no Amazon of weed. Nothing is growing like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a commodity. It's literally like selling corn as much like it's actually like it literally is a plant, but it really is it's corn, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there aren't really weed billionaires. There is, I think there might be, but there's like, they're not growing. You know, it's not like AI has gone from 0 to 1 billion and will probably hit 10 billion before, but that's just part of it. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But, and maybe eventually it will become more profitable. But the whole idea I'm saying is like, I do not see this as a long-term play. But what I could get behind is over the next like 12 months, if you want to play these headlines and then pretty much if it hits in your favor, flip out of it. If it drops, be prepared to hold an average down, because over the next 12 months, you're going to be getting a lot of like weed legislation headline stuff. It's a very big election issue, younger voters, all of that. I don't think this is going to go quietly. And after how many months of selling off, I mean, I encourage you to go look at weed stocks during election years, but they get talked about a lot. I'm sure that could be a nice case study. Where's Slade at? Where's your boy Slade? He would kill this one. But again, how much it's mentioned, how much it's talked about, all of that stuff, it's stuff to keep in mind. But I'd say if you want to flip it, but that's the only idea I could get behind. That's all I could get behind is like literally try to make big flips off of it. And then if it ends up working against you, you at least know you could hold for X amount of time because of, again, the politics behind it without you getting drawn into it too much. And then that's pretty much it. But I wouldn't fall in love with it. And if you want to fall in love with it, do what the other guy was saying about the crypto miners, where he was just saying you could make your plays, make them free, and just hold the free shit in the long term, and that's it. Can you explain to my girl from England what the Lord's chicken is? Oh, of course. I'm honored that you would ask me. Amen. The Lord's chicken is a place commonly known as Chick-fil-A. Because they worship the Lord. They're closed on Sundays. You know, they don't bend. They don't care. You can't cancel Chick-fil-A. You know, honestly, it don't matter, bro. They've been repping Jesus for a long time, but that chicken's still too damn good. You know what I'm saying? But it's the Lord's chicken. That's what we call it there. So it's a blessing. You know, you could have certain chicken out there, but, you know, Chick-fil-A is the Lord's chicken. I mean, again, they don't even serve it on Sundays. Mm-hmm. Honey roasted barbecue on the spicy chicken. I ain't never tried that, man. See, that's why I love the Lord's chicken. There's always room for growth. They've been pumped up before. Only news that would be bullish would be legalized federally. I mean, that declassification, that's a nice chopping block at getting there. You know, because once you declassify it, it's gonna change being viewed as a drug. You could potentially change how some banks want to accept it or not. So in a weird way, they may not ever federally legalize it until certain people pass away. But then that might be the loophole that opens it up. Whereas now, if it's not classified as like a Schedule anything drug, and it may be illegal federally in certain areas, but if you change the classification even on an enforcement basis, it might be the loophole. The Kuru Devil's Chicken? No. We don't do that here. Bro, what's that place? Where was it? I went last time I was in Vegas. They have chicken. Not Yard House. Yardbird. Yo, Yardbird. Have you ever been to Yardbird? That's some good chicken too. They're heathens, but it's some good chicken. It's not the Lord's chicken, but that one's some good chicken. Have you ever been to Yardbird? It's like they have it in Vegas. That place is actually fire. Yardbird, yeah. By Park MG. No, it's in I think it's in Paris. Or it's at the Venetian. Yeah. Yeah, no, bro, it's good. Market must be flat. Well, he asked me to explain the Lord's chicken, but then somebody said the devil's chicken, and it reminded me of a really good chicken I had in Vegas, and I just remembered what it's called. That place it's expensive, for what it is, but it actually that place was solid. That's a low key recommendation. Wendy's spicy. I have not had Wendy's until their last earnings. They did good, and I was like, oh man, I haven't had Wendy's in a while. The declassification, if they're locked up for weed, I think it would open up the door for appeals. So I don't think they're going to let everybody out, but I think if they ended up doing that, I think it would open up a lot of room for appeals, but that's a whole nother topic. IIPR. Didn't we talk about this one? I think. I feel like I've seen this a lot. I have to look. What did I say last time with it? I think you brought it up. I'm not remembering, but it looks like as far as premium goes, they're at a good price. And then now we had a discussion today with other REITs. I would just watch how they perform, or if they have commercial real estate exposure, how do they perform in relation to bonds? Popeye put too much mayo. Nah, and just like Popeye just eventually, like it was hype at first, but then I got it once and then I just tasted the dirty oil in the grill. Like, you know, you could taste, I don't know, I'm very sensitive like that. I had one Popeye's chicken and I was like, y'all ain't cleaned the grill. All I said, this is a very distinct metal residue taste, and I like it, but I was like, this is not good for my soul right now, nor my body. It's good, but that's it. That's why I backed out of Popeyes. My girlfriend loves it, though. It's the funniest shit ever, dude. Little European girl, she loves damn Popeyes. I'm tripping. I am, bro. I go back and forth, man. Baidu's still up. JD. It's not the old oil, it's the flavor. Nah. Because, like, it's not. Because it tastes different every time. How you know? That's it. Just some days you know. Some days you know. SEC probing known project within Tesla. 42. DOJ investigate Tesla over secret glasshouse project. DOJ sought information about project purpose, spending sources. This could actually be bad. Because remember, there was an article and it was saying that if he did this, he did that, you know? But it's like apparently Elon spent money on something and then it has like different tax implications. But yeah, it's a Wall Street Journal exclusive, so I think this one means it's going to be earlier. Let's try it. Come on. Give me one. I did 50 shares short at 255.89. I'm going to close it real quick. I want to see. Give it 5 minutes if the news hits or not. And then if it bounces, inshallah. But that wouldn't, if you did that on the NVIDIA one earlier today, you would have got worked. So again, NVIDIA headline, actually you would have been break even by now. But it did bounce after the news and then start to die. Oh, damn. And then Intel's still climbing. Tesla bumped your delivery forward by 3 weeks. They're definitely doing something. That's Elon. I don't know. The inventory stuff, back and forth with that. Elon has been all of Tesla. Oh, no, I didn't do CRM plays. Let's talk about it. What's the other one, too? Isn't there another earnings? Crowd and Broadcom, I think, right? Team is on the high. Well, let me see if I could get you these. Okta? Oh, Okta's today. I like Okta. But I think they're at a premium. We will have to see. So here are the numbers. This one is for it's your boy CRM. Wait, hold on. I need to save it. So here it is. Revenue is expected to be 8.53 billion. Company said 8.1 or 8.51 to 8.53. Subscription 7.9. Professional security 617. Non-GAAP operating margin of 28%. EPS of $1.90 versus guidance of $1.89 versus $1.90. Again, these are analysts. These are the company's guidance. Unearned revenue 14 billion. Billings of 7.58. Current remaining performance obligations 23.6 billion versus guidance plus or minus 10%. Free cash flow of 335 million. Quarter 3 revenue is expected to be 8.67 billion. Subscription revenue of 8 billion. Professional services 639. Non-GAAP operating margin 27.5 on an EPS of $1.08. Unearned revenue 12.47 billion. Billings 7.02 billion. Current remaining performance obligations 23. Cash from operations 700 million. CapEx 207 million. And then free cash flow of 376. Full year guidance, EPS of 741 to 743 on revenue of 34.5 to 34.7. Price history since May. CRM is down 5%, S&P is up 6, and XLK is up 3.2. Near-term options imply a 7% move. Last earnings was down 5, up 11, down 8, and down 3. Revenue has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters as well. Ta-da! So that is for CRM. Doesn't look too bad. NVIDIA kind of dumping there. And then Tesla not moving. CRM's actually up. Again, they were even down on the year, but they still gapped up so much. CRM could move big. But then last time, I don't think the earnings, it moved bigger after earnings than not. And CRM ended up moving bigger with NVIDIA, I think. Then SPY kind of coming down here. Next one. So we got to do these quick because, again, it's we only have 30 minutes left. So this one is Broadcom. AVGO. Revenue 8.85 billion versus guidance of 8.85. Analysts are matched up. Semiconductors 6.97. Infrastructure 1.89. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.4. Non-GAAP operating 62.2. Adjusted EBITDA of 5.71 billion versus guidance of 5.75. So analysts are actually thinking they're lower. So I think estimates are kind of lower coming into Broadcom, at least for EBITDA. EPS 1043, cash from operations 5 billion, free cash flow 4.89 billion, fourth quarter revenue 9.27 billion, semiconductor solutions 7.35, infrastructure at 1.92 on a non-GAAP gross margin of 74.9, and non-GAAP operating is 62.1, adjusted EBITDA of 5.94 billion on EPS of 10.95 a share. VIX is going down as we're just holding up here. And then since June 1st, last quarter, Broadcom is up by 9%, S&P is up by 5%, and XLK is up 2.5%. Near-term options imply a 6.2% move. Last 4 quarters, starting with the most recent, they had a gain of 3, gain of 6, gain of 3, and then gain of 2. And then revenue has beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. And then EPS has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten consensus 13 of the last 15 times. All right, man. Calm down. Okay? Just calm down. That's a lot of messages back and forth. Honestly, I think you have dominated in the last 15 minutes. You have taken half of the messages. I love you. I love the cryptos like you've talked about. Okay? You got to watch out. Make sure you don't pump them to the chads even though they went up after you told them. But that's, for now, that's it. Oh. All right, that's Broadcom. Please hold. Broadcom is better than Broadcom moves exactly like NVIDIA. So, or is that SMCI? It's one or the other, but this one could be a big one. Oh yeah, we played. Remember we played the 1,000 one? Honestly, let me double check. But if you're down to go for an AI runner, You just have to wait till after. Well, let's see. They're pricing in like $40. $80. That'd be like $9.70. Now the options are expensive. They were cheap a couple days ago. But let me see. I need to go pee real quick. And I got a gift. Let me see. Hopefully it doesn't go to commercial. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you.
Markets, but really the message
Who is this
that
guy?
the likes
I've
of Jim
never heard
Bullard
this guy
are
on
giving
Bloomberg
us,
this
I
many.
like to use his
amount.
name too. It has not been delivered. I mean, if you look at the dot plot, for instance, the dot plot says, yeah, we will have one more. And really, when you look at GDP now for the third quarter, it's 5.9%. Now, it can come down a lot. It just means that we came into the third quarter really hot in terms of the economy. But 5.9 is a really big number. And that says that the market fading this cut is probably a little bit premature.
Can I nitpick a little bit? You said that you're starting to see it in the credit market, and this has been bugging me for the past 6 months. You take a look at spreads, and they've just been grinding tighter and tighter. Where in the credit market do you see that stress?
What I mean is in terms of the bankruptcies that have begun. We've seen some of the, corporate debt, the corporate real estate bankruptcies, and then we're seeing a increase in bankruptcies in general. And so I think, the triple C's, those kinds of companies, they're seeing a little bit more stress than they would have otherwise.
I have to ask you just here about what's going on in the FX market as well, because we've already heard from a lot of traders that basically said that they've become less dependent on the moves in the Treasury market and are paying a lot more attention to where where the dollar goes, I should say, and other currencies.
Yeah, when you look at the U.S. dollar index, this is something Kate and I were talking about yesterday. We have seen it off that peak from last September, down about 9%, but over the past month, we've seen strength up about 2%, close to that this month.
Yeah.
But also the RSI, when you're looking at the overbought territory, it hit almost 70. That's that threshold that technicians technically watch. It's come down a little bit from that since, obviously, Jackson Hole on Friday and over the weekend. And so we've seen clearly whenever you see weakness in the dollar, that tends to support broader equity markets, just how that translates, obviously, to multinational companies that derive their revenues from overseas. But if you continue to see maybe near-term strength, and also the dollar has been strong in September for 6 consecutive
You
years.
were talking with Katie about this yesterday, where just like out on the street?
In Shonali.
Oh.
Well, we were mostly talking about you.
Oh, of course. And then after that, the dollar.
What did Jim Bullard have to say about that? That's what I want to know.
He had a lot to say, as you would imagine. Guys, I think we have to leave it there. Really enjoyed that. That's it. We'll have to have them back soon. Ed Harrison, of course, he leads FX rates coverage for Bloomberg News, and Jess Menton, deputy team leader of our equities coverage. Now, coming up on the closed pot stocks, back in the spotlight after U.S. health
Katie's
officials
favorite.
recommended easing
Dude,
restrictions
the
on the
Rizzler.
drug. We're going to get into the weeds of it all next.
We were talking about you. You love the pot stocks. Yeah. No, you do. Stop. You do. Stop. No. Stop. But Chad, honestly, bro, Mr. Santana, thank you for bringing up Chick-fil-A. Because I don't know. This is why it's the Lord's chicken. I just had Chick-fil-A dropped off to me. I did not DoorDash it. I promise you. I promise. Okay, I cannot talk about the Lord's chicken and lie to you about how it was acquired. But I just got Chick-fil-A dropped off to me. I ate one chicken strip as they were talking about don't watch the bonds and watch the dollar. And if you watch the dollar should have murdered us a long time ago. So, but yeah. I didn't get the new sandwich, no. I got my, keep it light. Not too many carbs just yet. There's some protein. I mean, I didn't pray for it, but, the Lord knows what I need. So, amen. Amen. I'll take it. Caffeinated chicken? No, I'm about to get hella sleepy after this. You don't know? Honestly, it's awful. Like, seriously. Like, I could down this and go to bed. I would really love to. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it just, that's why I don't like food. It's weird, though, because with caffeine, I didn't get hungry. And then, like, when I would eat, I wouldn't feel good. But then, like, I don't know, just like food makes me mad sleepy. IDYA. Why does that sound so familiar? Was this one of the biotechs we had? That sounds so familiar. IDYA, but it's been running here 2%. Oh, I forgot I took that Tesla short too. I'm down $50 on that. That didn't hit so far. Fidelity. Oh yeah, dude, I think you guys were right about the E-Trade thing. Because I thought it was going to be over the holiday, but I got something this morning and it was saying like it's going to be closed from like September 4th to September 7th. I was like, what? So it might, honestly, it might be closed Monday to, I think next Monday to Wednesday. Yeah. Or Thursday, bro. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if we could handle a TD Ameritrade only stream. I don't like to trade without E-Trade Pro. It's just weird. I need to look at it. Otherwise, I don't feel like the market is on. Oh, Labor Day, I forgot. So Tuesday. But still, it's going to be like 2 or 3 days of E-Trade Pro down. We could play Halo instead. It may be the time. It may be the time. But nah, man, I'm trying to play 2K. I'm starting to get good at 2K now. It's finally that dude, whoever told me the Rudy Gay jump shot, I love you. You have changed my life. That's it. I used to hate that game, bro. I was doubting video games for a second. Cause I was like, dude, Jamar, I was gonna get you added this weekend, and then I didn't have time. I'm gonna add you, Jamar. We're gonna run it now. I think I might be worthy enough. But dude, I used to hate 2K. I was like, dude, why would anybody play this? This game's not even enjoyable. I thought the point of like video games was so like, you know, you could just like take your mind off things and like win. You know what I'm saying? And like I would get more frustrated at 2K. I was like, this is the stupidest thing ever. But then y'all changed my life. So thank you. Yeah, man, I don't know. Games are... It makes sense. Oh, Baidu came down? Like, in a weird way. Like, games are hella frustrating now. And, like, I see it, and then the anger that I see on 2K, I'm like, wow. And, like, it makes sense, man. But it's just, like, the games being harder, I don't think that helps society. I think if video games were easier, people would be... they'd feel a lot better. But we are not moving here. So, again, we are coming into the end of the day here. Only 17 minutes left. I hope you're right. Why do I have a tab of Mad Honey up? You guys are crazy. I forgot about that discussion. Let's see. Where is it? Let's go. I could play it on VMC. I know I need to download VMC if I want to. Otherwise, I think I'll get it, I think, by Friday. I'll just download the video and then re-upload it, like, privately. I just need it uploaded on, like, a web browser. Otherwise, I have to download stuff, and I don't want to download stuff yet on this computer. So, on my other computers, but anything for, like, streaming, last time I downloaded it, anything, it messed up. What was Fall Guys, I think. It messed us up. And then even Friday, I don't know. So, Chad, what do you want me to do on Friday? I was going to set you guys up Monopoly, but I think we go to debate now. Maybe we do both, but that might be a very long day of debating and then playing Monopoly. I don't think the two are going to go hand in hand. Some of you might be a little salty from the debate. There's big data tomorrow, the PCE 1 hour before the bell. I don't know if I'm going to be live. I might be live. You're a host, yeah? Yeah, honestly, debate and Monopoly are the same thing. Now that I think about it, you're right. Oh, I was supposed to say Monopoly. I don't know what I said. I was looking at the Lord's Chicken. What I mean by live, usually on like big data events, if they come out before the bell, we will stream it live. So like non-farm payrolls, I believe that's an hour before the bell. CPI, same thing even with tomorrow with the PCE. Those are all before the bell. So if it's big data, then we'll go public, or we'll go live. We'll go live with it. But I don't know about tomorrow, because I do think Friday is the bigger data. Call real estate tonight, baby. Right after the bell, 2:00. Kinder's Central Florida Products, Pipe Tampa Terminal Backup. Bullish, I think it depends on the data. So like somebody was saying, we had a little discussion about like things not moving. And I was saying that's how it was up until the jobs report yesterday. But we are waiting for the data. So if that PCE is hot, we're going down. If PCE is cool and not too cool, then we're going to have a good day. I think it's pretty simple. And then you guys wanted Chewy, right? So last one, this one's Chewy. Revenue $2.7 billion versus guidance of $275 to $277. They're at $276. Analysts, active customers 20.4 million. Net active additions, loss of 3,000. Gross margin of 28.1%. Net sales per customer 528. Adjusted EBITDA 71 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 2.6 and EPS loss of 5. Next quarter guidance expected to be revenue of 2.79 billion. Active customers 2.54. Net active customer additions 120,000. Net sales per active customer 536. Gross margin of 28.2. Adjusted EBITDA of 72.1. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 2.6. Since May, they've dropped 11.9%. SPY is up 5.9%, and XLY is up 9.1%. Near-term options imply a 12% move. Last 4 quarters, it moved up 22%. Then loss of 7, gain of 4, and then a loss of 8. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 17 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 17 quarters. Short interest is 14%, so it's heavily shorted. That's why that's coming up. And then forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 10 of the last 15 quarters with 1 in line. So that's Chewy. Chewy, 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 can't you see? Sometimes the dog food shipped to me. I just love your scammy ways, but it's all legal if they send you something selling that they sold before, AMC. What the fuck you just say? I'm sorry. Chicken break. Bro. Baidu flipped. That's crazy. And then JD already came down. Yeah, Baidu. Giving up a little bit, though, but that one should be fun tomorrow, depending on it. But again, PCE tomorrow. PCE tomorrow. Am I going to hold the Tesla short? No, not for like the whole day. I mean, that's only 10 more minutes, but I don't want to swing it. Honestly, I mean, I just wasn't in a position, and I don't know. I feel like that Wall Street Journal exclusive in the world always wanting to hate Elon. I thought it would have gave me a nice little news hit, but for the yeah, shorted it real quick. I'm down $8. I'm like break even right now. I did it like 10 minutes ago. I did it on the Wall Street Journal news. I was only going to flip it for a second. Then I went potty. I'm on the other team. Don't worry. I'm going to help you out in a little bit because I'm going to have to buy it back. Isn't that the irony of all of it? And then 10-minute rigged. Yes. Oh, let's see. 10 minutes. And then maybe final 5. 10-minute raid. You're breaking below the level. So like we said, just yesterday, you didn't really have to deal with the levels. You just bounced right off of them. Today, kind of back and forth. 100 points higher than the previous parachute, 44.13. We'll see.
Order submitted.
You think I could hold this long on Tesla? What do you mean? Another brutal nothing burger. But today was good. I'm very content. Besides, I mean, obviously we had a big biotech loss. That's the only other thing that was ugly today. But besides all of that, it's like I'm glad today was a burn one day, though. That at least it makes sense. I'm glad yesterday we had a market reaction to economic data. I'm glad the data kind of gave us a new story, you know? So it's good. At least we finally, last time we had a supposed to have nothing on the schedule. We moved a lot for no reason. At least today, it kind of just makes more sense in preparation of tomorrow. Was Fidelity hacked? I don't know, but a lot of people have been saying Fidelity this, Fidelity that, but I haven't really been following along. You can't access brokerage. That's somebody else saying that. Fidelity, ATP working fine. SPX. We're at VWAP again. It was 1.5 billion to the sell side. Kind of a decent amount, right below the level. Already 2 minutes. It's surprisingly very calm for the final moments here. McDonald's popped back up. The VIX is on the low.
Order filled.
Yeah, McDonald's is moving up there. Kind of a little green shoe. Where are the banks to get a check of that before the close? Regionals might even sell off into it. And remember, we did have that Fed. That was the other piece of news. That Fed news regarding some of the restrictions. You can't access account positions on Fidelity. Yeah, that's a lot of people. At least 4 or 5. We haven't talked about McDonald's in a long time. I know, ever since the clown beat me up. I said I've been waiting for I think last time I said I was going to short it here, but then I didn't. And then it just kept moving. But McDonald's is still a beast. It's just unfortunately just too strong, too stable, sound, resilient. It's disgusting. And I haven't had chicken McNuggets in a long time. Hey, man, baby, what's up? Nice hearing your voice every now and then. Keep inspiring and changing generations. Man, and I thank you for changing ours, baby. God bless you, Adidas. 41 months. Or not. Amen. Shout out to real estate bros. That's what I'm talking about. Where is it? Oh, no. Chad. Oh. I thought I lost it. We good. No, we good. God bless you, Adidas. Amen. Some OGs, baby. We talking 2019. Oh. Amen, man. In real estate. I'm very glad you guys got on that early. Let's go. Still a lot more work. Not even halfway through the 10-year journey. There were literally 0 real estate questions today. I don't think there was, yeah. So that on that note, tonight, that's why. So honestly, that's great. Tonight, I think you're all waiting for the real estate call. It's beautiful. That's beautiful. Final 5 in 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. Please hold. Argo, CRM. Move everything from Fidelity to TD. So I don't know what's going on with it. Some people are saying they're totally clapped. Some people are saying they just can't see stuff. But I don't know what is going on with Fidelity right now. Didn't they have that 2 weeks ago? And then there's the final 5, Chad. So let's say Broadcom, CRM. CRM's going into the highs. Oh, there's Tesla. All right, I'm going to close out the Tesla. Give me my $50 loss. Thank you. That was fun. Very fun. Very exciting. Second time down in 2 weeks. CRM is going up there. So remember, we went over CRM. Broadcom is really close to NVIDIA, but Broadcom's going to be tomorrow. And then you guys said there's like Chewy and then I think Crowd. But I did not go over the earnings for Crowd. All of these are up, though. Anything with earnings here, I mean, the whole market is up. Even to give you a check. Oh, wait, we only have 3 minutes. Oh, my gosh, Chatadonia. Earmuffs. So, listen, in the next couple of seconds, you should put them on now, but the new guy is going to come on, and he is very, very loud. So if you don't want your ears to bleed, we had an incident earlier today with ear bleeding. We apologize for that. We want to make sure you're safe over here and have an enjoyable experience. So maybe you're annoyed by it, or again, mainly sensitive ears. You know, I understand the condition. But either way, just earmuffs right now. It's about to get very, very loud. It is about to get very, 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 very loud. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you ready? Earmuffs, Chad. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It is somewhere in the 70s or 80s, but it feels hot as hell. I'm telling you, it's wild. Other than that, though, it's a good day unless you thought the markets would do something on this lack of data as we get ready for all of the data in PCE, ISM, and non-farms tomorrow. Good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until we get closer to the election. So fortunately, you don't need to wear those masks, but what we do ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please slide down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Glad today's your 6-month anniversary in the chat or in like life, like your marriage. Either way, I don't know. I think it could be this. You have the 6-month badge, but I had to make sure. But either way, Chad, that's it. Tomorrow morning, hour before the bell, we'll get some moves. I might just go live. Can I go live and not talk? Is that cool? Or like, can I just like go poop and go live and like interject randomly? And wait, you don't have much time left. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. You have less than 30 seconds remaining. Speak now or forever hold your peace. And by the time the bell rings, you will have a lot of data to react to. So finalize the plays, options, shares, futures. How are you going to play it? Make sure it's the right vehicle. But you have less than 10 seconds remaining, and you got to bring it home. You got earnings after the bell. Oh, my God. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, I hit the wrong one. There it is, baby. Oh yeah, it's so much cleaner. So much. That's the difference between dropping a GG and not. So don't be the non-GG. Let's go, baby. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need that GG. It's good sportsmanship. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody in the game holding it down, contributing. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, laggers, lurkers, lovers. It don't matter. Baby back bitches. The most enjoyable chats. The MVP chat. It don't matter. You need a GG. That's it, good or bad. Cleanse your sins. It lets you know you're in the game. It's sportsmanship. We spent 7 hours back and forth, baby. Let's go. Good game. What I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. Hope you know we stronger as one. Get it where you fit in, baby. Good game. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alert. What about the merch? It don't matter. What about the honorary members? That's what I'm saying. Octa. I like that one. It's going, baby. Good game. Good game, baby. That's how you play.
Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Octa. I love Octa. I said I loved it. Why is Pump It Up next? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up.
I didn't do this on purpose. It just came on. I don't control this. Look it. They got Oval Office. Is you riding for the Lord? And then that's it. That's what they got this into. I didn't. This is YouTube's doing. They set me up. Awful. I can't stop it now. I can't. Why would you stop it? You can't stop a generational rally. I saw it.